Hello, morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. A few technical glitches this morning. However, I am here and welcome to the Talking with the Experts Global Summit for 2022. I'm just trying to get my head in order this morning. I haven't done this for a while, so yeah, I'm just a little bit, but never mind. We'll get there. I've got a huge lineup of speakers today. I've got Jussi, Luukkonen, Ben Paul, Brian Asingia, Angela Cedrin, Donna Ferguson, Tanya Davies, Celeste Lustosa, Liz Fleming, Prosper Teravinga, Alan Stevens, and Regina Smithwick. I'm so excited to be able to bring all of these presenters to you today. It's going to be an absolutely awesome day. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to sharing with you what these presenters have. It's going to be an amazing day. Yay. I hope you're excited. So Jussi's waiting in the background. So yeah, we'll bring him on in a little bit later on. But in the meantime, I just wanted to share with you what the summit's all about. Now, Talking with the Experts is about all things business by business owners for business owners. And I wanted to bring together some people that were very knowledgeable in their space in business. Now, these people have been on my podcast, Talking with the Experts, and I enjoyed them so much, I thought that I'd ask them to come onto this summit. And they've all agreed. I mean, there's 30 people over 3 days. It's an amazing. And I had actually people waiting they're waiting on the wait list. So there'll be another summit in March. I'm really enjoying the process of doing these summits. I think they're an amazing opportunity for business owners to gain some insight and maybe learn some new tricks and skills and stuff to bring their business up to a higher level, I guess. Some of the topics are going to be, hope through trust and trust through belonging. It's Jussi. I keep getting it wrong, Jussi. And, there's going to be topics on content management and how to generate leads and, what people are really saying about you. So that's to do with your branding. And one of my favorites is Regina Smithwick's Ring Out Your Sponge. And you're going to love that one. It's timely. It's a timely topic, and you'll find out more about her this afternoon. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is just play a little bit of music for you and get a little organised behind the scenes, and I'll be back soon. I'm back. Hello. And again, welcome to the Talking with the Experts online summit for 2022. I am totally excited, and I think I've worked out everything in the background that I need to work out now. So let's talk a little bit about our guests, because they are, they're top of mind, really, aren't they? Today, this is what it's all about, is my guests and my presenters for the day. Now, my first speaker is Jussi Luukkonen, and he was a guest of Talking with the Experts quite early on in the year, I think, and I really enjoyed what he had to say. And today he's going to be talking about hope through trust and trust through belonging. And Jussi is a little bit of a rare bird. He has excelled in creative industries, the education sector, and businesses as a leader, a trailblazer, and a strategist. Originally, Jussi trained as a theatre director in the Finnish broadcasting company's radio theatre in the early 80s, and those early years as a professional theatre director gave him an genius edge to that very few processes. And during his 30 plus years, Jussi has helped individual leaders and companies to grow and to glow brightly. His workshops and coaching sections unfold the drama and comedy of business and life to bring creative solutions and concepts for a positive difference. When Jussi gives a keynote or other address, he has a strong, quite understandable accent, but an even stronger message of wit and fun. So be prepared to be challenged and disrupted. If you want to have an enjoyable, deep, and transformative experience, Jussi delivers. His motto is, I help to bring the best out in people. And Jussi is an extraordinary person, and he's just an amazing, amazing, amazing individual. I think I might bring him on a little bit early because I think he's already in the room. Just let me check. There he is. Hello, Jussi. Unmute yourself, my love.
Hello, Rose. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this conference. It's exciting, and I'm really humbled to be part of such a wonderful lineup. So it's a bit scary to start the conference as a first speaker, but somebody has to jump in the deep end. So thank you very much for inviting me, Rose.
Oh, thank you so much for agreeing to come on. I'm really excited to hear about what you have to speak about, because it's a different message than what you shared on the podcast. So people grow, we all change, and our messages change over time. So yeah, I'm really, really, really excited.
So thank you so much, Rose, and I'm really honored and humbled to be part of this conference and start to kick off the whole thing with my little presentation about hope through trust, trust through belonging. That's something that I've been thinking a lot recently, because the world has become quite a dangerous place. We have wars going on, we have climate change, we have inflation rate is going through the roof, we have all kinds of aspect of terrible things happening in the world. And I think that one basic thing that will help us to go through these difficult times is base our life on trust. And today I'm going to run you through some ideas that I learned from Dr. Paul J. Zak, who is a neuroscientist, or actually he calls himself neuroeconomist. And his research has been an eye-opener for me. And let's kick into the presentation I prepared for you. The little molecule you see here on the screen, it is actually a molecule called oxytocin. It's a neurotransmitter that our brains manufacture. Our internal pharmacist creates this neurotransmitter when we need to feel accepted and loved and in peace with ourselves and the world. So oxytocin first was discovered to be a hormone that helped breastfeeding. But then the neuroscience found out that every time when we are in trustworthy situation, it increases the oxytocin levels. And Paul J. Zak has been doing groundbreaking research on trust. So let's go and see what happens. I talk often about purposeful belonging, and as a backdrop, I have this kind of quadrant model where you can see that there is purposeful and aimless alienation and belonging as axis that we can look at. And our business and life sits in one of those quadrants. If we look closer, for example, here, where we are alienated and we are aimless, we don't know what to do, how to do, and we are not belonging to anything. We feel that we are isolated and alone. It's a waste of our time, our life, and everybody else's time and life. And it feels terrible. We need to get people away from this waste quadrant. But similarly, here, if we are just aimless, we don't have any direction, we don't have any purpose in life, even though we belong a group or community, we become frustrated because we don't know what to do, and then everybody else in the community seems to know, or team seems to know what they are doing, but we are just frustrated because we don't often have a clue. So again, this is not very nice place to be. And then there is this quadrant where we are far away from others, but we have strong purpose. We want to really come and conquer the world. But because we are alienated, we feel powerless. We can't really alone change the world. We can't really, do alone all those beautiful things we would like to do. So the only contributing way of living is to achieve our goals and have strong purpose and belong. And if we create teams, companies, societies, nations where there's strong belonging and purpose, then we will thrive. But it is easier said than done. And this quadrant model has then led me to look at what happens if we build everything based on trust. And Paul J. Zach's research has revealed that, for example, at high trust companies, people feel 74% less stress. Think about your team, your company, if you can have 74% less stress, but 50% more productivity, higher productivity. It would be, I think, something that we all would like to see. Or if we could have a situation where we feel that we have 106% more energy at work, or less sick days, or 76% more engagement, and 40% less burnout. These are numbers coming from a really robust science research. So this research has been repeated, and these findings are bulletproof. And I was fascinated when I first time read Dr. Zach's book, Trust Factor, because in that book, he went through his field research from Papua New Guinea, from the jungle, from researching trust within the native indigenous people to Wall Street. He's been working on all these environments. And one question he wanted to ask is, how can we conscientiously and through good leadership build a culture of trust that seems to be the secret sauce for all these good numbers that we see now on the screen? So I run you through this 9-step process that Dr. Zach has revealed through his research, because it is very simple, straightforward process that anybody can apply in their daily business. It is not easy, but it's doable, and the outcomes, the results will really speak for themselves. So let's see how it happens. If we look at this kind of diagram, there's a trust in the vertical axis, and then there's immediate and long-term time impact on the horizontal axis, and then performance. So trust starts from recognizing excellence. If we as leaders recognize excellence in our people, they will in return start to build trust towards us. So we need to be open to our people and their excellence and their skills, and not just set expectations, but we should be open to see what kind of potential those people have, what is the excellence behind every person. And then we need to induce challenge stress. We need to give people opportunity to push the boundaries and the envelopes and really use their energies for challenging tasks. Not too difficult, but difficult enough that keeps their dopamines going, because dopamine is a neurotransmitter that makes us really thrive and want to see some new things coming. So if a leadership in the company or team is giving people these gritty, challenging tasks and jobs, it will increase the trust. But it also needs that needs to be reminded that we need to give people autonomy. We need to give people a way to work in the way that is natural for them, and decide how to work and not micromanage them to the hilt. And we need to enable job crafting, and especially now when there is this silent resignation or whatever we call it, when people are thinking that, should I just leave this company and find something else? Should I just, make big calls in my life? We need to be able to embrace this new reality and help people inside our teams to craft their jobs, to meet the needs of their individual needs, and also then help to fulfill the company's needs. So job crafting is one of the very important things when we build the culture of trust. And then sharing information is critical. Communication skills of leadership at the moment are just so important, and more important than ever, because without good communication skills, leadership can screw up big time. And if leaders held back and keep, their cards to their chest and don't really communicate and share information as much as they can, they will lose the trust. Because only if you are open and honest and share what you have got, people will in return trust you. So build intentionally relationship. Be curious about people. Be curious what drives them, what makes them tick. And then facilitate whole person growth. Now, not only your people, but your own growth. Not only work skills, but all layers of skills, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs ends in self-actualization. So help your people to be fulfilled human beings, and then show your vulnerability. Because if leaders pretend to be these kind of godlike figures who know it all and never make a mistake or never fail, nobody will trust them. So show your vulnerability, be a human, let people to touch you in many levels. And in return, you build trust and get all those goodies, like 74% more this and that happening, 50% better productivity. So in summary, I can tell you, like Barack Obama said, the best way to not feel hopeless is to get up and do something. The layers that I described in Dr. Zach's process, those are things that need to be implemented. They require action. Don't wait for good things to happen to you. If you go out and make some good things happen, you will fill the world with hope. You will fill yourself with hope. And that's building trust, belonging, because only if you have hope for the better future and you belong to your community, your team, your company, then you can start building something to get better, because alone we will fail. So be close, be there, take care, and share. And that's my message for all of us. so that we can touch other people on many levels and embrace diversity and make sure that we implement trust as a kind of basic building block of our success for the future. So thank you very much for opportunity to talk to you today. It's been fantastic and a humbling experience. Thank you so much.
See, that was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that. I didn't realize about all the chemicals and things that it takes to do all those things. It's wondrous.
Yes, neuroscience is great.
It is beautiful. Where can people find you, Jussi, if they'd like to work with you?
So people can reach me from my website. It's www.jussiluukkonen.com, and my email, just feel free to send email. It's jussi@jussiluukkonen.com, jussi@jussiluukkonen.com, and I will be there. Or if you want to call, just pick up the phone, +64 21999 So many ways to reach me. Thank you so much. I look forward to hearing from people.
Thank you, Jussi. I've absolutely enjoyed it, and I will talk to you again really, really soon.
Thank you so much, Rose. I need to shoot off, but I will definitely want to watch the recordings of other presenters.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you so much for your time today. I've really enjoyed it.
Thank you so much, Rose. Good luck with the conference.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Now, my next speaker is Ben Paul. And Ben, just let me bring this up for you. Here you are.
I'm in.
Lovely to see you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really good today.
Good. What time is it for you?
11:45, so it's nearly lunchtime for me.
Oh, good stuff. Now, Ben is another guest that was on Talking with the Experts, and he's from the BD Ladder. And Ben has over 20 years of experience in providing sales and marketing advice. He is the founder of the BD Ladder, a business development and marketing consultancy specializing in working with business to business and professional service firms. He enjoys collaborating with teams and individuals to help them to better understand, build and enhance their brands. And prior to establishing the BD Ladder, he was the business development and marketing director at a leading law firm, Kensington Swan. In his role, he was part of the management team that oversaw the firm's successful combination of the world's largest law firm, Dentons. Ben led and managed the successful rebranding of the firm to Dentons Kensington Swan. He's also established a key client program in the New Zealand arm of a leading trans-Tasman engineering consultancy. Previous to this, he reinvigorated a key client program at a Fortune 500 listed engineering consultancy. Ben has also worked directly with 2 global accountancy firms in both Auckland and London. He has delivered a proposal response which has held up as global best practice across one of these firms, International Global Networks. Ben is very experienced in providing practical sales and marketing advice to those he works with. One of his key strengths is that he brings active change to the way things are done so that his client can achieve the results that they aspire to. He's a credible coach and mentor who believes in a simple step-by-step approach to help individuals adapt and change their client winning strategies. And today Ben's going to be discussing with us how to build business networks that convert. Welcome, Ben.
Thank you, Rose. It's great to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, so I guess tell me a little bit about how business people can actually build their networks and, trusted tribe to help convert a business.
Well, initially, it has to start with 2 things: mindset and knowing who you want to talk to. So you have to have a mindset of looking to actually try and help those you're engaging with and those you're talking to, and try to have less of a self-interest and trying to promote yourself, but actually understand what's important to them. And then it's key to understand who it is you actually want to talk to. Best sales coach in the world can give you all the skills that you want, but if you actually don't know who you're talking to, you'll never utilize those skills. So it's really, really, really key to understand who it is that can help you in your business, who you can help, and who your key target market is. And it's called targeting for a reason. If you don't know who your target market is, then your business plan needs to be looked at and changed. And look, we're very specific in what we do here at the BD Ladder and how I set up my business. When you say professional services, we primarily mean accountants, lawyers, architects and engineers, and all those in the built environment, and some financial services. But it's very niche. If anyone comes in and asks for our help, I refer them to other marketing and business development agencies that specialize in those areas. We're very, very targeted in what we do, and that actually helps us. It means that when we do get leads from the website, they tend to convert, because people know what they're looking for, and they're looking for experts in that particular field. So it's a very, very strong lead, as opposed to if we went down the kind of the generic marketing agency to all kind of angle, then we'd have a lot of competition, and we'd have some very strange kind of leads coming through as well. So different business models, that's how we kind of approach it.
Yeah, I found that if you don't have a really strong website, I've found that to try and get people to buy is quite difficult. How can people, what steps can they take to better their website conversion?
Look, I think it's interesting because the audience we tend to work with doesn't necessarily have a strong conversion rate, because we're talking about selling services, so it's part of the process. But actually, even then, to your point, it's a really important part of the process. What we're talking about is some quite high ticket sales in that B2B world, and anyone in any level. And if you think about something else as a person, if you're going to buy a car, it's probably one of those biggest expenses you'll go through. You won't just go up to the showroom and speak to the salesperson. You'll have done your research, you'll have gone online, you'll have looked at their website. So every part of your digital profile that can be looked at needs to be exceptionally easy to understand, articulate the value you provide, make it clear who you work for, and give some kind of feel to what it would feel like to work with you. Be that through case studies. Social proof is always very, very important in the modern age. And just let people know how what you do, it helps, and what the outcome of working with you is. It's people get very excited about the service they provide and the technicality behind it, but actually the only thing that really matters in business is that outcome, and a good outcome, and how it's achieved. So that's really, really important for most people in the B2B environment as well. Make sure your LinkedIn profile is good. If you do nothing else, make sure your LinkedIn profile is up to date and good and represents you fully. In our environment, people will Google you before they meet you, and they will look on it. And we've seen cases in RFPs where they've actually asked not for people's profiles in CVs to be shown on their website. They've asked for a link to their LinkedIn profile, because they think that's the most up to date and current, and that's also where people will comment and pass references on about you. So again, we go back to that social proof. It's really important to have those stories and have those client stories built up, so people can trust and know what they're buying and know what the outcome is.
Yeah, it is really, and I guess business to business and business to consumer, there are different I guess criteria about what you need to do to build your profile.
Yeah, look, I think the basics are the same. How you go about it, how you work with people, in a B2C world, and depending if it's a product, it can be a lot faster. So in that world of fast moving goods, so it can be really about optimizing your website to get that lead, conversion, sale, click done. And then it's about the after sale, about how you kind of manage that to get people to come back. Whereas in a service, it can be a lot more kind of, people will look, they'll then want to seek to have a conversation. And I do mean conversation in the modern world, actually. I think there's a lot of focus around, you must get in front of people in a meeting now the world's reopened up, and that kind of old school sales thinking. Look, it's always great. It's a lot easier to have a meeting face to face, because the non-verbal cues come in. And your last talk was talking about all that kind of stuff, and it is a lot easier to read those signals. That said, in the modern world, and increasingly with digital natives coming up and making decisions, it's a good conversation or even a good interaction. So if you have a really meaningful WhatsApp chat with someone, or a message with someone, it could count as good as a meeting, because that's how they have chosen to interact with you. And as someone providing or selling services, on you to make that person feel comfortable and converse with them in a way that's most comfortable to them, rather than try and control the dynamic of have one that's more comfortable to yourself. And look, I've got clients and I've grown them all around the world, bizarrely, as our website has actually, and our content marketing has worked and people understand what we do. And quite often, you know, there's 3 or 4 people in the boardroom making a decision about whether they want to use our services, and they're all in one room and I'm over here in New Zealand and we're doing it online. And it's harder, but it's definitely manageable. And you can definitely do it. It just requires a lot more pausing, a lot more thinking, and a lot more question asking.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think to me, it all depends on I guess on what you want to structure your business, and being a service provider, it's you need to make that decision, I think, early on, to whether you're going to be a B2B or a B2C.
Oh, absolutely right. And look, I speak very little about B2C. I've never done it. I never aim to do it, and that's why we don't pitch for it. And that said, we've seen some B2C providers come up against us, and look, people just come straight away and say they're cheaper than you, and I say, sure, of course they are, but do you want the experience, or do you want to pay cheaper? And they don't even negotiate. They come to us, because you want people who are experts in their areas, right? And so
Absolutely.
we know services, we know what we're doing, we understand it. Everyone in our team comes from that environment. When I look to hire, that's what I look for. And it's really important they understand the industries, and particularly the nuances of legal, accountancy and engineering, because they are different. How they structure as a business, how they work, has a kind of different feel, and the language they use and how they talk to their market is quite different. So we have to be able to understand that quite quickly, help them along the way, and build really understandable plans that they can follow. And that's actually what we're about. That's what the BD ladder is, and that's why it's called that. So it's taking people on the steps of the ladder in business development progression, so they can clearly understand it. Because most people we work with aren't salespeople, like myself. I'm a salesperson from background, but they know they have to interact with clients. So giving them the full playbook straight away is just too much, and it will blow their mind. Too scary, right? And it's too scary for most people. They've got a day job, they're technical experts as well. So step by step, 1%, 5% increments. You know, if I can teach someone something new or help them coach something new, and they do that for 2 weeks, they'll see an upturn. And then we can move on to the next thing, and then the next part of it, and the next part of it. So that's really how we kind of look at that kind of coaching journey for people. Achievable, move them into that area where they're slightly uncomfortable, the uncomfort zone, but never put them into panic zone, because that's just a brain shutdown. Don't do anything, no progression. And my business is all about progression. If we're not progressing clients or helping them go further, we'll actually be the ones who say, look, hey, we think we've done enough now. I don't want to take your money. You're not seeing results, or you won't see any more results.
Yeah, I totally believe about, don't overwhelm your clients or prospective clients with too much information, because they'll get brain overload. And honestly, you'll lose them, before you get a chance to even, help them. So yeah, just little steps, not baby steps at a time.
Look, absolutely. And that's kind of what we're talking about here with these building these, business networks that convert, right? The first thing is, as I said, to understand it. And I like to put people into 3 simple buckets, right? You've got your clients, anyone who's bought your services, anyone who's bought your services in a previous thing. So if you're starting a new business, they may have bought your services when you work somewhere else. Then you've got referrers, anyone kind of in your social network, or people who may have contacts that are in your kind of industry. They may not directly employ you, but they'll be great sources to recommend you to other people. So that's really, really important. And then you've got your targets and prospects. So those that you want to work with, you don't necessarily know, but you have to clearly define who they are so you understand who it is. And then once you get that, it's important you understand your value proposition. So what is it that you do that helps them progress their business? So what is it your service does, and how does it help them achieve their goals? So that's where we get to with that one. But knowing that is good, but the timing of when you use it is absolutely key. So it's a little bit like dating. You don't when you're meeting someone, you ask a lot of questions. You don't go straight to, hey, by the way, I've got a great job and I think we should get married. That's probably going to kill it straight away. But people do that in the business context. They'll sit down and they'll go, oh, hey, so why are you here today? Well, because I've looked at your business and here's what I do. And you see it in all these emails that you get when people are trying to sell their services to you. They're straight to it. They don't know anything about your business. They don't know if you need the service. it's too fast, too quick, and that's why we all turn off. So don't have that habit. Have your value proposition, but think about what I call flip the conversation. So that's the next thing we kind of teach is when you get into that meeting, get on their agenda, get them to talk, get them to tell you about their business, get them to tell you what their issues are, even the ones you can't help with, and don't brush them aside. Listen and think about going back to those 3 quadrants in your kind of targeting. Can any of your clients or referrers help them with that issue? And can you pass that on? Because if you can, that's way more powerful than the thing that you can solve them with, because actually they'll start to trust you because you're helping them out in a way and not taking their money. So if someone helps you in a business environment who's keen to work with you, but they're not actually charging the service, they're just actually doing it out of the goodness of their heart, it releases all these lovely endorphins, all this nice stuff. So you start to want to work with them. And then the next thing that we really teach people on that journey is, what is the purpose of your meeting? It isn't to close a deal, it's to have an agreed follow-up action or get commitment to a second meeting. So there should be something, and your aim in every meeting should be something where the client or the person you're meeting tells you what they would see the next steps are, not what you think the next steps are. And that's a very, very important difference. So, and that's what we ask for, right? And never ask for the business. So it's kind of like anti-sales training, but if you ask for the business, you probably won't get it, or you'll put people off. And even if you don't put them off, you're probably going to find yourself in discount, and because they'll start seeing the signals that you're a bit desperate for the work.
It's absolutely.
So buyers are in there, right? So that's really, really key. And then I have a simple rule: if you don't send a follow-up note after a meeting, you never had a meeting with a client or a prospect. Always, as soon as you do, within the 24 hours that day, send a note. It doesn't have to be big, just some bullet points of what you discussed and what's going to happen next. Pretty simple. Looks professional, has an amazing response. Actually,
Yeah, I agree. I do that with my podcast as well. You know,
yeah.
Within an hour, you've got a response from me thanking, the guests for appearing on, and what the next steps are.
And look, it's amazing if you flow that kind of that thing through. If you take nothing else from what we discussed today as the only thing, it will actually improve your conversion rate, it'll improve your connection rate. If you're running events or podcasts, if you send the slides afterwards within an hour to everyone, when they get back at their desk, the pertinent key points, the takeaways are there. They'll remember that, and they'll want to come to your event again, and then they'll want to interact with you, because that's the kind of people that you want to be. So look, it's really, really simple. It's around kind of knowing who you want to talk to, being really, really helpful, having a curious mindset, and sharing contacts and sharing other relevant things with people, so that if they have an issue, you're the person they're going to call. And in a B2B world, that's gold. And it works at all levels, from CEO all the way across. So whoever you're targeting, that's what you do. And that's kind of what my business is around. It's just keeping people on track and helping them understand these things. And look, it's never an exact science, because people are a bit different. They won't always act the same way. It's good to understand that they'll have a buying process, so your sales process has to flex and move around that kind of side as well. Sometimes people will go cold on you for no reason, and we've seen that a lot in the last 2.5 years. Decision making has gone to really, 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 really slow. So how you follow up in a way that's meaningful, rather than just saying, "Hey, I'm still here, what's happening?" or "Have you got a decision yet?" is really, really important. So we spend a lot of time working on people on clever ways of doing that, and ways to keep the conversation going without nagging.
Absolutely, Paul. Ben Paul.
Yeah, happens a lot. Used to it. Yeah.
Ben, where can people find you if they want to know more, or to work with you?
I'm ridiculously easy to find on LinkedIn. So if you type Ben Paul, you'll find me. That's really easy. And of course, we've got the website bdladder.com, and that's really cool. There's ways you can book meetings into my diary there and have an initial chat, and we love that. It's 15 minutes, and we can find out, see if we can help you, or pass you on someone else who's better suited. So we're more than happy to do that. And I would also say on that website, you'll find some insights, which are a load of articles and blogs, which really, really will help people, and some tools as well. So if they click on the tools side, there's some ebooks like the one we're giving away free here. And there's also some actual tools where you can go and actually use them to actually fire up your business and actually write them down. So there's loads of free stuff to help people get started.
Absolutely, Ben. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing with us today. And if you want to grab a copy of Ben's ebook, then you need to register at Eventbrite and look for the Talking with the Experts Online Global Business Summit, and register there and become a VIP, because you get access to Ben's book and gifts from all the other presenters for over the 3 days. Plus, you can get access to all of Ben's links that he shared with us. And yeah, it's only 77 Australian dollars to upgrade, and you get access for a lifetime to all of videos from today, which will be separated into little portions. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Ben, thank you again. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I will talk to you again really soon.
Yep, look forward to it, and thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the conference. And I'm sure the next week will be absolutely amazing as well. Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
Wow, that was the lovely Ben Paul, and yeah, I really enjoyed speaking with him. We're just progressing on because I haven't left a lot of time between speakers. So my next guest is Brian Asingia, and Brian is going to be talking with us about a cashless society and the future of business. Now, Brian is the author of The Last Digital Frontier and Cashless Society 101. He's a former Wall Street analyst at the New York Stock Exchange, and he over 10 years, he was enterprise software architecture and executive strategy. Brian is a global executive, consultant, and thought leader with extensive board consulting and advisory experience. He specializes in leading organizations through critical business stages from incorporation to mergers. He effectively combines an ethical entrepreneurial mindset with the ability to make the influence decisions based on analysis of data-driven strategy insights. Positions executives and clients for growth and competitive advantage by leveraging human resources, financial capital, and technology. And he develops value-optimized strategies that focus on cost reduction, revenue expansion, and strategic partnerships.
Hi, Ross.
Hey, Brian. Yeah, it's lovely to talk to you. We're going to be talking about cashless society and the future of business. Okay, so tell me how you got into what you're doing now.
Well, I started my background as I started at the New York Stock Exchange. So I really, based on what I learned from there, kind of seeing how financial markets were being automated, for me, it really opened the gates to think about how automation could be applied to other areas. Because for them, really the big driver was efficiency for trades. You know, how do we trade faster? How do we confirm trades and settle them and clear them and make sure they're compliant and pay, you know, the brokers their cut. But that level of efficiency just applied to stocks or equities, I felt like could be applied to other areas of service delivery, whether it's healthcare, whether it's you know, business kind of service delivery in general. And I think so, you know, for where I am at and what we do on a day-to-day is really helping companies through those changes of bringing technology into the business process and helping your business be more resilient moving forward. Because I think there's two main ways you can mitigate risk. One is insurance, and I think one is automation. You know, because occasionally you as a founder or a key person, key employee in a company, you might get sick, you might need a little downtime. But if you haven't trained your teammates or your employees to help you with those areas, right, then the business struggles. I mean, I've mentored people that, especially during COVID, were really, really scared to even take a day off, even when they really needed it, because that's when people were really stressed, both for financial reasons and health reasons, but they couldn't afford to even take a day off from their business because their employees were not trained enough They just couldn't trust their employees to continue operating without them being there physically present. And I said, again, always an entrepreneur, always looking at a problem as an opportunity. I still said, look, this is an opportunity for us to dig deeper and say, how do we help modify your business operations so that you really get to a stage where you can take time off and you
Yeah,
can
I guess.
communicate with your employers remotely without worrying that, you know, things won't go well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess how can we make our businesses more cashless?
Yeah, I think two simple ways. The first, if you think cashless, to me just means not everything is about money. So the first is philosophical, building a culture within the company. And so if we think knowledge, right, value, where is the value within the company? Often it's in the founder's brain, it's in the business owner's brain. And so creating, let's call it intellectual property, training materials, process materials, documenting things you already know, so that that knowledge transfer is very seamless for your employees. A lot of money is spent on just professional development and training. And so even simplifying knowledge transfer, documenting every little step, no matter how manual it is within your organization, can make a big difference to train new people, but also to, again, train new employees or help people do the kind of work that's needed. That's one way in terms of just building assets of information and experience through business process documentation and IP kind of creation. I think the other is pure technology and innovation. And we see that now with online e-commerce kind of accepting digital payments. We see that through, especially when we saw COVID, like a lot of online reservations. For Airbnb and all these sites, people were booking 2-3 years ahead, right, online, just so businesses or hosts could have money to continue operating or keep the business in place, so that when COVID was over, they could then continue to enjoy these experiences. It's very hard to do that in a cash-based system or cash-only system, because then you probably have to mail checks and things like that. But I think that technology sometimes can create a layer of trust between counterparties that makes it so much easier to do things that, what if I paid you ahead for next year's and then the year after? And that capital can then be deployed either to improve the service delivery, carry out R&D, or launch new products and services. So I think that at the end of the day, yes, if we're going to talk about money and capital, then going cashless or adding a layer of technology can help you understand your customers better with a better CRM system, can help you understand your financing options better, whether you want to prepay, collect payments upfront for some services, but also for banks now, services like PayPal and I don't know the ones that are popular in Australia right now, but you see this whole buy now, pay later movement. We're seeing credit being extended now because the credit providers can have almost near real-time data on your purchasing habits. So they know in the past you've afforded a $1,000, $10,000 product or service and reliably paid it off in time. This one time you may not have the payment, they can extend you that credit without even impacting your credit score. And that's thanks to the data and the history of that technology that's already there, that allows them to be able to just make decisions based on your online activity. And I think that's kind of the value of if you're going to be global, if you're going to reach people all over the world. I mean, you and I talking right now, it's thanks to technology. And the more we can learn about these tools from communications, not everything has to be complicated, right? You don't need a developer, you don't need a lot of tech people, but there's tools like Zoom, email systems, CRM, the Facebooks, that can really like allow you to reach people that you wouldn't have reached before. And I think that that is just another area that's underutilized, where I can tell businesses, yes, you're struggling because you're targeting people in your community, but the fact that you're not even trying to cater to the people online who might want to support you from wherever they might be, um, just shows me that, you're not really prioritizing what the business needs, right? So they think, oh, well, I like serving my local community because I can talk to John or Sharon or Jen, you know, that's useful in some ways. But if people love your product, physical proximity is no longer the only requirement to make a sale or to build a community. And I think that you can tap into that online presence to really find people that are more passionate about your product, but live miles and miles away from you. And they don't deserve to miss out on your product or service. And then I think that technology and cashless society kind of enables that a lot more these days, and takes the hassle out managing that community.
Yeah, I agree. I do think though that there's people are a bit reticent to put everything online, especially their finances, because we had a huge data breach here recently with one of the second biggest telco here in Australia, and there were 10 million people were affected by that. Things like their driver's licenses and their passport details and their just their names and addresses were hacked by, we don't know who yet, but they're still searching for that. But so I can understand people's reticence to be fully digital, especially in the financial space where so much personal information is required. So how can people, I guess, put in safety mechanisms to prevent data breaches from hackers?
Yeah, I think two main ways. Again, we start with the human side of it, right? The hackers actually, the easiest or most lucrative way that they use is called human hacking, or the psychological way of either impersonating to be your loved one or somebody close to you, right? That can be similar to identity theft, but oftentimes it's just like somebody pretending to be an employee, and then you grant them access to the company, right? That's often the easiest. The technical one is even, often is much more difficult because it requires time and money and a lot of compute power. So they often go for that easy one. So I think the first place is for people to just be educated and learn about these human failures. I mean, if you're leaving your password on a post-it taped to your computer, that's the same as leaving your key to your house taped to your door, right? And so that level of basic, it can make a big difference. The second is to sort of understand the importance of certain information, right? A driver's license now, it's problematic because we use it in so many areas of our life, right? You need it to rent a car, you need it to drive, you need it. And I think that where we're going, this is going to be both a technical solution, but also like an adaptation or an evolution of identity. We're going to have what are called personas, or fragmented identities, so that for example, if you go to like the reason, even like let's start off with the driver's license. If the DMV, right, we're going to get to a system where if one identity has already verified you, we can sort of not have you re-verify yourself in a different system, especially when it comes to like federal government service delivery. Government already knows who you are when you applied for service A. They don't need to re-require you to resubmit a lot of information. And so on the US side, oftentimes in America, that's where they might just ask for the last 4 digits of your social security number, which is like this national identity number they give you at birth. And so that can minimize the duplication of information to a point where you might forget, which companies have my social again, which, at some point you can't track it. And so abstracting it in a way that, hey, we already know you're verified with this other person, this other agency, we kind of trust them, we kind of trust your hospital. So we're just gonna like just get a little bit of your identity, but not everything. And that's kind of really the promise of the blockchain and the crypto kind of decentralized ecosystem, is to say, hey, you don't have to have all the information in one place, but rather, um, um, we can rely on some level of trust that's already been established within a system to allow you to continue to do transactions. Especially when it comes, I'm glad you mentioned telecom. Let me try to close this point on the telecom example. The way telecoms work actually in Africa is very different. Um, your phone number essentially becomes sort of like your license ID. It's just as important because you register it with the government, and it's linked uniquely to you. And that's what you use to send digital payments via text-based kind of framework. Pesa is just one example. But I think we're seeing services like WhatsApp by Facebook and the other digital payments begin to allow that ability to either send money to an email or phone number, right? So that helps abstract. I don't even need to know your passport number. All I need is your phone number, and you can still receive payment and participate in banking and purchase goods and services. So that's the level of identity abstraction, of fragmentation that I was talking about. We can have something that's still unique and important, like a phone number, but it's not as compromising. Um, and I think where we're going next with the whole blockchain ecosystem is to have like what are called unique names, like Rose Davidson. That Rose Davidson could be a global address that you then just share with people to send you money, or you can send at Brian Asingia and send me money from whatever system you're sending, but you don't have to know everything about me. So the verification kind of happens behind the scenes. Because what that does is over time, you end up not storing too much information in compromised places. And let's admit, I think after 3 or 4 sites, I can't keep track of where my information is. So it is a big challenge, but I think that we are moving there with these simplified identities, as well as if you think more physical security, ability to use fingerprints and add passwords and things like that, does also make part of this security challenge a little bit easier. So again, I agree with you. Not everything needs to be online, but I'm saying there's layers to security so that buying and selling need not involve somebody having your social security. Sometimes all you need is a phone number or an email address. And I think we should try to normalize that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think in Australia, you've got to give so much private information every time you want to apply for a loan, or even just apply for just a phone. They want your driver's license, they want your just a lot of personal details, just to register for our government site, which has all of our you can access all of our government departments in one area, rather than having to go to individual websites. But they ask you for absolutely everything. And, you've already given those details to one agency. Why do you need to give it to all of the agencies when it's a federal government thing? Can't they just access it, from one central database?
Exactly. And I think that that's the one thing I'm beginning to appreciate in some government institutions. And I think we are getting there. Like if you think of passports becoming more electronic, that's part of the idea. That, in a QR code kind of format, because you look at a QR code, unless you have a system that has the encryption to decrypt that QR code and read it, it's maybe pretty useless. Until you put it into a machine or government approved sort of machine that can actually decode that information. So those are steps, being taken. But I do agree with the information transfer thing, and we see that as a big challenge in healthcare too. A lot of times you go see your doctor, and you go see another health expert, maybe a chiropractor or dentist. Sometimes they don't really have the same information, but there are standards being developed to help with that portability of data while creating, let's call it a consistent but secure framework. So I'm in New York City, so New York City hospitals share a similar network for data. You can move from one hospital to the other and sort of register using the same system. And I think that's really, obviously, it's a little bit, it doesn't help in the US that administration is more on a state level. There's about 50 states, 51 if you include certain territories. So that does complicate things if you're moving from state to state, but at least you know that on a state level, you can have a singular ID or register once to a government site, and that identity can carry over to other areas. So, but that all of that is powered by technology. So I think that going cashless in a way has those advantages where identity can be reused, repurposed, and actually protected because you're not exposing it every time. And I think that trust, maybe trust once and then be granted privileges until you violate them, right? Is definitely the default mode that I see in a lot of systems nowadays, especially if you look at banking and government services.
Yeah, well, do you think that we'll ever get rid of paper money?
Absolute answer is no. And that's the reason is fundamental. Well, paper money, I would say probably, but let's talk about just fiat in general. So to me, that may even, I'm pushing it to, if we look at the origins of money, right? If we think of gold coins and silver coins. So I think just the relative value of mineral resources, gold being a standard for centuries now, I think that will always be there, right? And coins to me were just an evolution of adding like a sign of authority. Okay, this is the king's head, so we know it's from this territory, and B, it's in smaller pieces. It's still silver, it's still gold, but it's in smaller pieces that you can carry in exchange. So if it's just for storage of value, maybe you don't need coins. All you need is gold or some other asset. But it's really when it comes to exchange of value that you need something much more portable. And if that's already electronic, then I say, yeah, in the short term, you don't really need fiat or cash because it's just a matter of me trusting you. We're using the same system of value that we trust. And you had 100 zeros, now you're back to 90 zeros, or some numbers come from your account to mine, and that's the currency we're using. If that's what society has accepted, then it doesn't really matter. And I think in a way that's how most global debt works. It's not like people have all those trillions of dollars in cash sitting somewhere. It's just an IOU on paper. And somehow that creates a lot of magic and moves a lot of projects to happen. So I think we're getting there. I think you're going to see maybe not the whole world going cashless at the same time, but we're seeing communities, states, territories successfully operate without cash or fiat for limited periods of time. Limited in this case could be months to a year. And I think COVID was a good exposure to that. I mean, it was not necessarily illegal, but it was discouraged to accept fiat during COVID because it would have been like a transfer mechanism.
What about cryptocurrency? Do you think that will ever be the go-to rather than dollars and cents?
I think so. I think we maybe have another 5, 10 maybe, let's say 15, 20 years to really get there. Part of the reason that's why, if we look at what's going on in Europe right now, with the whole, Russian, Ukraine, and if we look at the last 5 years, US, China sort of aggressions, um, it's becoming a national security issue to not be overly reliant on a single country's currency. And I say single country's currency because we don't really have a global currency.
No.
The US tries to make the US dollar, a global currency, but that's due to good branding and good sort of, let's call it foreign diplomacy kind of tactics here and there. But it's not like other countries, actually, sometimes if the dollar is strong, it's good for the US, but it's not good for the world, as we're seeing with the UK.
Absolutely,
right now.
yeah, our dollar's terrible against theirs.
So that model is not sustainable in the sense that it's just playing a game of chess, right? So one time one country is up, one currency, and that's just speculation and arbitrage. It's good for traders, but for the average man, not really. So I think when we think of just long-term, really strategic project implementation, yes, digital sort of central digital currencies, that's what they're looking at now, that are going to be based on blockchain or cryptocurrency, are really going to be the standard. They're still going to be maybe regional or nationalistic in nature to start, but it's very easy for Russia, China, Brazil, or Africa to have like an Africa digital currency that helps facilitate trade across the entire African region. And I think that's really where we're headed, because it's just more complicated to deal with individual. I mean, there's over, 180 countries or something like that in the world. So when every country is just prioritizing its own currency, there's inefficiencies that are created as opposed to having a singular means of exchange. And I think that's just best achieved digitally. But of course, there will always be the default, I suppose, could always be a national or local central digital currency for, again, national security reasons. Should the global currency collapse, internal trade could continue in the local currency. But I think that, yes, we are moving towards more and more digital. We're already seeing this in government service delivery. I mean, I can't think of, even Africa right now, it's overwhelming, right? Tax collection is happening electronically, bill payments electronically, tuition payment electronically. So it's just a matter of migrating more and more services from savings to, insurance, other vendors and merchants. That I don't see like a big, when you think of governments often account for 25 to 50% of some national expenditures. So if we're already one fourth to a half of an economy, or maybe not necessarily economy, but let's talk about just gross national sort of transactions, salaries and infrastructure spending and all that, taxation that impacts everybody. If that's already digitized, then to me, I feel like we're there, right? It's just sort of normalizing that and adding more and more use cases and more services. But I think for critical services, there's nothing more critical than tax collection for government. If that's already digitized, then I think we're there.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it would make life so much easier, I think, for people that want to buy and sell stuff. I think everything online rather than having to carry money. I mean, I agree that I think money is going to be, or paper money, I think it's going to be phased out eventually, and we'll just all be either cryptocurrency or they'll do away with. I'd like to see a global currency. It'd be great.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, what our dollar, your dollar, we only, I think we're about 65 cents or something to buy one of your dollars, and so makes it really expensive for,
Yeah.
when everything's based against the greenback.
Yeah, and that's why. So I think that will be hard to eliminate because it's just the nature of let's call it trade, where there's often like an imbalance. You produce something, and then I decide if it's of value to me, and only then can I buy it. And so I think countries like China that are always producing and selling will often have somewhat of a stronger currency because they are providing value, if we're to think about it from a capitalist point of view, to society, and then they're being rewarded for that. So, but I do agree that affordability certainly we look at the EU, they have already experimented with this, right? And introduced a single currency for the EU. So I think we're going to see more regional currencies, and then hopefully that can be a framework for whether or not we can have a global currency that's stable. But I think it is doable regionally, whether it's Africa, Asia having a single currency, EU having a single currency, the Americas having a single currency. At a beginning, to me, that's the minimum that we can do over the next 5-10 years, and I think it's doable. And that would create relative stability in a way than the big discrepancy you see between the dollar and millions, hundreds of currencies from other countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I think governments are a little bit old-fashioned still. So
Yeah, so because I feel like you're like an evangelist caught up in the alternate reality that's not really going where you might want it to go.
that's it.
Um, yeah, and well, governments, it depends. I think some governments are more progressive than we think. A lot of this is just a generational conversation, right?
That's true.
People younger than me, when we talk about people in their teens or 20s, they're very comfortable with electronic. I don't think they miss cash at all. It's like for them, it's normal, it's expected. And they don't have a problem because they never really, maybe they experienced cash, but there's going to be a generation that's going to grow up without. The COVID generation, one could argue, was the beginning of the no cash environment because, in a way, they did survive without it, right?
Absolutely. I mean,
so when
we all survived basically without cash. Most things, if you want to do your groceries, you had to have them home delivered. It was all electronic. So, why can't we just move to that sort of environment? To me, I'm a bit of a future buff, and I'd like to see.
Yeah, I suppose that's more of a preference thing, right? So we have to respect the people who still are attached to cash. And I'm saying, in 25 to 50 years, right, they will have sadly, passed away, and it will be a different generation. And so I think that's what I meant by that generational shift. Like if we look at the internet, there were people that grew up without an internet, and now for most of us now, we have entered this era where it's like, of course, there has always been Wi-Fi, right? What do you mean there was never? And so you get to that phase where it's just now normal and mass, there's mass adoption that it's hard to imagine a period without it. And then there's less resistance because people are more familiar with it. But for all intents and purposes, right, 2/3 of the world is still unbanked. So not everybody has a bank. Not everybody maybe has the capacity to fully on-ramp to digital. And I think that's still a challenge. And so in the short term, I think banks still have a role to play in helping people be cashless.
Yes.
Bank/telecoms, because these days we can't tell the difference, right? Yes. Your telecom provider is your bank these days, I suppose.
Brian, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing those really valuable insights into how we could become a cashless society. Where can people find you if they would like to work with you or to, find out more about you?
Sure. Easiest place is just the website, brianasingia.com, BrianAsingia.com. And then social handle is the same at Brian Asingia. The books are linked there. Our services we provide both from a technology perspective, as I mentioned, but also just the financial planning that comes along with all of these things. I like to say we preach what we walk the talk. So a lot of these things we're already implementing, including the crypto solutions in our products and services. So the goal is to be future proof so that as change happens, you're not being left behind, you're not overreacting or spending large amounts of money to catch up if it was already part of your strategy and you're implementing in phases, because you can't do it overnight. So appreciate you for having me. It's always wonderful to have these conversations, and I look forward to continuing to be part of this community.
Thank you, Brian. I've enjoyed it, and I'm going to get you back on next year on the podcast, because I think you have so much value to share with everybody. I love your insights.
Thank you so much, Rose. Let's stay in touch.
Bye for now.
Bye.
That was an interesting conversation. Honestly, I love what Brian has to say. He's so knowledgeable, and yeah, just he's a magnificent human, and so easy to talk to, and he's just can talk and talk and talk and talk about cashless society forever. I guess knowing his background, we're working for the New York Stock Exchange, it's no wonder that he's got a lot of knowledge. The lovely Donna Ferguson in the waiting room, and Donna's going to be discussing with us the law of attraction and manifesting for business. And just let me bring the lovely Donna up, and I will bring her on, and we'll have a bit of a chat. Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Rose. Sorry, I'm clicking. How are you?
I'm very well. I haven't seen you for absolutely forever.
I know. It's funny how life and business change when you do something amazing, hey? Just like you're doing now.
Yeah, I'm getting the hang of the back end controls now, so I'm doing pretty well.
Good on you. I think you always had that under control, my dear.
Yeah, it's easy when you're doing it for somebody else, not for me. When you do it on your own, it can be a bit challenging.
Absolutely, yeah.
Anyway, I just like to tell people a little bit about you, because you're an absolutely intriguing kettle of fish. Oh dear, where have you gone? Now, the young Donna here, she experienced domestic violence at the age of 21, sadly. And her journey has been one of realization, inner healing, self-care and education. And she still educates herself today by upskilling her knowledge and her expertise. Through her experiences, Donna has found her learnings and connecting to new networks that her inner journey started. Completing her journey through Bob Proctor's Institute, Donna gained a deeper understanding on the cause and effect via the universal laws and vibrational energy. Donna is I don't know what SMJ stands for, but I'm sure she'll tell me, certified international coach and speaker. She's a clinical hypnotherapist, an NLP practitioner, a psychic protection healer, and an international award-winning coach for 2022 by the Influential Business Women Awards. Congratulations. Donna helps 3 types of clients today using 3 significantly different programs tailored for each client type, and is the founder of Unique Vibrations Coaching, shifting her focus to brand, law of attraction coaching, and a manifestation expert. She's the author of 7 Steps to Emotional Freedom, Beating Domestic Violence, Exposing the Dark from Behind Closed Doors, Beat Self-Sabotage, and a collaborative book called Bare Naked, and The Beautiful Journey from the Me Too to Me Free is a compilation book with 14 other women from around the world, and her latest book, Beyond the Darkness, Secrets Uncovered. So welcome to the to the presentation. Sorry, mind block. The lovely Donna Ferguson. Donna, thank you so much for joining me today, and I'm looking forward to your presentation on manifesting for business. And
thank you very much for having me. And just to clarify, SMJ is Sharon Marie Jerd Coaching Institute. So
yeah, yes, I couldn't, I had a mental block and I couldn't remember.
That's okay, not a problem at all. So am I able to share my
screen? The floor is yours and you may share whatever you wish.
Thank you so much. I'll just get my share screen up. Thank you. And I'll pop that on the slideshow so it's nice and easy for everyone to see. So today, thank you so much for having me, Rose, and what a wonderful contribution you're making for business owners. So today I want to share my 7 steps from broken to butterfly. And my story will start with my broken story. I'll move into my healing, my self-sabotage, overcoming fear, empowerment, knowing who you are, and the butterfly evolves. And you know, I can remember very early hours of December the 23rd, 1978. And if you can just take yourself back, that's how long ago I experienced my journey. And it was around 1 a.m. in the morning, and it was only just 28 days after my wedding day when I was woken in the middle of the night. And as I sat up in bed with such a startle, I began looking around the room to find a reason for that sudden awakening. My heart was absolutely pounding, and I was still wondering what had happened to awaken me so suddenly and feeling in a great, overwhelming, mad panic. And when I was looking around the room, you can imagine in the middle of the night, it's dark. And when you suddenly wake up, you're trying to adjust your vision to regain the focus from being asleep to having, you know, in the dark and being able to adapt that night vision that we need to have. And I really couldn't see anything around that could have caused that. And when I suddenly looked down at my husband, who was laying beside me, it suddenly dawned on me, and all I could see was this very grey, steel-coloured, cold eyes looking back at me, asking me what had happened. You know, I'd asked what had happened, and because I was trying to find a reason why I'd suddenly woken up, and of course there was no response to that. So as I started to lay back down, I was still very confused as to what had woken me up so suddenly. And the fear and the, you know, the heart pounding was really beyond anything I'd ever felt before. So as I suddenly started to lay back down, I realized very, very clearly, and I had a great understanding of what had woken me. Because as I started to lay back down, there was a closed fist that just came across the side of my face into my nose and knocked me so hard that I thought my nose was broken. And I felt like I was almost knocked out by that. And it was a really hard punch. And that for me was the beginning, you know, of this horrific domestic violence that I'd never experienced before. So this went on for the next 7 hours. You know, I was laying in bed and I was dragged out of bed and, you know, dragged along the floor by the hair, and, you know, I was beaten all over, you know, my face, my head, pulled around the room, like I said, by my hair. And I was used as an ashtray to put cigarettes out. And I felt myself succumbing to, you know, that pain and the results of the beatings several times during the course of that next 7 hours. And I felt myself just slipping in and out of consciousness. In fact, I didn't even know at that point if I was going to live or die. as the sun started to rise the following morning, I got up from the floor and I went into the bathroom. I wanted a shower, but as I looked at the reflection in the mirror looking back at me, I couldn't recognize who it was looking back at me. I had no recollection of what that face was. And, you know, I was so bruised, I was so battered, my face was so swollen. I could only see out of a small slit in one eye, and the clumps of hair that were missing out of my, from my head. And, you know, I was starting to feel really ashamed for what I'd experienced. And I had no idea what to do, where to go, or even how to manage what I just experienced. It was the next two, it was only 2 days before Christmas, 23rd of December. I didn't want to spoil the joy of my family's Christmas. I knew they were all gathering at my mother's place, and, you know, not being able to recognize myself, I didn't want to put that on them at that point in time. And, you know, it was extremely sad and devastating to have those thoughts that if they could see me right now, how they would feel. It was at that moment that I actually felt so broken inside and out. And after I managed to shower and dress, all I wanted to do was get out. I made my way down to the car and I drove for what seemed like forever. Now, at this point, I was living in Canberra. And for those that don't live in Australia, that's the capital of capital of Australia. It's where all the politicians that you see walking around Parliament House. So I still don't know how I managed to even drive in that condition, because, you know, what I'd been through the night before was so traumatic and so horrific that I don't know how I got in the car and drove and stayed awake and conscious during that. The next 3 days and night I spent in an area out at the Cotter Dam, which is the water supply area, or was the only water supply area in Canberra at that time. And, you know, it was very isolated at night. So I made sure that I was parked near the facilities because they had lights on at night there. And during the day, I parked and hid amongst the trees as much as I could. I had no water, I had no money with me, and I knew at some stage I would need to go home and face whatever it was that, you know, I was about to walk into. And for me, it felt like it was just a monster that had no idea what was going to happen. I didn't know if he was going to start beating me again, or whether, you know, whether everything would be okay. So after the 3 nights, I did go home because I desperately wanted to shower. I wanted to wash my mouth out because all I could taste was this old blood in my mouth. And, you know, again, completely unaware of what I was going to walk into. But as I walked into, unlocked the door and walked into the home, I was met with apologies and flowers and declarations of undying love, and, you know, to forever love me, and promise that it would never, ever happen again. And you can imagine my surprise, not ever having experienced this. I didn't know anything about domestic violence. It had not been in my realm of upbringing anywhere. I'd never heard of it. I'd never seen it. And I'd never even, you know, had friends that were in that position, or certainly not that they were talking about. And so I believed everything that was said and felt like it was a one-off occurrence. That was, of course, until it happened again and again and again. Never to this extent. I felt like it was never as bad as that one night, that first night, but the cycle of domestic violence had begun and I was in it. that was so traumatic for me. It was such a horrific experience. And then after my daughter was born, I was told to resign from my public service job where I was on good money and I could go back there. I was getting ready to go back. In fact, I'd weaned my daughter and was ready 3 months later to move back when I was told to resign, because he wanted the money. He wanted the funds that was, you know, I was entitled to actually, you know, get us. I don't even know where it was going. He'd run out of money and obviously had no job. And so for me, it was about getting the funds. And then 2 months later, when all the money had gone, you know, I was told I had to go back and get a job. So for me, it was starting that process again of getting back into the workforce with a young child. And, you know, I had found a job that I liked and applied for it. And I was on my way to the interview when I had this sudden feeling of fear that had overcome my whole being. And it literally consumed me. But I knew that I had to do everything in my power to feel like I was okay when I was talking, because I felt like if I ever had gone through that job interview and gone home, I would not live to see another day, and I would not live to see my daughter again, and I would never see my family again. I knew, as I said, I had to contain that fear, or I would find myself in that position where my life would end. For the second time in my life, I felt that there was an experience of what I now know as my divine intervention. It's the law of attraction, my angel guidance, whatever it is for you, whatever you want to call it. And, you know, I'd come out of the interview and walk downstairs, and without any preconceived ideas or predetermined decisions that I'd made. And I was led out in the opposite direction and to a taxi rank, where I jumped in a taxi and asked them to drive me to my mother's work. I had no money on me. I didn't even have $1 to pay for that ride. And when I arrived at my mum's workplace, I had to run inside and get the money and then go back out. But what I did know, for the first time in a very long time, since I'd experienced that very first domestic violence experience, that it was the first time I'd felt safe while I was sitting in that taxi. I felt safe. I didn't feel like he was following me. I didn't feel like he had his eyes on me. And the moment I got out to go in and get the money for the taxi, and my mum was frantic as she saw me there on my own, and I wanted that money so badly from her to go and pay for the ride, that because again, that fear had come up within me, and all I was thinking was, he's going to find me. But I had created enough power to leave by trusting the process of what would be. And that is something that is so powerful. When you find that within yourself, it's quite an incredible step. And so my second step is all about the healing. And from the age of 7, I knew that there was more to my life. I knew that I was supposed to be more. I knew that I had a true purpose in life, even though I didn't really know what that was at age 7, but I knew it was about helping people. I knew that I was capable of doing so much more, and what my parents, so much more, but also more than what my parents had achieved. And this was from that age of 7. And growing up, we didn't have things like motivational speakers or positive thinking or law of attraction or all those things that go with that. We didn't have that educational experience. It was all about school and knowledge and, you know, going to work and getting, you know, a good job and working hard for your money. And you know, life wasn't meant to be easy. All those sayings that we grew up with in the late 50s and 60s. And lots of conditioning that led us to the beliefs that I carried around for many years. And, you know, that was also part of the healing that I had to then process to get to a point where, you know, I could let go of all of that. And I did unknowingly manage to do some positive writing and visualization for myself, even though I didn't know I was doing that at the time. And, you know, at the age of 7, again, I received this message from my higher self saying that I would have everything I ever wanted in life. And I kept saying it over and over and over for the whole day, that I would never want for anything, that I would have my big home, I would have my beautiful car, I would have, you know, a life of success and, you know, money and, you know, be able to afford anything that I wanted to have. And for some reason, that message within the next 24 hours had disappeared for over 40 years. And I was never able to reconnect with that message. So whatever happened that day or the following day blocked out from my mind everything that I had to recall about that moment. And I've come to know that it's okay to not know what those interruptions are in our life, that we are brought to the right places and the right space at the very moment that we are open to be able to receive it and implement it. And what's important is that we release everything that we experience in order for our higher selves to be able to open up and receive that. And that lets go and releases all those old feelings and emotions. And, you know, that's all part of our healing journey, whether we like it or not, we have to go through that. And while I was trying to manage my own healing without the resources that I now have, I'd spent decades just suppressing the experiences of domestic violence and other things that occurred in my life before that, and the feelings and emotions that went along with all of that. You know, and like I said, I didn't have the resources, and now I do, and I'm able to work that very effectively. And I was like the caterpillar, all those years of suppressing what I felt. I felt like I had just come out of this cocoon and, you know, had just sort of birthed into something that I hadn't quite grown into. I didn't discuss any of my domestic violence experience with anyone along those 40 years because I felt ashamed. I felt guilty. I felt alone. And, you know, for over 4 decades, this was all being suppressed within me. And I would just keep pushing it down and pushing it down. And the first time that I actually had the courage to speak up and share my story was only in 2018, so not that long ago. And it was on a stage at an event that was live streaming to the world. And I thought, why not? Why not move through this and move past this in order for me to be able to start really healing? And that was for Australia, You Have a Voice. And I spoke for the very first time very openly about my journey. And it was frightening. But I got through it, and that's all that really matters. I found speaking after that was actually a way to release and heal, because I was actually also helping other people to help other people in the same situation. And I wanted them to know that, you know, there's always hope on the other side of domestic violence, and that you can actually live an amazing life once you go through that. And for me, it did take years working out, you know, how to really heal within because if you're not healing within, you're not totally healing. I had to learn how to overcome those feelings, emotions, and pain. I knew that I had to do it right in order to be able to help people further. I knew that people were listening to what I had to say, and I knew that I was helping other people by sharing this story. And, you know, I had to discover how to uncover an understanding of how to overcome that part of my life and give me the freedom and the knowledge, understanding, and flow that you need to be able to share this with others so that they don't have to hide away from their feelings, from their experiences, from their emotions, and from their beliefs, from their conditioning and programming. And they had, you know, suffering and challenges along the way. So I knew that it was a way for me to help other people by sharing that story. And now as we move into one of the most common areas that we all experience, no matter what, we've all had this at some point in our life. And step 3 is a very, very important part of the journey, because I felt that I had unknowingly hung myself upside down to hide my true self. I knew that I had unknowingly hid myself away from being able to express who I was and what I was and where I was headed. I had no confidence, and I certainly had no voice until 2018. And, you know, that is another way of hiding ourselves. We just shut down. We don't open up. And this was the only way that I knew to get through that repetitive patterns of self-sabotage, because nothing had worked up until that point. I was literally sabotaging everything great in my life due to not completing that inner healing and the processes that go with releasing all of that. Unconsciously, through my old programming and old stories, I found myself constantly doing this in every element of my life. It was in my relationships. It was in my financial success. It was in my health and well-being, and even to my beliefs, including my purpose in life. I had a spiraling pattern that went from having it all to losing it all to having it all back again and having it all and losing it all again and again. And it didn't matter what I did. You know, we were rich one moment and we were poor the next. And it didn't matter what I did. There was no balance there. And so I needed to work through a lot of stuff to find that balance. And what happens is when you don't realize what emotions that you're carrying or holding on to, as well as the feelings that you suppressed along with that as you move through life for years, decades, even months and days, it can affect us. And having a lack of awareness that I was emotionally connected to the wrong things when I was actually asking for more, my emotions were sabotaging what I really wanted. And that absolutely stopped me from creating more of what I wanted and continued to create more of the same. So let me ask you this. Have you ever lost something so valuable that you are scared to have it back again in fear that you will only lose it again? Then I can understand exactly how you feel, because I've been there. I've been there myself personally. So I know how to help people move through that. And let me ask you this next question. How much will it cost you to sabotage yourself again? And feel free to write that in the comments. I don't know if Rose has access to that, but feel free to, write that in the comments. We can come back to that later. But how much would it cost you next time if you were to sabotage yourself again? If you were to put a monetary value on that, what would that be worth to you? I know for me, it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's probably even hit $1 million when I just quickly have things flashing through my mind right now. So to continue to stay living in fear, living without a voice, and living with disease, what is the monetary value that that would cost you? Because you see, success can often equal more of the same, meaning it equals more pain if that's where you're coming from. So does your success fluctuate? And do you know why your success fluctuates? Well, I say honestly, with my hand on my heart, it stops due to the belief that you have around success. It literally stops the flow because the flow of belief around success stops moving. So if you're feeling stuck and can't see what comes next, then it's time to understand what you are emotionally connected to and how it keeps you in the same place. It took a while for me to fully understand this, and that's why I share all the success processes and tips with my clients, because I want them to overcome whatever it is blocking them, stopping them, limiting them. And knowing how to overcome that fear so that you can literally move forward is a key element to success. Which brings me to overcoming fear, which is, step 4 in the process. Fear is with us no matter what happens and what we do or how successful we are. I remember Bob Proctor very clearly stating from stage that didn't matter what he was going for next, that he would definitely have an element of fear that he needed to work through. And, he was very successful. That was only a few years ago. So he was already extremely successful, but he still had fear when it came to doing something, creating a new vision, creating a new goal. He would have fear around that. And, fear, I remember him clearly saying that we need to harness our fear to motivate our achievements. And fear can be harnessed to motivate us and encourage us how and when we step up, or it clearly holds us back. Once we understand the reasons behind the fear, then we begin to understand why most people stop when they feel that fear, or better known as staying in our comfort zone, instead of pushing through the fear to create more in their lives. Breaking through any fear really does require clarity on the vision that you have, clarity on the goals that you have, that you want to achieve, freeing up the mind to allow space for new opportunities to flow, and knowing how to navigate through that and through the old past programming and beliefs that have been instilled within us. You see, I'd been hibernating for so long that I just knew it was time for me to transfer my whole self, my whole being. Our comfort zone creates our results, and pushing through fear creates our new or different results that we're looking to achieve. And if you have a look here, just on the other side of that wall, I don't know if you can see my red dot there on the pink piece on the other side of the wall. When you walk through that wall of fear, you will absolutely feel and see the magic happen. Pushing through that creates a different result because we've broken down the walls that limit us, and it allows us to go through the fear, which is what we call growing. It's how we grow. It's how we change. And on the other side of comfort zone of our comfort zone, there is always going to be magic to embrace. It doesn't matter what happens. We are always going to find the magic on the other side of fear. And it's almost euphoric, you know, when we go through that and hit that. And so now into empowerment, step 5. Real empowerment came to me when I made the decision to take on the journey of educating myself, so that I could really, really understand how to release my life's experiences and trauma that were no longer serving me, and the attached emotions that went with them. I knew that I had suppressed all these feelings and emotions on a deeper level. And I really wanted to know how to let those emotions go. And instead of living with, you know, the anger, the blame, the guilt, the judgment, the shame, and everything else that goes with that. Staying connected to the emotions and the experience does create dis-ease within us. And when I understood how emotions do keep us connected to an experience, even if the experience is different, but you feel the same emotional state when something happens, then those emotions compound. They compound on what we already have held on to. And so even if it's a different experience, you can literally compound those emotions. And that's what makes it so hard to release, or not hard. It's not hard when you know how, but it's what holds us in that space and living in that victimhood, I guess you could say. So, you know, suppressing them creates that dis-ease in our bodies, in our physical being. You know, I knew how to go about releasing them with the help of incredible coaches that I put on to help me do different things in my life and experience that, you know, and you know, people that I'm still working with today to help me continue to grow. Education is so important. Knowledge is key, and having a coach is a must. It doesn't matter what you do. Everybody needs a coach. Everybody needs a coach, whether it's a life coach or a, you know, a business coach, or you cannot do business on your own. You cannot do it alone. You cannot do life on your own. You need help and support along the way. Yeah, you know, doing the law of attraction has brought me to an understanding where anything is possible, especially when you ask for help, and realizing that we are all worthy, that we are able to fully release anger, guilt, shame, fear, and all of those other emotions, and change all that we are in order to become more. To release all that we were in order to become more of who we actually are today, and living who we are in life today, and stepping into our true self. And that's very liberating. We're not necessarily to blame for our journey, but we are responsible for the actions that we took in order to lead us into that journey. And like I said, it is extremely liberating when you are free of all of that. Freedom is such an important way of living your life, and nobody has to live in pain and suffering. But you do need to ask for help. So vibrationally, our energy changes. Sorry, I missed a slide. Changing the way we feel about ourselves does create change in our results. And it doesn't matter what we do, but we can reclaim an ease within our physical being. You know I did once I started to get rid of everything. When we do this, we can become clear with what we want mentally, and it's where our emotions are and how they begin to feel less confused, and spiritually, we can then connect to our energy source to access a higher vibrational energy for us to work with. I activated something deeply within myself and had an absolute knowing that I was already all that I was supposed to be. And I was exactly where I was supposed to be in that moment. But that was 6 months or more ago. That was 12 months ago. And every time you feel like that, you actually start to grow again and you become more of who you're meant to be. And you get to share exactly who you are in that moment. But we continue to grow. And vibrationally, when our energy does lift, we begin to manifest all that we absolutely desire in life, and we connect to an inner wisdom that helps us to find clarity. It helps us to find the answers, and it helps us to find so much more. And so step 6 is all about knowing who you are. And by connecting to our inner emotions, feelings, and the fear, it's possible for us to see someone new. So how can you do this? Well, one way of doing this is by writing down our feelings and emotions, both our high vibrational emotions and our low vibrational emotions, and writing it down on paper. Because that vibrational energy that goes from pencil to paper is very powerful. That allows us to connect further to what we truly want. And it starts the process of feeling and believing in more of what we can achieve, and allows us to see our visualizations more clearly, and that we can actually be the reality of what we're writing down. So whatever we see, whatever we feel, whatever we believe is exactly what we receive back from the universe. For me, this was a time I began to really appreciate who I was and what and where my true purpose was. It was where I up-leveled my business to be solely working with law of attraction and helping other people to help more people to do the same. And you can too. I only did this about 12 months ago. I started working on completely being law of attraction because I implemented all of this in my daily life. What I didn't do was actually advertise that that is exactly who I was and what I was doing. And so for me, it became very relevant to step up into a new system, to step up into who I truly was. Because for me, I wasn't being my true self. I still felt this thing about hiding who I was and what I was doing. And now I'm very open about it. And I'm able to lift that law of attraction vibrational energy and lift who I am. And when we tell our stories, whatever they are, but when we tell them from a different perspective, we can understand our emotions. And therefore, we understand how we can release them using the same techniques that I share with my clients every day. And when we let go of all that has limited us previously, and that's often due to our beliefs and our conditioning and our programming, the old stories that we've had that no longer serve us, we truly can manifest everything we desire easily and effortlessly. You can ask me how. I do it all the time. And the stronger our belief is, the more we manifest into our everyday lives and into our everyday business. So writing down exactly what you want with clarity and description and detail is one of the key ingredients to manifesting what you want in life. I began to visualize the outcomes I desired clearly and with real clarity. And I set clear intentions to match that as I began to move through my new fears. Because every time we go up a level, we have new fears, right? We have a new wall that we have to break through. And I began creating my new economy for myself, for my new life, and for my new results in my business with such ease. I didn't even realize it was possible until I was doing it. And now as we move into step 7, the butterfly evolves. This is, I think, the most powerful part of my journey and my story. If I think about my life, even just 6 months ago, I would never have imagined that I would be manifesting and attracting the things I am today. If I think about where my business was 6 months ago, I wasn't able to hit the 100K mark. I wasn't, I was earning less than that, which is quite bizarre when I think about it now. I now have a generational wealth system that will create 7 figures in less than a year for anyone if you follow the system. And working with this has increased my income tenfold. The projection for my next 5 to 6 months is to reach 7 figures. And we are definitely on target for that. I only started this system back in June, and already I've increased and multiplied my business. I have that projection that is very clear, that is very achievable because of what I'm doing. And I am definitely on target to reach 7 figures by March, April next year. Business has been so much fun, easy and surreal for me in these last, well, definitely the last 12 months, but the last couple of years, exploring really where I wanted to go and how I wanted to go and where I wanted to go and how I wanted to do it. And I now work less hours than I ever did before. I was working 7 days a week, and I was working probably 8, 9 hours a day easily, if not more some days, and 7 days a week. And now I easily work maybe 5 hours a day. Some days might be a little bit more, but rarely do I work more than 5 hours a day. And that's not on the weekends. So I have come to a point now where I'm doing everything that I can, and it's helping me to help more people, to help more people. Because I don't want to stop this journey just here. I want to help as many people as I can so they can help more people. I want them to use my tools and strategies and pass them on to their clients. I want them to use my tools and strategies and create more in their lives. And, through coaching them and changing the patterns of old money stories and creating generational wealth, I'm able to do that with people all around the globe, literally working with people all over the world. I have been truly blessed with my experiences, and I have been very gifted with opportunities that I have been given by the universe to change what I was doing to what I am doing today. As we embrace our journey, we evolve, and the beauty within us becomes all that we are meant to be. The future that you see is the future you get. And I get to see absolute freedom. I get to see sitting on the beach with a cocktail. I get to see all that I want in my life. and I get to see it manifesting and achieving those goals, achieving those visions every single day. And I want to share some techniques with you that help me to manifest everything that I desire in life. And I hope that's okay to do that with you. So let's start with number one. Let's let go of the pain. Let's really release that so that we don't have to suffer physically, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually. And let's forgive those from your past. And more importantly, forgive yourself. Forgive yourself for maybe allowing yourself to feel the way that you feel, or allowing people to treat you less than what you deserve. Connect to your higher source and switch the vibration by switching your thoughts and your feelings and your actions around to be more of who you're meant to be. And let go of any judgment, anger, all of those feelings and emotions that no longer serve you. You don't need to hold on to those. And while you do, you're going to get more of that back. And number 5, be very clear about what you want. Because what you want, without clarity, without clear intention, will come back exactly how you think of it and see it or don't see it. And that's what you're going to create more of. Do the work on a daily basis. It really doesn't take long, and it absolutely works. Number 7, release the resistance by recognizing where it comes from. And this is a technique that I help my clients really manage super well so that they can just do it on their own. And look at all opportunities. An open mind has the ability to receive more. A closed mind will not be open to receive anything and won't see anything. How many opportunities rush past you and you come back and you say, oh my God, I wish I had have done that. But it's too late because they often don't come by more than once. Number 9, trust in the process, because all the resources will absolutely show up at exactly the right time. And I can tell you story after story after story about how things showed up for me when I just put all my faith in what I believed in or what I believed was possible. Everything just starts coming. In fact, if you actually, it's quite funny, because if you actually trust in the process and you're trusting in a lot of things to happen and they start coming so fast, you begin to not be able to manage them. You have to slow it down. And that's exciting for anybody. And number 10, everything that you've been through led you to your path. So harness that energy to create something more. And number 11, understand what your programming is and let go of what no longer serves you, because your beliefs can actually be changed regardless of your age, your culture, your religion, and your gender. I've seen people 70 plus change their beliefs. They've had 70 years of the same stuff, but when they do the work, it works. So don't be afraid to look at the opportunity to be able to change that and work through your comfort zone. That's what we call growth. People who sit in comfortable positions in life some people go through their whole life without even ever being able to grow. And you're powerful, so be empowered with all that you are. It really does. When you open up to your inner power, you become free, and that's empowerment. And you see the caterpillar evolves into the beauty of the butterfly, which does actually create a ripple effect around the globe. We don't know how far and wide our message goes, particularly in, you know, on days like this where we're sharing our information. And suddenly you'll receive a message from somebody that says, I saw you 6 months ago and you were amazing. How can we work together? And that's what really, really does excite me. And everything that comes into our life is because we've asked for it. We've asked for it both energetically, we've asked for it vibrationally, and that equals your current results. When you put those together, that is creating your results. And the actions that we take, the decisions that we make, all create the life that we have right here, right now. And I am so grateful for everything that I've endured in my journey, even my domestic violence, because it has made me who I am today. It has put me here in front of you today, so I could share my law of attraction and broken to butterfly story with you. So here's how I can serve you better. Law of attraction and manifestation techniques work. How can you work with me? Well, if you'd like to begin or continue your law of attraction and manifestation and generational wealth journey, then please book a free call with me. I think Rose has all the details and might be able to pop those in the comments. Law of Attraction program is waiting for you. It's waiting for you right here, right now, today. And if you're interested, then you can find out more with just booking a free coaching session with me and find out where you're at. Again, I think Rose has that, although I think that link's changed, Rose, but we can sort that out. And here's what some of my clients have said about me. I have been part of the Law of Attraction Secrets Uncovered program, and I thoroughly recommend the program. Very collaborative, and you will see results. Amazing experience. I think that was from Angie. I recommend Donna as a coach. She knows what you need and is flexible in her approach as a coach. Donna takes the time to listen and is very experienced in her craft. If needed, she will go an extra mile. That's from Jussi. And the next one is the course. This course takes something. It takes persistence, consistency, guts, commitment to yourself, and the willingness to look at yourself from a deeper level if you do it. You'll find gold and increase in your self-confidence, and you will begin to find things falling into your lap. It's the beginning of the next and expanded phase of your life. Go for it. You're worth it. And that was from Sharon. And she was an amazing participant in my Law of Attraction program. So our next decision could be life-changing. Are you committed? Are you ready to accept this call of abundance? Because abundance is calling you every single day. And today's decisions will affect the rest of your life. So make sure the decisions that you commit to are going to change the rest of your life for the better. Thank you for listening to my story today, and I really appreciate you being here. Happy manifesting to each and every one, and I really, again, appreciate that. And Rose, I'm sure if anybody's got any questions, I'm happy to answer those as well.
I've put a link to your website in the chat, and so they can reach you through that.
Yeah, Facebook's probably better. My website is probably not a preference, but they can find me on Unique Vibrations on Facebook. That's my most active platform, or just under Donna Ferguson, either way. Yeah.
sharing to get access to all of the links, they need to become a VIP, and to do that you can register through Eventbrite at Talking with the Experts Online Global Business Summit, and just purchase a VIP ticket and you get access to all of the videos from the 3 days and all of the presenters' gifts. So yeah, so thank you, Donna. I so enjoyed that. That was absolutely an amazing presentation.
Thank you.
The law of attraction is something that we should all be looking into, because it's such great benefit, and it really is a true thing. It does actually work if you do it in the right way, and practicing gratitude is one of the first ways to be able to manifest whatever it is that you want in your life.
Absolutely. That is one of the first things that we work through with a lot of people, with a lot of my clients, is how to be gratitude, how to be grateful even about the things that aren't necessarily a positive event. So it's finding the gratitude within all of that to be able to move forward, because there's always something you can be grateful for in that.
Absolutely. There's a silver lining to every dark cloud. I find I'm the eternal optimist, and if something goes wrong, then, there's always something that's always right about it. It's always a learning experience. There's never anything, no one fails at anything. It's just a learning experience.
Yeah, we all learn how to do things differently, right? It's, who was it? That had 10,000 goes at making something happen. Was it oh my gosh,
yes, that was him. Yes, Ben Franklin.
And on the 10,001st time it worked.
Yeah, so just persistence is key.
Yeah, absolutely. Rose, amazing job that you're doing here. And, I know what it's like to run a summit myself. So congratulations to you for stepping up and doing this too. So
thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure, Donna. I always enjoy speaking with you and listening to your story. It's very touching and heartfelt, and we can all learn great lessons from you and from all of the law of attraction practitioners that are out there. So I encourage you to reach out to Donna, and she will lead you and put you on the right track to the law of attraction.
Certainly will. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Rose.
Donna. Bye for now.
Bye.
My goodness, wasn't that an amazing presentation? Thank you so much, Donna, for that. And I have the lovely Tanya Davies
good.
here.
Hang on, I'm going to turn you up a bit. There we go. Can you hear me
How are
clearly?
you, lovely lady?
Good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, it's been an interesting morning, and I'm thoroughly enjoying listening to all of the presenters that have already been on, and I'm looking forward to the ones that are coming on this afternoon. So the lovely Tanya Davies is the Success Slow Coach. She's an entrepreneur, she's a therapist and a speaker with 20 years success in a wide range of industries within the private and the public sectors. Tanya brings evidence-based transformational slow leadership training and coaching to organisations and individuals looking to prioritise well-being and enjoy their life again. Tanya is the founder of the Mindful Impact Wellness Hub, where she coaches clients in a capacity as a clinical hypnotherapist, a hypno-counsellor, a psychotherapist, a marketer, and master of NLP. She is passionate about guiding busy professionals struggling with stress and anxiety to enjoy more success in the slow lane without the stress.
That's a long one, isn't it?
Oh, it's short compared to some of them. Tanya, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here today. Thank you so much for agreeing to join me on this journey. And I look forward to your presentation. So take it away.
Oh, okay. All right. Do you find yourself rushing, in complete busyness, overwhelm? How about even constantly? And I do mean constantly. Answering the question, how are you? With, yeah, good, busy. If that's you, And I know as business professionals, we try to cram so much into our world. But what if, as a business professional, we could completely change that paradigm? Because I tell you what, busyness does not equal success. And this is something that over the years, I've absolutely had to establish for myself. Busyness does not equal success. In fact, success is simply achieving an aim or a purpose, a predestined aim or purpose. Now, that could be anything, anywhere in your life. It does not mention money or wealth. Interestingly, if I asked all of you, if you wanted to be successful, what would that mean to you? A lot of people that I've worked with over the years go, freedom and happiness. Because ultimately, that's what we're looking for. And as a coach and a therapist, I've had the pleasure of welcoming multimillionaires into my office. And I can assure you, they're not happy. Yes, they've achieved what society would call typical levels of success. But when they've come to see me, they're realizing that their pace of life and the pace of their thoughts is simply killing them. In fact, here's an interesting statistic for you. I bet you didn't know that one of the things that leads up to chronic stress is chronic busyness. And unfortunately, chronic stress is actually linked to the 6 leading causes of death. Now, that's astonishing. Chronic stress can be managed, but most people wouldn't have a clue that their high-paced, hyperactive lives is leading them down the road to chronic stress and burnout. But you know what? What I've noticed is that we're all a little bit too scared to slow down, too scared to find out what's actually behind all of our distractions, too scared to consider what other people might think of us if we slowed down. But most interestingly, we're too scared what it would feel like to actually achieve that freedom that we've actually all been craving. I realized this in my late 30s. I was on maternity leave for the second time in my life. And, you know, I was a high achieving, very perfectionist, controlling business professional. I worked in the corporate sector and I met all the society's expectations of having the car, the house, etc., etc. But what I was noticing is that life was a bit out of control. I was constantly out of breath all the time. I was never, ever feeling satisfied wherever I was at. And when I was on maternity leave for the second time, in fact, it was 8 years ago yesterday, that my husband had it was tragic accident. He fell off the roof and landed on his head and his wrists, a 3.5 meter fall onto concrete. That moment changed our world. At that point, I ended up having to be the carer for a 3-month-old, a 3-year-old, and a 42-year-old for 6 months. In fact, he was off work for 6 months after that accident. And that hectic pace of our lives, the constant distractions and busyness, came to a grinding halt. It had to. We had to completely reevaluate and refocus our lives on what truly mattered. And achieving success in other areas became the priority. Happiness was a key success marker for us from that moment on. Not wealth, not how many activities we could cram into a week, not how many accolades we could get, not how many rungs we could climb on that career ladder. Whilst they are important to some degree, I want you to really think about what's important in your life versus what's urgent in your life, because I can assure you they're very different things. And that complete reboot of our lives led me down that was the catalyst that led me down the path to establishing my own clinic, speaking career, many things came from that moment. Now, I want you to imagine what would happen if the hectic pace of your life slowed right down. Would that scare you? Or would that give you the ability to rest, recover, become creative, truly breathe deeply? There are so many things that would happen in that moment of calm. In fact, one of the things that we found as a long-term effect of that complete reboot of our lives is that the joy lasts longer when you slow down. It's sustainable. Our life was not sustainable. And in fact, look, in hindsight, it was like the universe was tapping me on the shoulder. I'm sure it gave me plenty of warnings before this moment. But this was the slap across the face that our entire family needed to have to slow down. Now, there were ramifications of that slowdown. I did have to take a pay cut as I established my new business. There were many things that I had to let go of. The first one was my ego. You see, it's your ego that's keeping you stuck in the have-tos, the musts, the shoulds. So imagine your life without that rushing, without that overwhelm, where you get the opportunity to reevaluate your life on your terms and actually design a life that fits your values and your goals. It can be a very foreign place for a lot of you. I know, I understand. And I now coach so many people through that process, because it's not just coaching, it is coaching and therapy that need to come together to create that slowdown effect. And it's not all areas of your life. It's not. In fact, one of the things that I talk about a lot with my clients is strategically slowing down. And that's what I want to share with you now. 3 areas that I want you to focus on to start cutting through that overwhelm and give you an opportunity to start a reset. There are these three things that I want to actually take you through because they're fundamentally important when it comes to that journey. The first area is strategically slowing down. Now, what does that even mean? It means I want you to pick areas of your life where small actions create big wins. It could be slowing down your eating. That's an incredibly simple process. But the reason you're eating so fast is a survival response. Slow down. That could be slowing your pace of walking as you move through the office. Slow and breathe deeper. It could be if you're in a position of leadership, it could be really strategically leading from the top and understanding that people's capacity to maintain a 60-minute meeting is incredibly limited. Reduce those meetings to 45 minutes with 15-minute recovery time, and you will maintain a higher level of productivity with your staff than ever before. This is strategically slowing down. Next, we want to actually breathe deep. Why? It's not some hippie guru thing. It is so fundamental to resetting your autonomic nervous system, completely resetting your body and taking it out of the fight, flight, or freeze mode and moving it very successfully over to a place of calm into your parasympathetic nervous system. This is the place where your body begins to rest and digest. And you may have noticed that there's a lot of people out there, especially high achieving, very successful people, that have got a low baseline level of anxiety that continues to build and build and build over the years. And they end up with chronic gastrointestinal issues, heartburn, tension, neck pain, headaches. Your body's signal to slow down. And when you reset with your breath, you give yourself the opportunity to move to the next stage, which is release. Release is fundamentally important because this is where we start to now talk about things that I would highly recommend you find someone to guide you, whether it be a coach or a therapist like myself, or somebody that you trust to be able to hold space for you to do the deep work that needs to be done. Because after all, the reason we have the busyness, the rushing syndrome, is because we're avoiding something. And only you know what it is you're avoiding. It's not the same for one person to the next. The distractions that we build into our life, the must-haves, the must-dos, which are just masks for the I don't want to deal with. This is the space where we have to deep dive into our world and go, what is it that's actually truly keeping us stuck? Because for you to achieve true success, now what does that even mean? That true success, that comes across all areas of your life: mind, body, soul, business, the whole gamut. Every single area is important to reset on. And the release component of that is where I want you to actually seek out assistance. That assistance needs to be able to hold you to be able to do that work. And as a busy business professional, you must strategically slow down and put this into your diary like it's your number one mission in life to reset, because you will become fundamentally more productive once you let go of that stuff that is anchoring you to your traumas of the past. And those traumas don't need to be big, huge success, moments where we commonly think. So, for example, it could be a car accident, it could be abuse. They can simply be any of those moments, those micro moments in which your subconscious mind has created a moment where it does not feel safe. And now you're bringing in all the distractions possible to avoid dealing with it. And it could have been from when you were 15, but you're still willing to hold it. It's time to let go. It truly is. And one of the things that I certainly noticed over the years of all the work that I do is that there is a pattern. And when we get to the point of having been through all the chaos and the confusion, the anxiety, the depression, the burnout, we come to a moment where we're confronted by a reality. And that reality is as simple as this: you are responsible for every moment in your life, whether that be success or whether that be failures. You are responsible for that. And so if you get to that point in your life where enough is enough and you're confronted by the idea that you are the only one that can take the next step, know that there are people out there to help you through that next step. But I want you to be brave enough to realize that going slow is the way to less stress and more success. Productivity comes when you've got the ability to create the space to think, to feel, and to experience life at a whole new level. And if you want to actually move into that space, then I can share with you my details. I can share with you what it is to move through what I call the slow lane success system. It's a process that I've created over the years that I work with my clients on. You can see the details on the screen now. If you want to know how to move through the whole process of the slow lane success system, reach out so that you too can enjoy success in the slow lane. Thank you. And thank you, Rose, for the opportunity today.
Absolutely. I enjoyed that. Thank you. We all think we all need to slow down. I think life has just become so busy. People think that doing more produces more, but trust me, it does not. It's that's the opportunity for making mistakes. It's for just getting things wrong and getting absolutely so stressed out because nothing just will go right. That's what I was doing this morning. I was rushing and I wasn't taking the time. I didn't slow down. And then once I slowed down, it all just came together.
It all just happened, right?
Yeah, it was
funny that.
so much better. Rather than just trying to hurry, because if you try to hurry to bake a cake, well, you might forget something, or you've overbeaten the batter, or something, and the cake is a flop. So
it's that classic line: you can't force a flower to bloom. It will happen when it's ready.
Absolutely.
But we're constantly forcing ourselves always to bloom.
Yes, and we don't need, and we have no one to impress. The only person we have to impress is ourselves. We don't have to impress
Yeah.
Joe Blogs or Mary down the road. You don't do stuff to impress yourself.
Yeah, absolutely.
I loved it. Where can people, other than
Thank you.
I've actually put a link to your Facebook page in the comments. So that
Yeah, they
people
can reach out to me on LinkedIn. Yeah, a lot of, obviously, I work with a lot of business professionals, like your target audience today. Happy for them to connect with me on LinkedIn, absolutely. But also I'm on the common media sites, like I'm on Instagram and on Facebook as well.
Yeah, you can find Tanya anyway. Just put her name in
Pretty much.
Google and she'll come up. Tanya, thank you so much. I enjoyed your presentation. It was very enlightening and very knowledgeable, and it was just perfect.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Thanks. Bye for now.
Take care. Bye.
Well, my next guest, Celeste Lustosa, is actually in the waiting room waiting for us to come in. And I can't wait to hear what Celeste has to share with us today. Celeste was another one of my guests some time ago on Talking with the Experts, and I loved everything about her. She's got a presence about her that's quietening, and I don't know, and her marketing skills are second to none. And let me tell you a little bit about Celeste. She is a performance-driven marketing executive with progressive experience shaping and executing strategic marketing programs that effectively position powerhouse brands in achieving accelerated growth in market share. She successfully developed and managed integrated campaigns with an eye towards predictive analytics and measurable objectives, coupled with a creative vision to maximize return on marketing investment and consistently drive revenue forward. Celeste is skilled at building and leading industry-leading B2B and B2C brands to exceed expectations in outreach. Celeste, let me bring you on. Hello, my dear. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. How are you?
I'm great. We had a long weekend here in South Australia, so it's been a great family weekend, recharging.
Oh, good. Yeah, we didn't have it. We had ours earlier in the year.
Oh, well.
Never mind. We had good weather, though. It was nice.
Yeah, no, South Australia, we're still living the winter. It's still going. I'm looking forward to those nice sunny spring days, but they'll come.
Eventually, yes,
They'll
eventually.
come.
Mm.
That's it.
So you've been well. So what's happening in the marketing world at the moment?
Yeah, so what I wanted to really focus today is what people's idea of marketing really is. I speak to lots and lots of people in business, and I think there's still a misconception about what marketing really is. Therefore, my talk about stop spending and start investing in marketing is on the lines that lots of people believe they're not doing marketing. So you go and ask them, oh, what do you do for your marketing? And they have this idea that if they're not advertising, if they don't have Google ads or a Facebook ad campaign, they're not doing marketing. And I really want everybody to understand, especially after the pandemic, how the digitalization of business accelerated lots of different areas of marketing in a way that today there is no such thing as having a business and not having marketing. So you might say you're not advertising or you're not spending money on SEO and things like that. But whether you want to admit it or not, you are doing marketing. So if you're selling a service or a product to a person, you have to be doing marketing. So there's no way you have to be doing sales. We have to be communicating with prospect buyers or prospect collaborations. So let's just quickly dig into that a little bit, because I feel that when business start, there's this idea, I'm not doing marketing, I don't have money to invest. You are spending money on marketing whether you want it or not. So why not have a think about how to do it is strategic. So you don't spend, you invest. Let's think about social media. Everything has this idea, social media is free in a way. But if you're a business owner and you're doing your own social media content, you are spending your hours. You are, it is spending money, because your hours are valuable for your business, and you're spending those hours trying to post or manage your accounts or create graphics on Canva and things like that. But because you're not thinking about it and you're not doing that strategically, in a way that it could generate the return of investment for you, because you're thinking, I'm not investing, I'm not spending money, therefore I don't have to worry about it. So I really want you to think about your time as a money investment, and then treat it with the respect and the strategy it deserves. So if you're spending time on social media, why not do it strategically? Why not invest in it so it can provide you with return of investment? You have to remember, return of investment, you need to do the investment first to get your return. Whether the investment is going to be in time or money or advertising or collateral or whatever other service, you still need to invest. You still need to put something in to get the return. The more strategic you are about what you put in, whether it may be your time or money or outsourcing or investing in paying an agency, you need to know that, doing it the right way will give you a return. That's what marketing is all about. Marketing is about connecting to the right people who want or need your product or service for a return of investment. If you're clear about what you have to offer and you're able to put that message in front of the right people, you're selling. You'll be able to sell your service or sell your products. Therefore, you have a growing, prosperous business in front of you. One other thing I would say is that majority, I would say almost all of the small business owners I've helped and that have connected with us did not have a marketing budget. Because they don't have a lot of money to spend in marketing does not mean that they shouldn't have a marketing budget. What a marketing budget is going to do for you is support your better decisions on where your money and time need to be for a better return of investment. So whoever thinks that marketing is about the pretty Canva designs, think again. Marketing is about growing your business. Marketing is about connecting with prospect clients so you get your return of investment. So you have a business that is healthy financially, and you're doing what you love, you're connecting with other people. So have a budget, mark it down. If you spend these many hours doing your social media, these are hours you are not, creating a product, or you're not in front of a potential client selling your service. So when you put it in paper, when you get it to the nitty-gritty of writing it down, okay, I'm spending, 10 hours a week trying to come up with social media and I'm not getting results. What does that 10-hour could mean for your business if you could dedicate that to other areas of the business, to connecting with other clients or doing more produce, or if you create your own, the products that you sell, you could be making more of it, therefore have more return. And then once you get those numbers right, you will see that in lots of areas, you would be better off investing in professionals that can do the marketing for you in a way that you will get return and that you'll be able to grow your business without, losing your mind. I know it can get quite overwhelming if you think, oh, I got to do SEO, I got to have a website, I got to write a blog, I got to send an email, I might do a podcast. I need to, check on my sales. I need to do my zero, my op. There's a lot of different elements to business that you need to take care of. So having someone who can do strategic marketing, who ensures that money is being invested, not is spent, invested, it will likely give you great return of investment. One of the things has helped my business from day one was having a budget, knowing my numbers. I know how many hours I spend on each area of the business, and I know how much they cost me, and I know what I'm getting in return. So I'm also able to pick and choose the right strategies and the right areas of my business that I should spend more time on. So it is a numbers game. Businesses are a numbers game. And I think it is time that business owners really learn how to look and understand the marketing numbers of their business. How many hours do you spend doing versus how much a professional will charge you? How many posts do you need to get that return and to make a sale? Does Facebook ads help you sell? Does Google ads help you sell? You need to know where the next client could potentially be coming in, so you're not, missing out on opportunity and missing out on people that need what you got to offer. They need your service. They need your products. They just don't know where you are. They just can't find you. So if there's a couple of takeaways from me today, would be one, please stop saying that you don't do marketing. Marketing is so much more than advertising. It's so much more than SEO. It's so much more than social media. Marketing involves communications, involves sales, involves data. So really look at it in almost like your business insurance. Marketing is your business insurance because it's going to dictate what do you say to whom and in what way to make them become your clients. And number two, know your numbers. Know your numbers when it comes to marketing. Have a marketing budget and know that time is also money. So I think we say that all the time, but when it comes to building a budget, we're just saying, oh, I don't have time. I don't have money to hire a professional. But then you're spending 20 hours a week doing the task in a way that's not even producing the results you want. So think about that. Get your numbers on a budget. And then every year, it only gets easier for you to understand what you need to do next. What are the things that really give you better results? Once you start doing these two things, once you start understanding what marketing really is and what it incorporates, and really embrace it, embrace marketing as just another part of a business. Any business needs it. The same way you need accountants, the same way you need to sell. Marketing and sales are, they are the same. Like marketing only exists for that sale, for that brand awareness, for that collaboration, that connection. Once you understand that, then put your numbers down in a budget. That's your pathway to stop spending and start investing, not only in marketing, but in the right areas of your business. I think that's mainly my message today, Rose. And I know I don't want to get your timing out of whack, so I'm very conscious of that. I know you're managing a lot of big professionals from all over the globe. So, but I think that's for me, that really helped my business, and I think it can help a lot of other people.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, Celeste. That was very informative. I loved it. And yeah, you're right. Marketing is an investment in your business. It's not just something that you think about and do on an ad hoc basis, because if you don't market, no one knows where you are or who you are.
Nope. No, that's right.
Celeste, where can people find you? I've put a link to your Facebook page in the comments, but where can people find you other than Facebook if they want to work with you?
Yeah, so we have our website, lustosamarketing.com. You can actually book a Zoom with me there. There's various links on the site, and I love chatting to people. So even if you just want to, pick my brain or have a chat and share some ideas, I'd love to connect with people. So there will be links there to book a Zoom or a session with me. But yeah, lustosamarketing.com.
Lovely. And I do know that Celeste is very knowledgeable in what she does. And my God, she would never steer you on the wrong path to success, because I know Celeste from when she first started this business.
Yeah.
She was a guest when she first started her marketing business. And my goodness, she's grown so much in just a couple of years. So honestly,
Yes,
she's done
2
really,
years and a
really well.
half.
Yes. Yeah, a long time. So Celeste, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for sharing your insights into marketing. I'm sure that there are a lot of takeaways for our audience to take from your presentation today.
Thank you so much, Rose. Enjoy
Bye-bye
the
for
rest of
now.
your day.
You
Bye.
too. Bye-bye. Now, my next guest is Liz Fleming, and Liz is the efficiency coach. Essentially, she is a business mentor and accountant who knows a thing or two about creating efficiencies. Oh my God, she should come and work with me. She is obsessed with it in creating ways for businesses to operate in an optimal state. You know how there are never enough hours in the day? Well, there's always so much to do and you don't know where to start. Well, that's where Liz comes in, and she can show you how to maximize your time and discover who's best to do what in your business. Her promise is more profit, more time, and more fulfillment. Liz, welcome, and thank you so much for being here and agreeing to be part of this beautiful summit that's happening for the next 3 days.
Thanks, Rose. Great to be here, and hello to everybody, and thanks for the introduction. Yes, it's all true. I do love being efficient. So I've created a slideshow for us to see today, and I'm going to share my top 11 efficiency hacks with everybody.
Perfect. Thank you.
I just quickly, there's my emails. There we go. Cool. So today, for the next 45 minutes, I will take you through some ways to become super efficient. And when I am sharing these tips with you, I want you to think about using them in your business and your personal life. It is my belief that we can be efficient in some places and not others when we're assessing how efficient we are right now and how we would like to be efficient as well. So it all comes down to your values. It depends what's important to you. So it is also really important that you think about how you can become efficient in your business life and your personal life. And as we all know, as small business owners, they're just one and the same, really. So let's make a start. So let's start off with, what is efficiency? Now, of course, it's very subjective. It's different for everybody. As I say, we can be efficient in some areas that we're happy with, and we're happy to not be efficient in other areas, and that's a personal preference. But efficiency is the ability to avoid wasting materials, wasting energy, wasting efforts, wasting money, and of course, wasting time in doing something or in producing a desired result. So it's that avoidance of wasting. So trying to be the best we can be and the most efficient that we can be. So Rose has given me a great introduction, and yes, I am the efficiency coach, and started my business because, you know, there's been times in my corporate career that I was told that I was too efficient. And so now I've turned it into a business, and I absolutely love sharing my efficiency tips with everybody. So I do business mentoring for small businesses, I do efficiency coaching, and I also do grants coaching as well. So the whole gamut, helping small businesses to grow and expand their businesses the best possible way that suits them, and always thinking, how can we be the most efficient? So does your desk look like this? And there's no judgment in this. Sometimes my desk looks like this as well. We're not all perfect, But, you know, if it does look like this, then this is a good indication that we need to put some effort in to work out where we can create more time, create less stress, and get over that overwhelm and overburden of just having too much on our plate. That's what I'm all about. So as I said, I'm going to share with you my top 11 efficiency hacks. I came up with 10 and then I was like, no, there's definitely one more that's got to be in there. And you may be thinking throughout this presentation from me that they're quite simple and they're good reminders, but the question is, do you put these into practice? And that's what I'm here today to help you with and share these with you. So the first one is my number one tip. So if anyone asks me what my number one tip for efficiency, it all comes down to knowing where you should be and what you're doing. So I know that we've got small businesses, we've got families, we've got kids, we've got other commitments. So it's really important to have one diary and one wall calendar. So there's only one source of the truth. So this can be a digital diary, this can be a paper diary, whatever works for you. But so, you know, and why I say the wall calendar is so that the kids and husband and whoever can see what is going on for the day. And what we're trying to avoid here is everybody asking, what's next? Where am I supposed to be? And it all coming back to you as a central point as well. And it also allows and forces us to plan ahead. So for me, I have my one diary, all my calendars are synced online, and on a Sunday I'll sit down and work out what I'm going to do, what I've got on for the week, what else I need to put in there, when am I going to do my grocery shopping, when am I going to go for a walk, and all that kind of stuff. So this links into the scheduling, and if you know where that one source of truth is in terms of where everybody needs to be, it just streamlines the process. So that's number one. And, you know, we're all striving for a clean desk. And again, this can be various levels. Sometimes if I have a clean desk, it absolutely annoys the crap out of me because it means that I don't know where anything is. So having a little bit of a mess can sometimes work better for some people. So throughout this presentation, just think about what works for you, because there's going to be different things for different people. And also, as I said at the start, you are going to place value on different aspects of your life in terms of where your efficiencies and where your efforts should go. Hack number 2. Now, this is one that can be applied across the house, the business, everything. So labeling everything and making sure it has a home base. What do I mean by that? Everything has a place. So I use the example of the scissors in the top drawer. So the scissors live in the top drawer. When you use them, be disciplined enough to put them back, and you always know that the scissors should be in the top drawer. This saves time looking for it. This saves time telling everybody where they are because they just know. And buying yourself a label maker. So last week I went to IKEA. I've bought a whole lot of storage containers. I've got my label maker out, and this weekend I'm going to tackle my laundry cupboard and just put some order back into it because it's got a bit messy over COVID time. So labeling everything, knowing what's in there as well. So putting them into the boxes, but also then labeling it with what's actually in there so that when you need that stuff, you can easily find it. We're being efficient and not wasting time looking for stuff. And we're knowing where it is and knowing when we need to run out of things and when we've run out of things and to go and buy stuff. So, you know, computer paper is something that I stock up on because I've been caught out a couple of times when I've got them reams of paper across the house, and midnight I'm printing something out and I've run out of paper. So of course we can't run to the shops, whereas now I have a designated space for the computer paper and I know when I'm running low and I put it on the shopping list. Same within the pantry, same with when you're doing your groceries, just labeling everything. So I'm a bit of a baker, so all my baking ingredients are in containers with labels, and so they've got their space and I know where they are, easy access, and also when I'm running out of it as well. Sorry about that. So I'll just, hopefully my emails aren't that exciting. I'll just go back to hack 1 for those people taking notes and watching the recording. The diary and the wall calendar for one source of truth. Hack 2, label everything. So go and buy yourself a label maker, and because you can use it absolutely everywhere. Label all your folders, label all your stapler, all of that kind of stuff. You might have a kid's stapler and a business stapler, and knowing where they should be at all times as well. You'll save a lot of time. Wouldn't we love to have a desk, a stationary cupboard like that? For some people, this might be too color coordinated, but you know, that's what we're aspiring to be neat and tidy, and just reducing that stress. So the key is not to prioritize what's on your schedule, but to schedule your priorities. A great quote by Stephen Covey, who's written a couple of good books around being efficient and effective. And it comes down to the planning. What are your priorities? What do we really need to be doing? Hack number 3. Now, we all have a to-do list, and you know, sometimes we can have a to-do list across multiple lists, multiple notepads and all that kind of stuff. So again, creating one to-do list and having a bit of a system. So I've got a master to-do list, and then every day, either the night before or first thing in the morning, I'll look at that list and work out what I'm going to do for the day around my other client sessions, my other appointments, and focusing on, you know, just 2 or 3 things each day. So again, reducing the overwhelm, knowing what we're going to focus on, and then actually doing the notion of crossing it off and updating it. So there is science and evidence to show that if we cross it off, we have that sense of accomplishment, and it'll motivate us and inspire us to do the next thing on the list. One thing I do is write my to-do list, and then I'll highlight it once it's completed. So at the end of the day or the week, you've got a really colourful list and that sense of achievement of what you've achieved for the week as well. So that to-do list, again, whether that's on your notes in your phone, it's in a Google Drive document, or whether it's on a piece of paper, is totally up to you. But having a to-do list, referring back to it frequently, and this is where you can also prioritize as well. Being like, well, what do I really need to get done today? What has to be time critical for today? What can be done by the end of the week, monthly, and go from there. And also, how do you add things onto the list as well? But having a to-do list is really important. And also, it's a great tool to be able to, if you've got team members or family members that you can delegate to, then that's a good starting point to sort of think, well, do I really need to be doing this? And is there a process around being able to delegate this to someone else? So as I say, some people have a notebook with their to-do list, and they cross it off, and then they transfer it to the next page as an update of still what needs to be done. And you know, we don't want to use that to-do list to create overwhelm and think, oh, we've got to do all of this today. It's like, no, I'm going to sit down and do something. What is on my list? What do I need to do? And allowing ourselves to focus. Now, wouldn't it be great if we all had a fridge that tidy, but it's empty? So, you know, who comes home from work and thinks, oh, what am I going to cook for dinner? Oh, I can't be bothered. My next hack is meal plan every week when ordering your groceries. So depending on how you do your groceries, a lot of us are doing them online now, sitting down on a Sunday or sometimes on a Thursday for a Sunday delivery. We need to be a little bit, you know, planned about that. But writing your meal plan, then writing your shopping list, and also knowing what's in your pantry as well. So back to a previous hack, everything's labeled, you know what you've got, and obviously fresh fruit, veggies. But meal planning, then grocery shopping will be time saving, efficient, and will also save you money as well. So, you know, you're only buying what you need, making sure that you're not missing an ingredient, and also being creative and thinking, well, what am I going to, you know, how many nights am I out? Who's got sport? They won't be there. Who needs a meal prepared? What are you going to do for lunches? What's everyone having for breakfast? And also, you know, getting your family involved in that as well. It doesn't have to just be you, and working out what works best for you and your family and your business, but meal planning. So I live by myself, and it gets a bit tiring cooking for one every night. And luckily, our local butcher has ready meals that can be popped in the freezer. And they only take 3 minutes in the microwave. So every second week, that is my meal plan, especially if I know I'm going to have a busy week. So sometimes I've got back-to-back client sessions with only 15 minutes in between, but I know that I can put those meals in the microwave for 3 minutes and be ready to go and have a wholesome meal for lunch, and sometimes for dinner as well. So knowing what you have coming up, and linking this to your to-do list, but ordering the right groceries for what you're going to cook is absolutely key here as well, so that you're not coming home, rushing home, going, oh, everyone's hungry. And it'll also save you snacking and all that sort of stuff, and also save you on takeaways. But, you know, if you want to have takeaways on a Friday night, put that into the meal plan and you don't order groceries for that day. So we never have enough time. We always feel like time is running out. And so hack number 5 is being productive when we are working or when we're trying to achieve things. And this is one thing that I've really had to develop myself as a business owner. So obviously when we're working with someone else or working for corporate, there are deadlines set by other people. But working in a small business, sometimes there are no deadlines. And for me, I need deadlines to be able to work effectively and optimally. So, you know, creating some own deadlines, and I do that with my clients, where I say to them, I'm going to do this by a certain time, and that's setting my own deadline, creating that accountability with my client and making sure I do it. And then the next step is allocating the time to complete the task within that deadline that you have selected. So, you know, if there are no deadlines, or if someone external, you need to do something for them, or vice versa, ask them, when do you need this by? And get them to give you a date, because then you can allocate the time, you can schedule your time, put it on your to-do list. And then also, this is also about managing expectations. You know, they might have said, oh, doesn't matter, whenever you can get to it. You might be thinking, oh, that's 6 weeks away, and they're thinking next week. So it is really important, especially in a small business, when we're doing a million things, juggling a million things. And again, when we know something needs to be done, deadlines are a great way to facilitate that. Who has paper just stacked for miles? I know sometimes my desk looks a bit like that. So the next hack is tidying up before you start the next task. So that could be shutting down all the files on your computer and starting afresh, closing down all those tabs on your internet browser, or it might mean just cleaning the desk or cleaning the kitchen before you start the next meal. This can be taken in a lot of contexts, but it also frees up your mind. You're not thinking about the last task. It allows you to work on one task, focus on that task, get it done, and then move on to the next one. And remember, we're crossing it off on our to-do list as well. So all of these hacks are interrelated and interlinked, but it's important to, you know, do a couple of them together to make it really effective in what you're doing. And also remembering that at the end of the day, we are trying to save ourselves time. We are trying to be as efficient as possible and try and reduce that stress. But what I don't want you to do is get stressed in the moment of trying to be efficient. So at the same time, we can plan all we like and things will pop up, things will go wrong. And we just also need to learn to go with the flow as well. But this one is great. This could be also looking at emails. So, you know, allocating email time to clear out your inbox or to reply to them or put them onto your to-do list so that you know, right, they're dealt with, move on to the next thing, and allowing that focus. Who has a desk like this? You know, nowadays, everything is on the computer. Some businesses are paperless, some are not. Depends on your working and learning style. But we, you know, they say a clear desk is a clear mind, and it can allow us to focus and be more efficient. So quite often people will talk to me about being efficient and being effective. So being efficient is doing the right things, the things that we need to do. But if we're not being effective at the same time, actually I've said that wrong the way. Efficiency is doing things right and properly. And effectiveness is doing the right things. So we can be busy doing the wrong things and not focusing on the important things and our priorities. So we basically need to be efficient and effective at the same time. So, you know, when we're planning how we're going to become more efficient, this is a really important key as well. Hack number 7. Now, this is really, really important if you've got staff in your business, you've got your family members helping you around the house. And what we're trying to reduce here is that overwhelm or redoing it. So Hack number 7 is ensuring that everyone knows your expectation of a task done. Now, I'm going to use a really simple example that everyone will understand, and that's emptying the dishwasher. We know that nobody likes emptying the dishwasher. Yes, it makes our life easier, but what does task done mean? And I've heard of people where someone's emptied the bottom tray, left the top tray, and they're like, oh, that's not my job. So being clear on your instruction when you are delegating or allocating that task, and communicating your expectation of, I would like you to do this, and this is what it means that it's done. And then I also need you to tell me when it's done so I can check it. You can check it that it's done, but we don't want to be redoing it. So again, this is about managing expectations and also recognizing that people will do tasks in a slightly different way. And we need to understand that if they get the same outcome, but they've taken a slightly different path to get there, that's okay. So again, we don't want to be delegating tasks and then worrying about it, whether they'll do it properly or whether they'll make a mess of it. Make sure that they understand what they're doing, that you've put the processes and support in place that they can do those tasks properly and can meet your expectations, and asking them, well, what is it that I've just asked you to do, and get them to repeat it back to you, of what it is exactly that you're asking them to do. That's a really, really important one, which, we're not mind readers. And I know sometimes we do expect people just to know, or we think they know. And remember, we don't want to assume. So don't make assumptions. If they're not sure, ask, and encourage your staff or family members to ask you if they have any questions as well, because in the long run, that will be much better. And this is also for those people that think, oh, well, if I get someone else to do it, then they're going to take twice as long as I'll just do it myself. We have to let go of some things, and this is a good way, a stepping stone to get to that point as well, where we are, being clear on our instructions, asking them how they're going to do it, and asking them, do they understand what it is being asked of them as well. So we don't want to be looking like this. We don't want to have, clutter. And we don't want to be stressing out over becoming more efficient. One thing I do say to people, though, is you're not going to become more efficient and creating more spare time if we don't put some effort in. It's not just going to happen overnight. It's not just going to happen with a click of the fingers. We need to put some effort in. We need to plan, and this is what I help businesses with. It's an efficient way to go about it. What are your problems? What are your challenges? Where are you wasting time? Where you think you're spending too much time, late nights? How can we make some really good quick wins in the first instance to reduce some stress, create some time back in your life for you to enjoy things, but we also need to be able to analyze where it is that you're spending your time. So when it comes to implementation of these efficiency tips, and again, it will depend, some will resonate with others from different elements of your life, but just start small. So one tweak a week. So for example, if we're talking about delegation, we might delegate one task a week to every staff member, just to reduce your workload. And again, because there is a bit of a process, there is a bit of upfront work to get that, and also recognize that there are going to be things that go wrong. They won't do it as perfectly as you the first time. So being prepared for that, but start small, one tweak a week. That might be starting with meal planning. That might be starting with going and buying a planner, or creating a wall planner on the wall so everyone can see where everyone's at, what projects are coming up, what deadlines are coming up, what holidays are coming up, so everybody is in the know. Hack number 9, spending 10 minutes at night planning the next day so you start the day right. So this is for a couple of reasons. You can review what you've done that day and how that went. So going back to our, what did we think we were going to do for the day? What were those few things that we thought we were going to complete? Did we get them done? What else came up that we had that became more urgent, and really reviewing what happened, and then planning, okay, based on what happened today, what am I going to plan out for tomorrow? Is it something that didn't quite get finished? Am I waiting for a phone call from someone else? but it means that you can, one, forget about work for the day and go off and have some relaxing time, and then when you start work again the next day, you know where you're at and you're like, right, I can get straight into it. And with this as well, I just want to add in here, don't check your emails first thing in the morning, because then you'll just start panicking. If you've done this the night before and you're like, right, these are the 3 things that I'm going to start with first thing in the morning, then you'll be much more productive as a whole, and making sure you get those priorities and that important stuff done before you start tackling new stuff that comes in. So again, working out what's your process, how are you going to manage this? How do you work with your emails? Do you have them popping up all the time? Do you just check them at 11 o'clock and 4 o'clock? Are you, we need to be responsive as small business owners, yes, but we also, don't want to be doing emails all day, because we've got other stuff to do as well. Do you have an assistant that can deal with the emails? Do you have a system that can allocate those emails to be dealt with other staff members? So just having a think about an analysis of, okay, what kind of emails are coming in? The other thing is, what information is on your website? If the same type of emails are coming in, can we give that information to our customers in some other way? So, this becomes really important, of reviewing the day and then spending that 10 minutes of reviewing the day and planning for the next day, so we know what we're up to. And I've talked about this the whole way through today's presentation, of thinking about what can we delegate, what can we outsource to others. And again, as I said, there is a process in this. It's not just handing off stuff and going, hey, here you go. I've done it for this way forever, and now you can just pick it up and I'm expecting you to do it exactly the same way. So, it does come down to training. It does come down to, do those people have the skills to do what you're asking them to do? Do they have the support? And how do you want to be able to manage that? So, can they check in with you? Can they ask you questions? Are you just expecting them to figure it out themselves? But if, we can't do it all, and, it's tough, because when we start businesses, that's what we end up doing. And then further down the track, when things are going well and we're expanding our businesses, it becomes really hard to delegate and go, well, we've done it forever, how can somebody take this over? So, this also comes down to how you build your business right from the beginning, that work into your team and your planning and your workforce planning, that you're not going to do everything forever. So at the start, working out, okay, I recognize that I need to do this now because it's just me, I don't have the revenue coming in, I'm building the business. But when I can afford or decide to bring someone else into the business, these are the things that are going to go first. That's a really good starting point. And not always delegating all the crap things that we, don't like doing. Because remember, we've got to bring someone on that they've got to enjoy that job as well. So I always say, spread the load. Ask them what they like to do. What is their skill set? Why have you brought them into the business? And, there's always going to be admin stuff that everyone's going to have to do. And there'll be also some things that as a business owner, you won't want to delegate. But you've really got to be critically analysing that, of like, well, why is it that you think that? And do you really need to be doing it, or can someone else be doing that? So that is a bit of a process in itself, but a good one to do on a regular basis. And also thinking about, are all the processes that we're doing needing to be done in our business? Because quite often we might have, the business has changed. And when it comes to finance and reporting, that's always one thing where people either aren't doing any reports, but as we grow, we might need to do some more, or we do a different type of reporting depending on who is in the business. And, it is very hard to delegate, because it means that we're giving up some control. But to grow our business, we need to be building teams. We need to be building teams that are supportive of our business venture, and part of our learning and growing is to develop those teams as well. And delegation is a big part of that. And the last hack that I want to share with you today, and there's many other efficiency hacks that I'm sure you are all thinking of as well, and I hope you're all thinking about what and how you can become more efficient in your business, is scheduling and that self-care. You know, we've heard a lot about it and it sounds cliche, but it really, really is important. If you're not on top of your game or feeling good, then it is going to be really hard for you to keep grinding at your business. And this doesn't, you know, it could be daily meditation. It could be once a month massage. It could be simply making sure that you go for a walk in nature a couple of times a week. Whatever your downtime is, it might be, you know, relaxing with a glass of wine, reading a book, or having a bath. Doesn't have to cost money, but, you know, what is your self-care? How do you switch off? And how do you get revitalized to keep going in a busy business, busy family life? Because if we're efficient in everything else, but we're still overworked, that is not efficient at all. So I would like everybody to think about what is their number one self-care thing that they do. For me, it is a monthly massage. And I also do the salt float tanks. And also make sure that I do go for a daily walk just to free my mind, get away from the computer, stop thinking about work to become more efficient. Wouldn't it be nice to live by the beach and have that all the time? But, you know, is it about reading a magazine and buying that magazine, or booking in that massage, or booking in that hair appointment, or whatever it might be, booking in that coffee with a friend, you know, buddying up with another business owner to say, righto, once a month, we're going to, you know, meet up and have a coffee and just chat. That can be your self-care. Energy and focus are the keys to success. So we do need efficiency and focus, sorry, are the keys to success. So we do need to be planned. We do need to allow us to have that focus, and then that will create a success. So remember that success means different things to different people, just like efficiency means different things to different people. So, you know, things that I do in my business may not work for you because it just might not be an important or a priority thing for you. And that's why it becomes very subjective. And that's why I enjoy strategizing about efficiencies with small business owners, because it's all different for different people. We all want more time though, and we all want less stress. How you're going to achieve it is going to be much different for everybody. Now I'm going to share with you traits of an efficient person. Now this is not to go, oh, I don't have any traits, but this is, you know, efficiency can come in many different forms. And I just wanted to share with you some traits that if you do demonstrate some of these traits, then chances are you've probably already got some efficiencies on the way. And it's about creating more efficiencies to become more efficient and creating more time. So an organized person is efficient, diligent, and this is around being disciplined in what you're doing, how are you achieving it, but also being flexible, knowing that things don't always go to plan, and having some strategies in place to go, well, okay, if this does happen, how am I going to deal with it? Being open-minded. Now, this is very important when you have a team, because when you're trying to create efficiencies, you want to involve your team. What does efficiency mean to them, and how do they best bring out their efficiencies and how they operate as well? Because it might be different to yours. It will be different to yours. Let's be honest. We want to be optimistic. But we also want to be adaptable. And with this, we want to be realistic in our expectations. We don't want to, this is where it comes back to the tweak a week, starting small, creating those quick wins so that we're, you know, achieving things and creating momentum. But we also need to be mindful of all the other things we're trying to do in our business and our lives, and that we are doing it in a way that allows us to still be productive, still run a business, and not feel overwhelmed. Knowing your strengths. So, you know, if you've got team members, what do they like doing? What are they good at doing? And delegating accordingly. Now, when it comes to efficiency, there does need to be some structure. Now, this doesn't mean that we're going to plan out every 5 minutes of your day, but if we can have a rough structure of how our day is going to go, if there's things that need to be done on a daily basis, when are we going to do them? Are we going to do them first thing in the morning? Are we going to do them the last thing at night? All those kind of things, but having some structure, and again, this is going to depend for everybody, is the key to becoming more efficient. Now, I've got a couple of resources that I can, that are available on my website actually, that I can share with you. My top 11 efficiency hacks, which I've gone through today. One thing I quite often do with clients at the start with working with them is nobody really knows how they spend their time unless we track it. And so for a week or 2 weeks, I get them just to roughly track how they are spending their time, whether that be checking emails, whether that be working on the floor, managing staff, dealing with customers, whatever it might be, spending time with family, cooking dinner, cleaning the house. And then they can have that as a starting point to say, well, actually, I thought I spent half an hour doing this task, but actually it takes me 3 hours. So maybe we can delegate or outsource those particular things. And when it comes to outsourcing, you know, there are, again, some quick wins. If you don't like doing your books, maybe it's time to get a bookkeeper. Just like if you don't like cleaning, maybe it's time to get a cleaner in for a couple of hours a week, and then you're reducing that overwhelm, or you're ruminating on, oh, I've got a messy house, I'm never going to do it. Getting the lawns mowed. You know, there are businesses out there and service providers that help with all those things. And what that is doing is freeing up your time to spend time on your business, to grow your business. Or you could use that time to chill out and have some relaxing and creating some space for that self-care activities. And the third one there, what steps can we take to become more efficient? So looking at what can we delegate, what can we eliminate, what can we automate, and what can we systemize. Now, this won't happen overnight. I do encourage people to look at that from a business lens and a personal lens. And sometimes it can be really, really simple things. But again, sitting down, working out what things can be done and could be delegated, could be eliminated, could be automated. Again, some of it's going to cost money, some of it's going to take time, some of it is interdependent on other things in your business, but it's about having a starting list and then working through it, setting some goals, and going from there, all with the aim of becoming more efficient. And again, it comes back to, what does that actually mean? If I was more efficient, what would that mean for my life? Does that mean I have more time? Does it mean I have more money? Does that mean I have more staff? And what's important to you. So remember, as I've said throughout this presentation, do what works for you, as everyone is different. And the state of it being efficient is very, very subjective. And, you know, as I say, every client wants more time and more free mental space, headspace, but how we're going to get there, the processes we're going to implement are all different depending on your business and stage of your business as well, cash flow, all those types of things. And one thing I like to share with people is, it may be efficient to drive fast because we're going to get there, we're going to save that time, but is it safe? So if we're putting our lives at risk just to get there 2 minutes earlier, is it really worth it? Same as when we're evaluating where can we create some efficiencies. We might be able to do it by putting in a system, but it might cost thousands of dollars that we don't have. And so, you know, we need to weigh up the risk and the benefit of implementing that particular thing in your business to work out whether it is a priority and when it needs to be done. So again, just because there is an answer doesn't mean it's the right answer for your business. You need to evaluate that yourself, or with, you know, someone like myself. You know, this is what I do. We can go through and go, right, these are the challenges, this is what I want to work on, how do we get there, and how can we best do it by still growing our business, not, you know, using up all our cash flow, but making sure that we can be as efficient as possible. And the answer is not always. So think about the car driving. If we can drive fast and we can get there, but is the benefit or the risk of crashing really worth it? And absolutely not in some cases. So that's just something to think about as well. So you can be efficient but not effective. That's not optimal either. So we can be busy, and we hear of people being busy in their business, but they're not working on their business. They're not growing their business, not working on sales or getting new customers, or reselling or upselling to our current customers. And if you're focusing on the wrong things, you're definitely not effective or efficient at all either. Now, I'm just going to run through some common questions that come through when it comes to efficiencies. One that comes up quite often is, where do people waste the most time. And this is a good one. I think most people waste time when they're trying to work out what they need to do. So that's really what a lot of my efficiency hacks come around to, is knowing when you should be doing it and what you should be doing. So we're not wasting time looking for things, working out what to do, having too many things on our list and not doing any of it because we haven't allocated the time. So again, linking all those hacks together to go, righto, I want to be as efficient as possible for the majority of the time, leading to higher productivity. Another question that comes up is, where do business owners waste money? Now, from what I've seen working with my clients over the last couple of years, we all are running pretty lean businesses when it comes to spending money. And it's probably more around what are they not spending money on. So I see way too many businesses that are wanting to grow and are not having any marketing budget. So they're not, focusing on the right things to grow their sales. A lot of them don't have the right access to a business mentor or a business coach to work out strategy. They're relying on their accountant way too much to help with strategy, and that is not what an accountant does. They don't know your business. They don't want to know your business. They just want to look at your numbers after you've done it, and it's too late. So I always say to people, you need to be investing in your business in certain areas, and if you're not, then that's where you are wasting time and effort, because you're either trying to do it yourself, you're not getting the right advice, or you're not getting the timely advice. As business owners, and we've seen that during the last couple of years, where we've had to make decisions and pivot on a daily basis. So we need to be clever about our strategy, knowing what our strategy, planning that strategy, and then implementing it as well, with the support and accountability beside you. What's my favorite efficiency tip? So I did say this at the start, having the one planner, the one diary is absolute gold. I've just synced all my calendars online, and then I still do have, my phone's with me all the time, so I can always check. But that is the number one thing, because I just know what's going on. I can look at that and know where I've got to be, and know what's going on. How do I stay efficient in my life and business? Probably my to-do list. So I just have one to-do list. It might have a whole lot of things on it, but at least each day I know what I need to do, linked in with my calendar, and that's how I stay efficient. And the other thing is, I've always thought to myself, as I'm doing a task, is there a better way to do it? And it might not be that I change the process right there and then, but I at least think about it and go, okay, well, for next time, or before I need to do this task again next time, I'm going to spend some time working out and improving that process to become efficient over the long term. Because if they're tasks that we're doing on a repetitive basis, if we put the effort in now to improve it, we will save lots of time in the future. Is efficient being the same as being organized? Not necessarily, but we do need to be organized to be efficient. So if you think back to my hacks where we're labeling things, people have got places, things have got the right place to be, that's being organized, and it will definitely help you be more efficient. You can't be efficient if you're messy, because nobody will know where anything is, and we need that systems and structure to become efficient. How do I know I'm doing the right things and being effective? This comes down to your values, your priorities, and what makes you, your business, and your family tick. What are important to you? So knowing those are really, really important. Then we can, because some people might not care that the washing doesn't get done for a week, and then other people, that's the first thing on their list, or having a clean house, or having systems in their business. So it's where you place your value, and what's important to you will vary. So, I've got a number of ways that I can help you in your business to become super efficient. I do strategy sessions, I do mentoring sessions, and it's a massive brainstorming session to start with. What are your challenges? Where do you think your inefficiencies are? Why, uncover why that is, and then work out some strategies to create those efficiencies for the long term and to create more time in your life. I also have my free Facebook group, the Efficient Business Community, where I share tips and tricks on a regular basis, so you can join that as well and be in a group with like-minded business owners who want to become more efficient. So there's my contact details. Thank you so much for having me. Feel free to follow me on Facebook and Instagram, or connect with me on LinkedIn. You can send me an email. You can check out my website, or if you're in Australia, that's my phone number there as well. So just want to say huge thank you to Rose for putting this on. It's great for consultants like myself to come together to different audiences, and these online summits are great for people to learn, take away what resonates with them, and hopefully implement some strategies to become more efficient in their business and lives, because that's what I'm passionate about. So thank you very much.
Oh, Liz, my goodness, that was absolutely awesome. Thank you so much for sharing all those efficiencies. Some of them I'd not even thought of. And I thought I was an efficient person. So there you go.
There you go. Love that. Yeah. And I think that's the thing. Everyone can learn, and sometimes it might just be one or two things that will make a massive difference that they haven't thought about. And that's what I'm all about, uncovering those little gems that can make a huge difference to people's lives, and try and reduce that stress and create more time for fun stuff.
Absolutely. Anyone wants to rewatch this video, please register on Eventbrite at Talking with the Experts Online Global Business Summit and purchase a VIP ticket, and you get lifetime access to all of the videos from all of our presenters for over the 3 days. Plus, they've generously given up some free gifts and offers. So yeah, to take advantage of those, yeah, become a VIP member, and you can have lifetime access to all of them. Liz, thank you so much for joining me today. It's been a pleasure. I do so look forward to talking with you again soon, because it's about time you came back on the podcast.
Sure, I'd love that. Yep.
And share some more with us.
Absolutely.
Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will talk to you again very, very soon.
Thanks, Rose. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye. Well, wasn't that absolutely awesome? Liz is so efficient. Being an efficiency expert, yes, you would expect that. It was an awesome presentation, and yes, she brought up some things that a lot of us as business owners, or even in our personal lives, don't think are efficiencies, but if we want to have more time, yeah, I think taking up some of those hacks that she shared with us would be so beneficial to all of us. Now, I just wanted to share with you something about me, because I haven't really introduced myself. My name's Rose Davidson. I'm a podcast host, I'm a podcast producer, and I'm also a podcast trainer. So, you know, there are a lot of people that want to know how to do podcasting, and that's what I do. That's my zone of genius. I love sharing the knowledge that I have. I love you know, getting people to get their own podcast, because it's really important. You know, there are only 2.5 million podcasts in the world, and there's only like about 66 million episodes. And in comparison to that, there are 600 million blog posts out there, and I don't know, 400 million or so, 40 million YouTube channels. So really, podcasting is still in its infancy, and you know, you can benefit from podcasting. It brings so much to your business. You know, it's a great return on your investment. It can bring you more clients. It gets more brand awareness, because people are listening, looking for podcasts to listen to. And you know, if you've got something valuable to share, then podcasting is the way to go. And I wanted to share with you in how I can help you to, you know, get your own podcast going. I've got a 4-step formula. It's called Opal. And Opal is broken down like this. The O is to organize your podcast. So this is where you lay the foundations of your podcast, from, you know, learning the importance of the legal requirements, because there are a few that you need to be mindful of when you're starting your podcast, you know, and choosing the right strategy, having the perfect name, the perfect cover art, you know, setting your podcast channels on the right channels, how to distribute correctly. The second one is P. P is for produce. And this is where you present and you host your podcast like a pro, and you become a podcast wizard, just like me. In this way, you have the ability to make your guests feel at ease if you want to have guests on your podcast, and that's a really great way to build your brand as well. Is having guests on, because the distribution from not just on your own channels, but then you get your guests to share your episodes. Then it can become quite a global concern. So an engaging podcast content, it takes time and it takes work, but it really is worth the effort. I'm sitting at about between 10 and 20% of podcasts globally at the moment. It depends on, how my guests are actually sharing the links. So out of, 2.5 million, 20% even is nothing to sneeze. You too can do that. It's important at the end too, in the production part of your podcast, is to share the links with your guests so that you get that global reach. And that's really important. So the third thing, wonky fingers. The third thing is to assemble your podcast, and so that's the A in Opal. And so you need to have obviously engaging content. And if you don't have engaging content, people won't come back to listen to more. So you need an intro and you need an outro, and something that you can offer your guests or your listeners, that will hopefully get more business for you. And so that could be in the way of an offer, a course, a program, just advertising your what you do in your during your podcast is a great way to get more business. And if we edit things, if we have our editing done, correctly, and everything's really spot on, then you'll get more downloads, and you'll get get better guests, because the word of mouth is an awesome thing. That's how I've gotten a lot of my guests, is through word of mouth. And my guests range from startup people to CEOs of Fortune 500 companies. So I've got a huge range of listeners and followers and guests that encompass all walks of the business world, and they have so much diverse knowledge, from content marketing to marketing in general to some of the things that we've shared here on the summit today is law of attraction and manifestation, and how you can be efficient, all those sorts of things. And it also helps to grow your revenue when you assemble your podcast episodes correctly, because people will listen to it. It's a pleasure to listen to or to watch, because I use both. I use video and audio. So and that's another way to build a bigger audience. And finally, the last step in Opal is L for launch. And launching is distributing your podcast to all their channels that are available out there. I'm almost everywhere. You can find me on Spotify, Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, SoundCloud, YouTube, and heaps more. I'm not. I think I'm on Stitcher at the moment. I'm on a few others as well. Podbean I was on. I'm not sure if I'm still there. But there are free channels. It doesn't cost you anything to apply to Spotify, to Apple, to Google. You can get all of those done for free. There's just a few criteria that you need to be mindful of when you are applying to those channels. So you need to be accepted. So it's not just an automatic process in most cases. And so I've only been going since July of 2020. I've had 365 guests on my podcast, and I'm always booked out. I'm doing at least 3 podcasts a day, 4 days a week. So I use matchmaker.fm to find most of my guests, but recently I've had people reaching out to me. So I'm, so happy that, the podcast is going so well. So if you'd like to book a 15-minute chat with me, I will put a link in the comments later. And yeah, you can reach out to me if you are thinking about starting your own podcast. Yeah, please reach out, book a 15-minute chat with me, and we can get you on the way to becoming a podcast wizard. And my next guest has arrived. Hello, young Prosper.
G'day, how are you?
I am very well. It is lovely to see you. I haven't seen you for such a long time.
Oh, you've changed your hair, you've changed your glasses. So much has happened. How have you been?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you. How's Melbourne?
Well, Melbourne is Melbourne. We just lost an hour. The weather's the same. I'm just looking outside there to look at what cloud actually has my data, just to make sure that we're not missing out on everything that's happening here right now. I've missed you.
Missed you too.
Oh, good to see you. Well, the internet is good in those ways. You feeling better now?
I am, thank you. Yes, yes.
Good stuff.
All healed and raring to go.
All right, great.
Yeah.
And thank you so much for having me on your platform. I've seen what you're creating. It's remarkable.
Thank you. Yeah, as you know, I love to share the knowledge and get great people on, and they can share their knowledge, and that's what I'm about.
Absolutely. Keep doing what you're doing. It's the legacy is just growing bigger and bigger. We're probably just gonna run out of pages and tape to record all the the stuff that you have done. It's a good thing the internet provides for all of that, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Prosper, we're going to be talking about how to generate hundreds of qualified high ticket leads like clockwork. Anyone who doesn't know Prosper, and you really should get into his proximity because he is an amazing, amazing man. He's an award-winning digital marketing expert with Lifelong Digital based in Melbourne. He's passionate about helping coaches, consultants, and small business owners grow their businesses because he knows what it's like to come from nothing. He is here to help you build a business that is profitable and enjoyable. And that's what he's all about, making business enjoyable. Prosper, please, I would love you to share with us how we can make our businesses enjoyable and profitable, and how we can get hundreds of leads.
Absolutely. I was listening to you say all of that, and I was like, wait a minute, did I come in a little bit early? They're still talking about the previous speaker, or...
No, I'm talking about you, the one and only Prosper.
I appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Well, I'll just start off from saying we're all in the business to obviously find freedom and time for ourselves. So the whole emphasis of it all is to make sure that we are working with the people that we love, we are doing the things that we love, and creating experiences and solutions for those that we have already mentioned that we love. So a lot of people go into business just because, yes, it's something that makes them money, but they seem to then forget that we are also living our lives. You're also supposed to be enjoying the process. So that's what I advocate for, to literally work with people that you love, generate those qualified leads that you want to work with through and through, and deliver an outstanding service. That way people get to know you, like you, and trust you. And we all know that people do business with those they know, like, and trust.
Absolutely. I love what you do. Tell me a little bit about Lifelong Digital. How did that start? And, how's it going? How many people have you helped? Because I know it's like thousands.
Lifelong Digital started as a level of love. So I'm from Zimbabwe originally, and being Zimbabwean at the time that I came here, I knew no one, and I was looking for some sort of a outlet for me to actually start working and actually earning some money. So the jobs that I was doing, half of them were very labor intensive, and I was not getting any satisfaction in the work that I was doing. One of the jobs is what then landed me this position here at Live Long Digital. I was actually working as a dishwasher at a restaurant in Melbourne. So the thing that I then did was I connected that restaurant onto Facebook by creating a Facebook page. And that was not what the owner wanted at that particular time, because the internet had not actually matured into a helpful tool. It was one of those places where your competitors will go in and write bad reviews. And he just saw that as a way for being exposed. So I almost got fired for, doing what I now do today. So by creating that Facebook page, it opened me up to an opportunity to start learning, how to connect with customers, how to connect with businesses, and it just evolved, as a growing process. But now I work with coaches and consultants to really help them, clarify their message, to really help them identify their target audience. Because if you don't have that right from the get-go, it will be very, very difficult for you to actually, do work that matters and actually, reach to the audience that you want to be working with. So that's why today we're talking about how easy it can be to then generate hundreds of qualified leads without even resorting to maybe cold calling or, ringing people or emailing without getting any responses back.
Well, I will leave you with the floor, and you please just go ahead and do your magic.
Absolutely. Well, Rose, I really appreciate your platform. Ever since I think we've done a couple of these videos, for your own private platform, but being on a global stage like this is just one of those things that is absolutely humbling. So like I've been explaining a little bit earlier on, as coaches, consultants, or small to medium businesses, we actually keep ourselves busy most of the time, either doing the work that we're doing for our clients or looking for work in order for us to have a business that's profitable and enjoyable. And there's nothing wrong with that, but there's something wrong with actually ignoring the key business attributes and assets which your future actually, depend on. And I'm going to be talking about those three aspects, which would make it easy for you to start creating relationships that are profitable and enjoyable. And if you're just joining us, the key aspects are having really deep and intimate relationships with the people that you're going to be working with, which is your clients, and having unshakable trust in the work that you're providing, either with your stakeholders, the team that you have, and the people that you're doing the work for. And after that, we're going to be talking about loving what you do. And if we have time, I'm going to be walking you through the process of how I actually automate all of this. Obviously, as we know, you can't automate a hug, but you can automate the connection that you have, with people and the actual, results that you can have for them. All right. So let's just start off with the first thing that I mentioned. G'day, Alan.
G'day, Prosper.
Fantastic. I was just going through my presentation. I didn't realize that you're going to be profiling me in the process.
You never know what's likely to happen. Please go ahead.
Great stuff. Okay. So obviously we're just talking about how to generate hundreds of qualified leads like clockwork. And I've just mentioned the three aspects that I'm going to be talking about, which is relationships. And I think if Alan is going to be speaking about after me, he obviously knows how to deepen those relationships and how to actually know, what people are saying without saying it, or how to respond to people based on, their facial expressions. And we're going to be talking about trust, which also goes in the realm of if you don't have the best relationships, then it's difficult for you to create that trust, and absolutely loving what you do. And then I'm just going to be taking you through the flow of how you can actually automate all of these processes so that you can have a business that's profitable and enjoyable. So as I started, I was saying that a lot of small to medium businesses, we keep ourselves very busy, either doing the work, which pays us all the time, or looking for the work. And like I said, there's nothing wrong with that, but there's something wrong with you ignoring the actual aspects that get you that work and keep you, delivering results for your clients that they absolutely love. And I'm going to be talking about these 3 assets so you can, see where it is that you're missing out in order for you to start generating hundreds of qualified leads like clockwork. One of the things that I mentioned was deepening the relationships that you have with the people that you're working with. Okay, so as a coach or consultant or small to medium business who maybe completes one project and then goes out to seek another business or another company or another person that you want to work with for the next, for the next project, that's a little bit inefficient. Okay, for you to be effective and for you to actually be profitable within business, you need to build deep relationships with the clients that you have currently, and so that they can continue to give you work and for months to come. Because it's very hard and disheartening for you to be out there every single time, calling clients, and then they are probably hanging up in your face. Or maybe you are spending thousands of dollars on ad spend or on Facebook or on other platforms without even generating any qualified leads. Or maybe you are like other people that are sending out hundreds of emails without even getting somebody reaching out to you saying, hey, thank you so much for reaching out to you, to me with that information. And sometimes it can actually feel like maybe no one wants to buy what it is that you're selling. And when you actually rely on your business to maybe pay rent and put food on the table, you can imagine that actually puts an enormous strain on your emotions, and you're then terrified to then maybe give up on your job or on your dreams, especially, and maybe then return to maybe some sort of employment, just so that you can, sustain yourself. But that can be eliminated if you actually build deep relationships with the clients that you currently have now, so that they can continue to give you work for months and years to come. The reason being, people do business with those they know, like, and trust. If you are creating for and relating to the people that you're doing work for right now, they will either refer to you, speak about you at a barbecue, or create opportunities for you to, work with them a little bit more. So if you're going to be doing more than one project for, say, each client, you're actually cutting back on the time that you spend on finding new clients. I mean, there's research that has been conducted that is actually far easier to sell to somebody who already knows who you are than to try and convince somebody else who's never heard of you, or who's not been introduced to you as a warm referral or a warm lead. Okay, so in other words, it actually, if you're actually maximizing, the spend that your client can have with you, you no longer have to go out there and generate more leads just so that you can actually sustain yourself. All right, lawyers would understand this. It's what they call billable hours. So if you want to maximize your billable hours with a client, you want to make sure that you're actually deepening the relationships that you have with those people. Now, what does that actually mean in practice? I don't mean you go out and babysit your clients, kids. I don't mean you go out and you wash their cars just so that they like you or things of that nature. What does that actually mean? What I mean is try and get closer to your clients. And that's why it's very important for you to actually know who you want to go after, what it is that you're going to be selling to them, and how you're going to be delivering that service, because you're going to spend much of the time trying to get results for them. Let's say you're a coach, you're helping people with their health, their wealth, or their relationships. All of those things are already particular to them. They are intimate to them. They are personal to them. So you got to have the energy, the wherewithal to really go in and create and craft custom situations for you to actually get results for people, because not everyone is going to have the same situation. Even though the themes are the same, not everyone is going to have the same problem. Okay, so it actually means that you need to get closer to your clients. It means caring about each client's business, each client's welfare, way beyond what it is that you're billing them for. So you need to know what they're going through, where they are before they connect with you, and where they're going after they're finished working with you. So what does that create for you? It actually creates some time. It gives you insights outside the project that you're working with them, and it also gives you more conversational material. So if somebody is going through maybe business problems, it might actually reflect on their relationships back home. It might actually be the relationship they have with their spouse. It might actually be the relationship they have with their kids that's stopping them from doing more. And if you've got products, systems, and processes that can help them eliminate those problems, guess what? You are now, their trusted advisor. And that now creates an opportunity for you to either sell them yet another product or refer them on to something that you can get a commission for. And you're not going out looking for new customers or people that are not going to be qualified or people you don't even love working with. So as I would keep referring back to the topic, it's generating hundreds of qualified leads. And once you find that one person, you can literally no longer go for market share, but go for wallet share. How many times, how many products, how many services can you build that person for? Okay, so you literally go out of your way to find out how can you best serve that person and make their life better every step of the way. People are going through stuff. We've just come from COVID. We've just come from, maybe we are entering into some sort of financial problems, and some people haven't quite understood what this whole climate change is going to do to their business and affect them and things of that nature. As a business person, your role is to solve people's problems. If you find people talking to you just because you become close to them, find out how you can create solutions for them and a way that you can charge them for your time, for your expertise, and everything else that comes along with it. And if you can't build them, then you can actually go out there and create a product for other people, knowing that this is something that people are actually asking for, so you're not creating products that people don't want out there. All right. And it naturally just then means you're giving more. It naturally means you're keeping in touch with your customers, because the more you keep in touch with your customers, the more they remember who you are when it comes to invoice time. All right. You are not necessarily just billing them and them forgetting who you are, just predicated on the fact that you just send them an invoice and you don't quite have a relationship with them. The reason why a lot of our businesses don't go further than 3 years or 5 years is not necessarily because we don't know what we're doing. In other words, we're just treating our clients as a meal ticket. Okay. And then we walk away the instant we submit an invoice to them. We don't know where they've been. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they need next after us. If you are more interested in the clients that you're working with and you're interested in long-term relationships with the people that you're serving right now, it will make it super easy for you to stay in business. Like, I kid you not, that's one of the things that we completely forget. Even if you've heard it before, I hope this would actually just remind you a little bit of what it is that you need to be doing, with the clients that you currently have, than the clients that you hope you're going to be, receiving out there. Because it's not easy to try and convince people that you haven't communicated with, when it comes to marketing your business. Because look at this, as an entrepreneur, marketing your business is just, one aspect of running a successful business. You go from hiring new staff, you're managing that stuff again, you're balancing the books, and you're trying to drive growth for your business and a whole lot more of other things. And it all feels like a constant balancing act where you're pulled in multiple different directions all at once. We only have maybe a certain amount of time during the day. We all have 24 hours. We all have maybe the 8 hours to sleep. We have time with our family and kids and things of that nature. At the end of the day, your real goal is just to help your clients. You know what I mean? You want to spend as much time, changing people's lives and solving people's problems. You don't want to waste countless hours trying to navigate maybe the whole complex world of maybe online marketing, or trying to convince people that don't want to work with you to work with you. And certainly you don't want to spend yet another minute on the phone having to beg other people to hire your services. Fortunately, you don't have to. Just deepen the relationships that you have with your clients. Deepen the relationships that you have with the people that are currently paying you right now. What is the next step? What is the next logical step that you need to take them to so that they have a happier existence? And that will create hundreds of qualified leads, because you now know exactly what it is that they want. They're qualified. Why? Because they've been paying you before. You don't have to necessarily go out there to look for market share. You are just expanding your wallet share. All right. So the next thing that we then do, I'm taking that this thing is being recorded on Facebook. Rose, is there any questions that I need to address before I go into the next aspect of trust?
Hang on. Sorry, Prosper. People at me left, right, and centre. I had another meeting on this afternoon. So,
absolutely, yes.
Yes, please just go on. There's been no questions in the chat at the moment, but I will reach out for some.
Absolutely. I just wanted to make sure because I could just keep going on and on. So we've just spoken about the relationships, but relationships are built on trust. Okay, as you would have noticed, me and Rose, we're talking about things we've done prior. We've built a relationship around both our businesses.
Have you got her on your? Hang on.
And we've created a situation where we both trust each other to show up for each other's business. So all I'm just saying is, if you really want to be the one person that creates an opportunity for yourself to generate hundreds of qualified leads, you need to be reliable. You need to be honest. You need to be truthful. All of these things that I'm talking about are soft skills. People think that as a digital marketer, you need to be having a whiz-bang website. You need to be having a whiz-bang social media existence, because once you have all of these things in place, it's so easy for you to just plug all of that into your social media. It's so easy to plug that into your email marketing. It's so easy to plug all of this into your content marketing. You know why? Because now you know the right market that you want to go after. You've clarified your message, and you know the media which you can definitely use to pass on that message in and of itself. So if you're constantly showing up, if you're consistent, if you're reliable, if you're honest, if you're truthful, and you admit when you're wrong, or you admit how you are going to be providing that service, and you're not literally out there to cheat people, you develop that trust that people want to do business with, because we know that people want to do business with those they know, like, and trust. And those are just the basics. All right. You want to generate leads, be reliable, be honest, be truthful, because people are going through a journey, of getting to find out who is the best provider of that service. So maybe they're going through stuff with their health, they're going through stuff with their wealth, they're going through stuff with their relationship. They're going to be finding who is the best, possible choice that they can utilize in order for them to, take away that problem that they're experiencing. And it's just the basics. If you're reliable, people will depend on you. If you're honest, people will trust the information that you're putting out there. If you're truthful, people will then actually start listening to your content and wanting to know more about who you are and how you can help them solve their problems. So those are just the basics. Because when people like me show up in a space, a lot of people assume SEO is a really big subject, which entails having to have 500 computers working at the same time just so you can beat the algorithm. It's just you showing up as a human being, who you are, what you do, and who should care about listening to that message. And you can only do that if you have built the relationships that need to happen within your business, if you're reliable, if you're honest, and if you're truthful. And beyond that, just let your customers know what's actually going on in your business, because people are coming to the internet to get information. Let them know if you're going to be maybe a day late, or if you're going to be an hour late, which is just human courtesy. Let them know when your shop is open, not to just hide all of that information, and people show up at your place of work and realize that you have shut down, or you haven't given them the right information. If you're working with people, just let them know if you're having problems in delivering on the project, if you're having trouble with the project. And last but not least in this section, always deliver your best work. Otherwise, your clients will cease to have confidence in what you're doing, and they'll feel that they can't trust you to deliver on your promise, or to deliver, the goods and services that you promised on a regular basis. Because trust is what will protect you from your competitors. Because when given a choice, a customer will choose a coach, a consultant, or a small to medium business person who is trusted by other people. So are your reviews showing up on your website? Are you actually creating an environment where people can ask you questions, and you are open about your processes, you're open about how you operate, and when you're wrong, you admit that you're wrong? All that is just human behavior 101. Your mom, your dad would have told you to be truthful, to be honest, to to admit when you're wrong. And that's what people are just expecting from you. And the more you do that with them, you now start generating hundreds of qualified leads. You know why? Because people now know who you are, now trust you, not like you, and they will refer to their loved ones with confidence. And every time you show up, if you're exuding trust and confidence in what you're doing, and you absolutely love the work that you're doing, come hell or high water, you are only transferring that enthusiasm to your clients. And sales is all about the transference of enthusiasm. If you're not happy, if I just showed up, I was just like, Rose, yeah, how are you? Yeah, we're okay. It's fine. Yeah, I've been working hard. Have you been okay, Rose?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's all right. Cool. What time do you want me to show up?
Well, I don't want to talk to you now because you're just you're being a pain. I would hate a phone call like that. It would be absolutely horrendous. How boring.
You see what I'm talking about, right? Because wherever somebody's coming from, you just want to really either meet them at their energy level or maybe exceed it a little better, because you want to leave them feeling a lot better than the moment they showed up in your space. And then they're not going to know whether they're excited about the product, they're excited about you, or they're excited about what's about to happen to them. All those feelings now just help them reaching out to their credit card, and they won't even know what happened. So a lot of people don't realize how you show up, how you dress, how you interact with people. All of those things are just like 100 points of ID when you're getting your passport. Everything matters. The packaging matters. The energy matters. Rose is looking beautiful right now with her new hair. She didn't have to, but she knows that's part of the packaging.
Absolutely.
Right? Things that we think don't matter actually are the things that matter the most. Optics matter. And we now get surprised why people are not returning our calls, why people are not returning our emails, why people are not, answering our invoices.
I love your passion, Prosper. It is just so infectious. And you're quite right. Packaging, branding, brand is everything. I mean, if you're showing up, and I was watching some of the podcast videos recently, and I was wearing just a normal t-shirt, and I thought, yeah, that was really great. And then I've noticed ones with me with the collar on. It looks so much better. It looks much more professional. And, there is a difference. It really is different, doing your hair and if you're a female, if you put a bit of makeup on, I mean, makeup isn't a necessity, because if you don't like it, don't wear it, but it just adds to the package. And packaging is everything. It's like when you get a Christmas present, if it's wrapped all crappy, you think you got a crappy present, but if it's wrapped nice with a nice ribbon and bow, you're going to be really excited, aren't you?
Absolutely. You see, the thing is, people value where effort has been made. And when you put in effort, people will take notice, because the energy that you took really making that happen, people will be like, oh yeah, okay. And one thing that subconsciously happens is the person feels respected. Because if you made an effort to show up in the best way, to me or to anybody else, then obviously I now believe if you have taken the time to make yourself look good, you are also going to probably do the same for my business, for my health, for my wealth, or whatever it is we're there to talk about. Because if you come disheveled, we're talking about my accounts here, we're talking about my shares, you're talking about my investment. How are you going to know what entry you're going to make if you cannot keep yourself together? So all of those things, people would just yes, obviously as entrepreneurs, we've taught ourselves not to judge or anything else, but our clients they just want to put you in a box because you are just a figment in their day-to-day existence. So you want to make sure that you take full space of that attention that they've given to you. All right. I mean, if you've seen most of the posts or things that are happening in the world, even look at what Steve Jobs, I think that was in 2005 at the Stanford commencement speech, when he was talking about his story and how he loves what he does. And he broke it down and said, if I didn't love what I do, Apple wouldn't exist. Even computers wouldn't exist, because Microsoft copied Apple on the topography that they're now using right now. So can you imagine if you just wake up one day, the domino effect of the things that are not going to happen or exist just because you don't feel all right? You can't do well if you're not presenting well. That's just how it works in any world, and especially these days with Zoom and recorded things of that nature. This video, if you don't delete it or whatever it is, somebody might be recording it somewhere else. It's etched in stone. So whatever we do, we're presenting, whenever we're showing up in the world, this is now going to be the history, and you're as good as your last Zoom call. That's my new statement right there.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as I said, your passion is absolutely contagious. Prosper, I've put in the link in the chat, a link to your website so that people can reach out to Lifelong Digital and find out more about what you do, and you know, get those leads.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So obviously, I'm just gonna sort of bring it all together. So if you absolutely create the deep relationships within your business, these are the soft skills. We're going to go into the hard stuff a little bit later on when I'm showing you how funnels and everything else works, but you can't put lipstick on a pig. You know, when people show up to my space, they just want ads, they just want instant gratification, but you haven't done the work. You know what I mean? What are people going to be responding to if they don't quite know who you are? If they haven't created a relationship with you either through content, and there's no, you know, an essence for them to be able to trust you. Okay. So as a coach or consultant, okay, what you need to be doing in order for you to be generating leads consistently is to find the kind of work and the kind of clients that you will enjoy working with the most. And you want to start recognizing, you know, where your true gifts lie. You know, and then you want to match those gifts with certain kind of work that actually gives the results that people will speak about at a barbecue. And then seek those clients that you most likely will give you an opportunity to shine doing what you love doing best. All right. And all too often, a lot of people in our space, in the online space, you know, they grab any kind of work just because there's money to be made. Well, which is fine. I mean, we're here to make a living and some sort of profit, you know, and maybe we need to be paying our bills. But over time, it will make you miserable, you know, and the quality of your work would actually suffer, which is actually shooting yourself in the foot instead of actually going out for the right kind of people in the market that you can give the right results and try and get not market share, but wallet share. Try and build as much as you can, you know, with the few amount of clients that you have. And make no mistake, loving what you do is a key asset for any business owner. So let me just sum it up, and then I'll do a bit of funnel work, just so that, you know, I wouldn't be an SEO person if I don't show up and start talking tech stuff, you know, Rose, you know, people would chase us away from the internet and banish us up to some digital. All right. So most coaches and consultants that I then come across in life, they work like what we call piece job workers. I don't know if that's the right word in English. You know, they're skipping from one client to another. They don't have consistency in the work that they're doing. You'd be better off to behave like a business person. All right. And you work on building and growing a profitable business. All right. So in order for you to build a business, you need to first define who your target audience is, what your message is, and determine what media are you really good at delivering that message to that target audience. The rest will take care of itself. And you just need to nurture and keep making sure that you're refining all those three things: your target audience, your message, and the media that you're going to be choosing, you know, for work. And if you do that, you'll be well ahead of anybody else who's trying the hardest to even make $1 on the internet right now. So in essence, I want to show you now how it all looks behind the scenes when you actually start crafting a message that makes it easy for people to connect with you. Now, Rose, tell me what your process is so that we can actually work on your business and then it makes sense. How do you want people to connect with you? Do you want them to book a call with you, or do you just want them to buy something off of your website as soon as they
I'd
get
rather,
through?
at the moment, I think because of the program and everything, I want them to book a call with me.
Absolutely. All right. So if you want people to book a call, I can share my screen, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. It's the power of the internet. You know, we can just do certain things easy peasy like that. All right. So this is what everybody else does, which is basically the first thing we are all trying to do is to go maybe on social media and find the people that we think will pay us money. All right. Nothing wrong with that, which is cool. Okay. Voila. And maybe you're using Facebook, you're using LinkedIn. I can't spell now. It's the pressure, you know. I'm on a stage, Rose. It's happening, you know. All right. So you're using LinkedIn and maybe you're doing a bit of SEO. I wouldn't leave that out. So SEO basically is your Google. All right, there we go. Okay. And maybe you're doing networking. All right. Let's say you are networking right there. You can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. So there is the networking. All right. So a lot of people just end there, which is basically just, yeah, I've got my pages on Facebook or whatever it is. What I encourage people to do is really find out, when you have identified your target market, find what is the first thing that your client is looking for in order for them to initiate the journey with you. What is it that they are missing in their life right now? And I'm thinking maybe with you, Rose, if I can stand to be corrected, they're probably just trying to do a presentation or something of that nature. And they're just, you know, wanting to, present well in or maybe create a podcast. What you can do instead of sending people to your website is to just create maybe a checklist or some sort of, lead magnet that allows them to initiate the journey with you without putting out a big outlay and a big, and it's not a big ask on your part, but also making sure that that lead magnet is fully effective in such a way that they can actually get the answer that they're looking for immediately. Remember, we want to deepen the relationship. We want to create trust with our audience. If you literally help people by actually helping them, that results in trust, because then they want to know what else is coming out, from that particular opportunity. So let's say that lead magnet now allows people to download that, checklist or whatever it is that you've created. You exchange that value with their email address. So you look at where you have taken them away from. You've taken them away from the humdrum of Facebook or LinkedIn or Google or that networking event. You've taken them away from the noise and you have invited them home. And especially if you get the opportunity to get that email from them, you can then start a journey deepening that relationship. And I usually just put 3 emails, which are basically know, like, and trust. So once you have this person, you now have their attention. You now know they're a little bit qualified, or they are now in a space that they can start their, client journey with you. So, and once you have that, process, now let them know who exactly you are, because they didn't have time to look at your selfies or anything else on Facebook. That's not what they're after. But right now they're a little bit interested because you've given them value. They have sort of dipped their feet into what is possible with you. You have now shown them you can help them. Now you've piqued their interest, but they haven't bought anything from you. On this page, you can actually then start presenting your business, who you are, what you do, and why they should care to work with you. And this might happen instantly from the time they download that book from you, or it might take day number 2, or it might take day number 3 for them to start knowing you, or it might take day number 4. It depends. But now you are sending, qualified messages to a qualified audience. Know why? Because they took the initial step of raising their hand to say, yes, I might be in need of the services that you're offering. And you're also getting to know them a little bit more, and you're exchanging that with them without them having, engaged quite a lot with you or spend any money with you, because they need to really get to trust you and understand you. And once people have gotten to know who you are and understood you a little bit, there's no point in you stopping there. So you can literally start creating that journey for them now. But these emails are a little bit different. You are now driving them towards that call, Rose, that you want them to take with you. Why it's important to get on a call with you. All right. You can also do that with this page here. Tell us who you are exactly, and then give us a call to action, which is, hey, why don't you just schedule a call with me and we can get to know each other, and I would understand what it is that I can do for you. That can happen immediately from that to there, or it might just happen in such a way that, let me not confuse people here because there's going to be too much confusion there. All right. Once you know that these people have already understood what it is that you're doing, your next invitation is to just give them your calendar link. Hey, why don't you schedule a call with me? We can have a chat. And what then follows after that is maybe a follow-up email to remind them of that call. And you know that this person is not going to be forgetting that they scheduled a call with you. They have all the reminders. They already know who you are, and they take the time to actually know exactly what's happening and why they're supposed to be sitting for that 30-minute, 45-minute call. Because you already know these people, you already understand, you're already deepening the relationships with them. They now trust you. It's easy for you to convert people on this call. But you know what we're doing, a lot of us? We're just going straight from social media to that call. And half of the time, and we wonder why people are not, responding to our calls to action. So that, my friends, if you really want to create for and relate to an audience and have, people that are responsive to your calls to action and have an understanding of how you can basically help them, you just need to create the journey behind. People do not see the funnel, but they feel the experience. The more they're having a good feeling towards coming to a call with you, the easier it is for them to actually be receptive to your offers. You're only making your job a whole lot easier. And once you set this all up, guess what happens, Rose? All you're just now doing is, yes, you can go and do ads. Yes, you can do videos like this, and whatever leads you are receiving, you take them through this process, and you end up talking to the right kind of people with the right kind of pain, who you can give them the right payoff. And what does that create, Rose? Hundreds of qualified leads like clockwork. That, my friends, is how you win the internet. You don't
love the process. I love it.
Absolutely.
Love it. So as an SEO specialist, Prosper, it's a great way to build those 100 leads. If you follow the system, and everyone's got to have a system. And that's an absolute, I love that. I love the visuals of that. That was wonderful. Thank you for sharing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, I really appreciate you for having me on the show. I was actually learning while I was going through this stuff. So it's a transformative process. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Prosper. What website would people find you on? I know I've put it in the link, but just something else to put out there for people, just to reassure them and reaffirm that you're just the best in the industry.
Absolutely. So if you really want to see this process at work, because then it's easier for you to actually see it while it's happening to you. Because right now, yes, we are, being bombarded with all this information, but we can't see the process at work. Now you know what to look out for. So if you go onto my website, www.livelongdigital.com.au/blueprint, because that's the blueprint. And then you'll be able to download a book that tells you how this whole process works, and then you can actually see the process unfold. If you end up having a call with me, then you actually know it works.
Absolutely. I've got that blueprint.
Yes.
And yeah, it's a wonderful document, and I encourage you to go and seek it out on Prosper's website. Prosper, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm so glad that you we've connected again, because I've really missed you.
Well, now you know where to find me. I'm sorry I haven't been on socials and everything else. Because,
I know.
Yes.
I know. You take care and look after those two little girls for me.
Absolutely. I really appreciate this, Rose. And when it, there we go. All right. Keep doing the amazing work that you're doing. I'm going to be watching every step of the way.
Lovely. Thank you so much. I'll talk to
Bye
you
for
soon.
now.
Thanks, Prosper. Wow, wasn't that absolutely amazing? Absolutely amazing. Prosper is just so knowledgeable, and I just love his work. My next guest, Alan Stevens, is a little bit behind now, but I'm sure he'll fill in the blanks for us in the next 30 minutes or so. Alan is an international profiling and communications specialist who is regularly featured on national TV, radio, and in the world's press. He's profiled the likes of our leading politicians, TV and sports stars, as well as Britain's royalty. He's been referred to by the UK Guardian as the leading authority on reading people globally, and the mentalist meets Dr. Phil by the Herald. Alan has worked with international clients like Disney Films and Gillette, and high-profile organisations like the AFP, Australian Federal Police, to help them to understand how people tick. Alan works with business owners and executives, helping them to understand and engage their clients and prospects. And he helps them to enhance their presentations and negotiation skills. With parents and teachers, he helps them also to enhance the ability of their children to reach their full potential, while improving the experience of parents, teachers, and student, the interaction between the three of those. He is also the creator of the We Together initiative and the Campfire Project. And if you haven't seen it, go to Facebook, look up the Campfire Project, and pop in there. It's an amazing, amazing community. And the Campfire Project is a safe place for men and women to give themselves permission to tell their stories, to share their experiences and their wisdom. And it's, as I said, the Campfire Project is an amazing, safe place. I've told my story in there a couple of times, and it's always been just, it's an amazing experience, and it's such a collaborative and I don't know, caring site. And I'm about to do a
panel discussion.
Thank you, panel discussion on Friday with the team. So I love doing those, and I think they're just so great, and they're so, I don't know, they help people grow. They help the presenters grow, even because they learn stuff that they didn't know before. Alan, thank you so much for being here today. I love how you read faces. You read mine the very first time we got together. You still haven't shared with me what you thought, but you keep coming back to me, so it must have been all right. So, Alan, as I said, we're going to be discussing what are people really saying, and so I'll leave the floor to you.
Thank you very much. And I know that you're running a little bit late, so I'm going to be talking fairly quickly to get through this. I'm going to share some slides so you've got some visuals, so it doesn't make it too big a rush. You'll be able to watch it in the replay again later on as well. But first of all, what I'd like to ask you a question. Now, Prosper's done a lot of my work for me today. He's talked so much about relationships. So I don't know whether he's listened to me a lot, I've trained him well or whatever, but it was really good listening to the fact that he's pointed out the importance of relationships, because my first question to people is always, what's the most important thing in your business? Is it the relationships that you build, or is it the products and services that you create? Now, that's a little bit of a trick question. I'll come back to that in a moment, but very quickly, before I jump into the full story here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start you off with a little bit of my background so you understand why it is, what it is I do and why it is that I do it. Then we're going to look at where you can use this and how to share it with you, and what I share with you today. We're going to cover some basic skills and then some specific skills that you can use immediately after this. We'll cover why you and your business need these skills and how you minimize the chances of being profitable without them. So you really need the skills. And then those that stay to the end there, I'm also going to have a free gift for you, which will show you how to put into immediate action some of the skills and how to use that to make money straight away. So very quickly, I'm going to share my screen here and then take you through those slides. Now you'll be able to see that there. As I've said, the first question that I've asked you was, what was the most important thing? Was it relationships or was it the products and services that you create? A lot of people will argue that it's the products and services. Others will argue it's the relationships. At the end of the day, which is the most important? That's a trick question. They're both important. If you don't have a good product or service, doesn't matter what relationship you build, it's not going to work. If you good at building relationships, but no product and service, same thing. But either way, if you don't have the product or you don't have the relationships, the end result, you're not going to have a business. You need both of them. So they're both equally important. But the priority is you have to build a relationship first. If you don't, then you're never going to get a chance to show people your products and services. Very quickly, Rose has already been through my background, but just to show you here again, some of the firms that I've worked with, Disney Films and Gillette, for their combined effort they had with their Star Wars Rogue One launch back in 2016. And I've worked with organisations like the Federal Police and the Tax Office. Everything is on how to understand what makes people tick so we can build stronger relationships with people. I'm also the creator and host of the Campfire Project, director of the Business of Smiles. I'm also a non-executive director of the Montessori Primary School. For me, everything is about relationships and everything is about the communities that we create. The skills I'm going to cover today, if I hadn't had those, I never would have been able to start the Campfire Project, which is now a global group, which no other group has done ever before. And we've done it consistently now for 4 years. And that is a place of total inclusion and total equality, a place where all genders, all religions, and all cultures can come together and share their stories in respectful conversations. And as I say, in 4 years now, over 500 conversations, and not once has there been any bigotry, sexism, or racism. And nobody's been disrespectful to anybody else. And the only way that could really work was for me being able to read people when they came in, to build a stronger relationship with them. So I had time to explain to them the importance of the Campfire Project and building strong relationships. I've also speak on international forums. I'm here today. I've spoken on mental health forums, leadership forums. I've also been interviewed on a very regular basis around the world. The skills I'm going to cover today have been now certified as certified learning solutions for all industries across Australia and Asia. So if anybody needs to get their CPD points, they can build their relationships and get their points at the same time. I'm also a certified trainer with The Answer Is Yes, where a lot of my courses now sit as well. And I'm also a fellow with the Institute for Learning and Performance, Australasia. A lot of the skills that I've been doing, I've been covered by a lot of the awards. Now, the only reason I'm mentioning these awards is they cover everything from Business Person of the Year, Education Business of the Year, Overall Business of the Year for Australia and New Zealand, Keynote Speaker, for silver in the Social Change Maker for Australia, the gold winner in the Man of Influence, and there's more awards still sitting there as well. So it shows that these skills are used everywhere. So what I'm covering today, we're talking about business, but the end of the day is you can use this in every area of your life. Once you learn it in one area, it translates everywhere else. And I break it down into 3 pillars. There is the personal and individual, how to build relationships with, finding the right partner, keeping the partner, having children, how to build your communities, how to have relationships within community events and organizations. In the workplace, how to build your workplace relationships, how to understand your staff at a level where they become more loyal to you because you understand their personality and know how to speak to them in the way that they need to be spoken to. And in sales, to be able to look at your clients, understand their buying motives, how to actually address them in the first place, how much information to give them. so that you can increase your sales, you can increase the number of conversions that you get. Everything comes down to how well you can read people. And I do it for the reason of building relationships, first of all, for building better negotiations, and at the same time, uncovering any deception. Now, that deception could be where somebody is actually lying to you or trying to con you. It could also be talking to a client who doesn't want to open up and tell you exactly what their financial situation is, whether they can use your services or not, or they use one argument to cover up for something else as to why they don't want to do business. It's all about building those relationships. Now, a couple of rhetorical questions for you here to think about as we go through this. How do you presently build relationships? How do you know if you can trust somebody? As Prosper kept saying, it was all about the know, like, and trust factor. We'll go into that a little bit deeper and break that down a little bit. But also, what do you do that helps others to trust you? And ask yourself, how's that working for you with what you're doing today? Now, most people do the know, like, and trust factor like a car wreck. It's like everybody racing to get there, because if I can build relationship fast, I can then get to the sale. So quite often, and not knowing how to build the relationship, they rush into it. And by rushing into it, they don't make the connections. There are two sections into this. There is the know and like, and there is the trust. To get somebody to know you and like you is one aspect, but then to trust you is another. And that may not be done in the one event, as Prosper's been showing as well. The know and like might be done by somebody else, and then you develop the trust with a client that's been referred to you. But it takes time, but you can do it faster if you know how to read people. As they say, if people like you, they will listen to you. They will also listen to other people. Where Prosper was talking about having those clients and having raving clients who really sing your praises, if they're talking to somebody else about you, as they say, 7% of people will listen to ads and believe those. 80% of people will believe what other people say. And if they're talking about you, you want them to be saying the right thing. So by building great relationships in the first place, and then having those people you built relationships with go out and advocate for you, they are going to get to that know and like factor with the people they're talking to faster, because the people they're talking to know that they're not trying to sell to them. They know that they mentioned, oh, I have a problem in this area. And they've then turned around to that person and said, hey, you need to talk to Joe because Joe knows this, or Mary knows this really well. And I love their service. And they vouch for you, because then they can go to the trust factor. Now, people they don't have to like you to start with you, but if they like somebody else, they'll come and talk to you. If they believe that the person who they like has told them that you can really help, and they believe that you can do that. So they'll come along to find out. In that conversation, this is where we then do the business, because when it comes down to it, those three factors together are all about building relationship. And as I say, trust is the foundation of everything we do. So the relationship is the foundation of everything we do. Every time I'm asked, what do I bring to the table? The only answer I can give is I bring the damn table. It's the foundation. And then you put your services on top of that. So what I'm taking you through today is about how to build relationships with people so you can add your products to the top of that and develop a better relationship with a client and get your services out to them faster and more easily. But it's like building any foundations. It takes a bit of time to dig the foundations down and lay them. If you look at a building in the street, when they're building a high sky-rise, the foundations seem to be, there's noise behind a fence, but we never see anything for a long period of time. Then all of a sudden, this building just shoots up. The foundations are the most important factor. If you don't get that right, then the building's going to topple. And it's the same thing with your business. If you lose relationships with your clients, you can pretty much say goodbye to your business. So you've got to build a strong, purposeful relationship with them, not to manipulate them, but so that they like you and trust you because you deliver the right service to them and they know that you're able to do that. And if they do know that, if a competitor comes along with a cheaper price, they're not likely to run off to them because the other person's an unknown quantity. You're a known quantity and you've delivered and therefore they'll stay with you. Because when it comes down to it, the reason people do business with us is those 5 factors. If you can save them time, if you can save them money or help them make money, if you also give them good feelings that when you're able to do that, they feel better about themselves, it gives them the emotional outcome they're looking for. And at the same time, it solves their problems and gives them a solution to those problems. But it also helps to move the worry and stress that they have. They will do business with you. As a mate of mine, Steve Brossman, always says, the ETM equals the ATM. The ATM being the money machine, your bank account. The ETM is the energy, the relationship that you build with them. They're getting the outcome that they're looking for, but you're saving them time, you're saving them money, and you're helping to make money. If you match those 5 things here, you'll always be able to get a client out of the process. The thing is, though, everybody is suffering today. We have the 4 things that I work with and I profile people. This is what really opened my mind to understand people more effectively and not get caught up in my own emotions and what I thought I was seeing because of my biases. I realized that everyone is suffering and insecure. Everybody wears a mask and everybody pretends they're not wearing a mask. They are also a product of their childhood sufferings and rewards. When you realize this, you realize that everybody's an emotional being. To tell somebody, leave your problems at work when you go home, or leave your home problems there and don't bring them to work, it's impossible. We are emotional beings. Because when it comes to selling as well, everyone will say they logically picked a particular product when they bought it. Or I bought this car, and for a logical reason, I bought a Lexus. The fact that they bought a car, that was the logical reason. They needed a vehicle to get from A to B. It needed to be something to keep them out of the wet. So it wasn't going to be a motorbike. It had to be something that was covered, but it didn't have to be a truck. So that was the logical part of the decision. The type of vehicle, that was purely emotional, because an old bomb will get you from A to B as long as it's running, the same as a very expensive car will. It's the emotional side of the thing. So we know that everybody's emotional, so you can't break that down. And in fact, here's a couple of quick stats for you to think about as well. In 2016, it was stated that 48% of people were disengaged in the workplace. Another 18% were actively disengaged. In other words, they were bitching and whinging about their employers and about the company they worked with. So that was a total of 66%. In 2018, before COVID hit, it went to 87%. It went up by another 21% because all those people complaining were wearing down everybody else. Because we know if somebody's been bullied in the workplace, their performance drops 70%, but everybody else who observes it, their performance will drop 40%. So in other words, if they're listening to other people whinging, it's going to have an impact on them. The only way you're going to turn that around is by having a great relationship with the people in your business. If you're the senior manager or the owner, you have to have a relationship with your people. You know, we had a lot, what was it? The whole stats were showing that 8 people every day were committing suicide in Australia. That's now gone up since COVID. It's still, out of the 8, it was 2 women who would commit suicide and 6 men. Now it's still the 2 women are the same stats, but it's more than that with the men. So we've got more and more men who are not talking about their emotions or expressing themselves. We need to learn how to build our relationships more effectively. Now that's just your employees as well. And if you're selling to somebody, just think these are they're bound to be part of these statistics as well, to some level or another. We also know that 80% of those working remotely, those employees didn't want to go back to the office full time. At the same time, 45% of SMEs were talking about that running their business over the last 12 months had caused them anxiety. Now, 24% felt that it led to depression. If that's the condition, then there's what you're doing when you go and talk to another business. This is what the management, the owners of the business are going through. To be able to read them and understand them and build that relationship and recognize if something's going on when you're trying to sell, to know when to change the conversation so that you build a stronger relationship that gives you the opportunity to come back and complete the sale later on. Because if you keep pushing it when you don't read the signs, they're going to turn off and you're going to lose them. The old saying that, work on your business, not in your business. That is a great saying, but most people are working in their business. If you're a leader, your role is to make yourself redundant. And that is by raising everybody else up to do the work that you don't want to do so that you can go on holidays and the company will grow in your absence. It's by raising other people to do the work that you're presently doing. Because if that's running the inside operation of the business, you're locked into the business. But if you can raise people up, the sooner you can move out and work on your business and grow it even further. But you need to have trusted relationships with those people so that you can do that. All the stats are showing at the moment that everything is about building relationships. This is what came from the Gallup research earlier this year. Out of about 30-something points, the first 7 were just purely on build relationships, develop the people in your teams, learn how to lead the change yourself. And that, as I said, make yourself redundant as a leader by raising other people up, inspiring others in that process. Thinking critically, how you can change things, but that thinking critically also involves input from other people, knowing how to talk to them so that you can draw that information out and they feel trusted, that they trust you enough to be able to open up and share it with you. You need to communicate clearly with people, but it's also the way in which you communicate, not just clearly, but the amount of information, how each person likes to take it in, and know how to change the way you speak with each person depending on their personalities. And then you can create accountability. It's not accountability you give to your people, it's the accountability that they assume for themselves. If they feel that they belong, that they contribute, that they're valued, they will take on tasks that you normally would have liked to have got them to do, but you don't have to ask them to do it because they will take it on. That way, then you know that you have a loyalty in your organisation and you can step out of the organisation and work on it while they're inside working inside the organisation for you. Communication, though, takes 3 areas. The words that we speak, the words that we write, also our tone of voice and other body language. And at the same time, I think I just got thrown out there for a moment.
Sorry, Alan. Yeah, go on.
Not a problem. These are the technical issues that we're having today with not only with our machines, but also with our relations as well. People disconnecting. So nice little segue there. Thanks, Rose, because we're moving more into how to connect with those people so we don't get those dropouts in their discussions they're having with us. If we talk about, and I'll just bring the screen back up again. As you can see, as I mentioned before, the words, they say are worth 7%, tone of voice 38%, body language 55%. Again, which is the most important? They're all important. The value, though, we get most of it from the body language and tone of voice. There's an argument about, what's the importance here and what's not the importance. Full communication, you need all of these. But if you're looking for information from people, then the best indicator you have is the body language followed by the tone of voice. And in fact, on the phone, you can't see the body language, but it transfers into the tone of voice. The words only go up to about 70% on a phone call when people can't see your face. But you need all of those to be able to talk to somebody. So the 3 tools that we have are your eyes, your ears, and your mouth. But remember the proportion of, we've got 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 mouth. People always say you got 2 ears and 1 mouth. Well, throw in the fact you got 2 eyes as well. The eyes give you so much more impact on the non-verbals that are going on. When I say looking at them in that way, use them in that proportion. But when you're using your mouth, ask questions. While you're talking and giving information, it's fine while somebody like me is sitting here and educating, sharing information with you. Yes, we need to talk. But if I'm in a room talking with you, you're the one who's going to be doing the talking. I'm going to be asking questions. The more I can understand all about you, the more I can then provide the service that you really need. But I'll be looking for the non-verbals in being able to do that. Now, out of those, therefore, the most effective you have, as I said, are your eyes, followed by your ears. And as I said, when you're using your mouth, when you're speaking, ask questions, always ask questions. And I'll get onto the type of questions and how you can use those very shortly. But when it comes to, if you want to influence people, first you've got to engage them. And to do that, you have to connect with them first of all. You need to know how to read them, how to communicate with them. So knowing a person, how they take information and how they process it, and how they're likely to react in a given situation. And therefore, that tells me what language, what format, what structure I use. And then I get confirmation back. This is why my eyes and ears are so important, to get the confirmation that have I read them right? Is there something emotionally going on? And are they telling me the truth? And if I can do that, I can build the relationships faster. And this is how you shorten that period of know, like, and trust. It's not something you rush through to get your products there. It's something that you can really hasten through and build a strong relationship with people in the process. But it's by building a relationship up here, and then as you engage them, you're building that rapport faster, stronger relationship with them, and you've got greater trust. Then you can transition into your product and services. But out of this, the most important part of it is this top section. If you cannot build that connection with people, you're not going to get any further. So to do that, and this is where we're moving into some of the skills, we have body language and the micro expressions that will tell us whether we've read somebody right, is there something emotionally going on, and are they telling us the truth? But I start always with the facial features. Now, for some of you, you might be listening to this and going, okay, this sounds a bit woo-woo. But remember, as I said before, I've taught this to the federal police. I've taught it to the tax office. And I work with parents and school teachers, changing relationships. I've still got clients who are doing testimonials 12 years after. That's the newest record. And that 12 years after I've worked with them. And that's mainly from the facial features. The facial features tell me how you like to be spoken to, how you like to be treated, and how you're likely to respond in any situation. Once I've got that, I know how to change the way I like to be spoken to match the way that you need to be spoken to. And therefore, I then have the language. So first of all, I know how you take the information in, how you process it, how you're likely to respond. To build that trust, then I know to give you a certain amount of detail. The face will tell me how much detail, what order it needs to be. Can I bounce around a bit, or does it have to be structured? And at the same time, can it be laid back and informal, or is you somebody who likes to be spoken to a little bit more formally, treated as an authority, etc.? The face will tell me that. Then I've got the communication. Then I've got the feedback through are things, I'll read things in clusters. Not just one indicator on its own, but a whole bunch of indicators. Are they congruent to the situation? Is it all in context as well? And it's all about the timing, seeing it at the moment it actually happens. This is why the eyes are so important. And I do that through the body language and micro expressions. To go through this first, let's go in the reverse direction, and I'll come back and explain this one last of all. But body language, as I said, read it in clusters. Is it congruent? And is it in context with the situation at the time? There is so many things there to look at. And I know a lot of you have probably had a bit of a look at body language in the past, have been to workshops and learnt about all of this. So I'm going to go through it quickly, but there is so much information. We take in about 2 million bits of information every second, but we process only 134 bits. It's a tiny fraction. It depends on where we're focusing as to what we take in. We forget the eye contact with somebody, but also, as I said before, you need to know the situation, etc., the culture. Some cultures cannot look you in the eyes. It's disrespectful. I'm looking for changes. If somebody's looking me in the eyes and then they're not, or they're looking in different locations, but when are they looking in different locations? That's all relevant to the situation. The facial expressions are important, the tone of voice, the posture, how are they standing? Are they facing towards me? They might be have their arms folded, but if their feet are also facing towards the door and their body's leaning that way, I know they want to leave. But if their arms are folded and they're leaning in and they're nodding and their feet are facing towards me, everything shows that they're interested other than the fact of folded arms. Folded arms are just giving themselves a warm hug, or it could be cold. I'm then looking to see when they open their arms up. because that means they're more open to me. So the changes are so important that we're looking for, not just where it is at the moment, like the intensity in somebody. How does that change in their tone of voice or in the way in which they speak? You know, they're getting more excited or whatever. Then things like the, I love the blinking of eyes. People will blink, and we do that to clean our eyes, but some people will then blink faster. They'll blink more rapidly. If somebody blinks really fast, but slowly, there's a good chance that they are watching to see whether you have picked up something that they've just said. It can be an indicator, but not on its own. It can be an indicator of whether somebody's telling you the truth or whether they're trying to mislead you. If they are just blinking slowly and then they start blinking faster, but at the same rate, then that could be that they're just getting more interested in the situation. Watch the body language and everything else that's going with it. The expressions on the face will give away a lot as well. But also where somebody looks. Now, a lot of people will show you these through NLP has been one of the areas that was originally shown. They talk about everybody looking up everyone looks up to get a visual representation of something. We go out to the side for what it would sound like or what it did sound like. And we go down for our internal dialect. What are we thinking? And also what are we feeling, our kinesthetic? However, 90% of people, they look up this side if they're recalling an image, and over to this side if they're constructing what something would look like. This is one of the reasons why as I said, you have to define things. You have to look for other indicators. I will have a conversation with somebody and work out which way they're wired. They could be wired that this is where they remember over here, and this is where they create. I need to have a conversation with. This is why I never rush a conversation. In an interrogation, in a interview, in a job interview, for instance, you'll ask random questions, that are non-threatening, and the person will give you answers. But if you ask them questions, we've got to stop and think. They will look for the answers. And that is exactly what they do. Their eyes will move, and you look for where their eyes move, and you can benchmark them. Once you realize, well, okay, if they remember on this side, and then you ask them a question later on that's, you're really trying to uncover the truth about something, and all of a sudden they're telling you what they saw and they're looking over in this direction. They're creating a story. But again, you have to make sure those questions you ask are simple questions. If they're multifaceted questions that cause them to create and also remember, they're going to look in both directions, and it can be so fast you can never work out which direction they're looking in. And what were they doing first? Were they creating something and then trying to remember something to fill in that creation, or were they remembering something and then trying to create how to explain that to you more effectively? So it's in the questioning that we ask. Then we move into the micro expressions. Now, I've got the face here like this. It shows the skin off to show you that our muscle connections on the face are pretty much the same for all of us, except for somebody who may have some facial disfigurement. But other than that, we've all got the same muscles, about 43 of them. We can pull over 3,000 expressions. They believe a lot more, but there's 3,000 that Paul Ekman, who did all the research on the micro expressions back in 1969, realized that there were 43 muscles that can pull about 3,000 expressions, which he and his team mapped out and worked out what muscles were affected to give different expressions. However, there are 7 expressions which are universal. If you feel any one of these emotions, the anger, the contempt, disgust, you will have that expression on your face. Our neurology and physiology are linked. So whatever we feel inside, we express outwardly. And that's an important thing to remember. I'll come back to that again in a moment when we get to the facial features. Everything we feel inside, we express outwardly. So when something happens around somebody, we respond unconsciously. Like out the corner of our eye, we saw something that was on the corner of the ground. We're in the garden and it could be a snake. So we get that immediate reaction, and we'll have an expression on our face and different body movements as well, the body language. Then we notice what it is. If it is a snake, that surprise that we had could then go to fear. If it's not, it could be amusement, or it could be happiness, it could be sadness, for what we've actually seen there. So that will always roll on. So our conscious mind switches off that indicator. This is why only our eyes can pick this up effectively in a conversation. They can be recorded and played back later on and listen to what the person said and look for the expression changes. But that's after the fact. You want to be able to do this in a real life situation. And just to let you know that I went through 2 divorces, a lot of broken relationships. I was dreadful at reading people. Now I'm considered to be one of the best on the planet. That's only because I learned this stuff by sitting down and playing with it. You can learn the expressions, these 7 micro expressions, in a couple of hours without any problems, and read them at a high level of accuracy. Generally, they're between 1/5 of a second to 1/25 of a second. So unconsciously we react, and then bang, the conscious mind steps in and we shut it off. So they're quite important. And again, I use as a lie detector, not as a lie detector, but as a truth seeker. In an interview of an interrogation, yes, it's going to be used as a lie detector. But in a job interview or working with your clients, it's going to be as a truth seeker. As I said before, if I can read something emotionally is going on with somebody, I want to then stop that, but now I want to use the rest of the skills to find out what's going on. Is there something I can help them with? Is there a comment I could make that will help them through the issue they're feeling that brings us closer together? Because always think not in the moment, but what's the long-term effect you want here? As Prosper was saying before, you want to get raving clients and you want them to stay with you forever. You want them to keep coming back for more and more services. They'll only do that if they trust you. And being able to help somebody through something that is holding them back at the moment is a great way to build that trust. So the language structure is really important. And this is where I use open, closed, and probing questions. This little diagram here will give you a quick representation of, well, this was an experiment done with kids. Put all the rocks and sand into a bottle to see what you get. In this one, they put the big rocks in first. They then put the smaller rocks in. That filled up some of the gap. And then they poured the sand in, which filled up all the space. Over here, there's a lot of airspace left because the sand couldn't get around the rock. So by putting the sand in first, they've done it the wrong way. This is why you always start with open questions, which are your big rocks, into probing questions, and then into closed questions. And very quickly, those 3 are the open questions and not the why, what, when, where's, and how's. It is the describe, explain, tell. When somebody will start answering those questions, they will tell you what they want to tell you. They'll give you a lot of information, knowing that it's not going to lead to the truth if they're trying to deceive. So with that, the big rocks have gone in, but there's a lot of gaps around it. I can then fill those gaps up a little bit more by using probing questions. Now, I used to say the 5 W's and the H, but I've also now added to that which. So it's the why, who, what, when, where's, how's, and the which. So if you're asking those questions to somebody, well, what happened at that point? Which way did you go at that point? Now, who else was there, etc. Asking those questions, you start to get more information. If somebody's trying to hide information from you, whether this be your kids or a work colleague or something else, this is when they will start to get a little bit more nervous. And now their facial expressions will start to appear. Their body language will shift. So this is where the words start to drive those responses that we're looking for to get to the truth. But also ask the questions if somebody's, over here, well, what about happening? Oh, by the way, back over here. You cannot create a lie from the beginning, from the front end, from the finisher point, I should say, back to the front. You have to start at the beginning and go to the end. If you said, well, gave a lie, how do you backtrack, not knowing how to put it together? But if you start a lie, then you can build on it and get to the output. And this is what you want to be able to do, is ask questions that cause a person some frustration in trying to remember. Their body will indicate more information and their expressions will become more erratic as well. So you get more of those micro expressions. And then you go to the yes or no questions, where they have to give you a yes or no answer. At that point, you've got the total truth. You know exactly what's going on. But this is where we'll finish up, going into the facial features now. And as I say, this is, for me, is the most important section. The others that we've covered have been very sexy in NCI movies and mentalist programs and all that. It's very entertaining. But if you want to build relationships, the most powerful one is understanding someone's personality and knowing how to build on that, and then use those other indicators we've been through to understand that more effectively. So very quickly, you want to know the style, you want to know the order, and you want to know the details, how much detail to give the person as well. All of that comes from their facial features. As I said before, everything we feel inside, we express outwardly. We also know that if we work a muscle, doing bicep curls, for instance, we're going to build that muscle. We'll build the shape of it, depending on whether we use our hands turned up or we do it the other way, pronate to a supinate movement. We'll work the muscles differently. And everything we feel inside, we express outwardly. So while you're thinking and concentrating, you're going to be pulling expressions, and that repetitive movement of the muscles in your face, the ridges and crevices give away the nurture traits, the traits that we develop in response to our environment. And this is where it all comes from. Very quickly, this gentleman did one of my programs. I did his profile, gave him a 45-minute audio on this. It was after we finished the workshop. He then told me he used to work as an undercover agent in narcotics. He's also worked in other areas as well. He spent 2 decades learning how to read other people and learning how to understand himself. As he said, it was the only reason he was still alive today. What he pointed out to me was that the profile I did from his facial features and gave him an audio on it, that 45-minute audio not only matched but nuanced everything it took him decades to learn. And of course, next step for him was to step up and do my master program. These are the sort of people I work with, people who really want to build stronger relationships. 3 things to look at when you're dealing with people. The first one will be the confidence levels. You'll see that in the width of the face. So the height of the eyebrows will give you an idea of whether somebody's friendly or not. The tolerance levels are in the width of the eyes. These are things that are indicated there. Now, normally, and I'm keeping a very close eye on the time here, this is what I'd usually ask everybody: which one of these 3 is looks the most confident to you? I'd also ask you which one that looks the most trusted. Some of you will come up with the same number for both. Others will swap around depending on what you're looking at. But for everybody, if there were 10,000 people here looking at it, there'd be 10,000 different combinations that they could come up with. Some people will say 3 is more confident. Some will say 2. Why I run people through that is to show that everybody profiles, but you profile based on your biases. Yes, it's judgmental in the way that most people profile. I teach people how to look at a standard, and yes, we do judge, but we take the judgmental side out of it. There are a lot of traits in here that I could have gone through, but I'm just going to flip through those because you can get those by just taking that link down, jumping onto that, and that you'll download a free course that will show you 14 different little videos in there. It's a total of 28 minutes, 14 videos, shortest video is 28 seconds. It will teach you where the person looks. We'll go into a bit more detail there, but also look at a couple of facial features. You go out and test and use for yourself straight away. And I guarantee if you put them into application, you will definitely get a response. At the same time, if you want to find more details out on me, you can go through diabiz.com/Alan Stevens, and all of these indicators down there. There's a course catalog for all my courses. I've also, if you want to book a call with me, but there is also more information about the Campfire Project, Business Smiles, etc. So thank you very much for that, for listening to me, and I hope that you got quite a bit out of it.
Always, my goodness, it was so good. I loved it. It was I've done your course, and it was really, really, really helpful. And I can't encourage people enough to go and look at it and take part in it, because it teaches you a lot of the things that you thought you knew but you really didn't know. Alan, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for staying and giving your presentation. I know we're running a little bit late, but I enjoyed it immensely, and I think I'll have to get you to come back on the podcast and give this very same presentation. I think it's awesome, and it's something that business owners really should be aware of when they're hiring staff or just interacting with their clients. I think it's something very, very valuable that we could all use in our business and personal lives.
That's it. When you train your salespeople to build those relationships with the clients, people will think that by putting relationships forward, I'm going to go behind on my return on investment. But as I say, if you build the return on the relationship, you'll build the return on the investment faster. And for those people who feel that, well, I really just need the skills while I'm working with the customers, your staff work with the customers. By putting your staff first and building relationships with them, that is actually putting your clients first, because your clients will be work with those staff. And it's the same thing with this. If you put the relationships first, the money will always follow afterwards.
Absolutely. Money's not the be all of end all. I think relationships are the most valuable thing that we can have. It's the most valuable currency that there is on this planet.
That's it.
All right. Thank you so much, Alan. I've put your details in the chat if people want to reach out to you via your website. And I've also put the
Campfire Project.
Thank you. The community and the group links in there so people can join. Sorry, I'm having a mental block. It's been a long day.
Oh, you've had, you put it, by the way, thank you for putting this together. I know that you really want to help the people out there. You've got a lot of speakers to this. It's a huge job. So congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Alan. All right. Well, I will talk to you really soon. Actually, I'll talk to you on Friday.
You certainly will. Talk to you then. Bye for now.
For now. Oh, that was absolutely fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. And I so love listening to Alan speak, because he speaks with such authority and such knowing, and yeah, and he's got such a lovely tone. It's easy to listen to him. So yeah, and I just love it. And so I really am very grateful that he came on today, because he's such a busy man. Honestly, it's sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once here. He's so busy that I'm so grateful that he took the time out of his busy schedule to come and chat with us today. My next guest, I absolutely love her. She's absolutely amazing woman. Regina Smithwick is from the US. She is an amazing woman with an amazing message. Regina was born in Harlem in New York, and she was raised in Mount Vernon in New York and Teaneck, New Jersey. She now resides in Winterville. Don't know what that is. NC. I'll work it out. She'll probably tell me. She has 3 children. She is the founder of Regina Smithwick Enterprises, and it provides certified life coaching, and she is like the best. In addition, she's a motivational speaker and author of Adoption, The Unknown Blessing, and she may share that story with us. She also publishes many self-help journals, which are available for purchase on Amazon. She attended Virginia State University and received her Master's of Science degree in Organizational Leadership from the National University. She is also a proud member of the Zeta Phi Beta sorority. Welcome, Regina. Thank you so much for being here with me today. It's such a pleasure to have you. I have missed your smiling face around.
I know it's been a while.
It has been a little while. You're looking fabulous as always.
You know, I'm listening to all these speakers, and Alan, boy, he hit it on the head, because I tell you, my face expressions don't hide nothing.
No, you are an open book, my dear, an open book. Regina, I've just, you know, you have an amazing story with Ring Out Your Sponge, and I absolutely love it. So I'll give you the floor and you just take it away, girl.
All right, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, I can.
All right, is formatted correctly? It's good?
Beautiful.
Okay. All right, just want to make sure I could go. So first of all, I would like to say thank you, Rose Davidson, because like everyone's saying, this is an amazing platform, and I thank you for allowing me to be on this platform with you and your audience this evening, afternoon, or morning. It's after midnight where I'm at in North Carolina in the States. So, but I am so happy to be here. I wanted to start off in explaining Ring Out Your Sponge. So when we think of Ring Out Your Sponge, you know, obviously you think of a sponge, and then you're able to wring it out. So what we do is wring out the insecurities, we wring out the validation issues, low self-esteem, all those things that's holding you back from living your purpose, and we saturate it with new beliefs, ideas, and a new you. So that's what Ring Out Your Sponge really means. So I just want to kind of get that out there before we get started. One second. For some reason, it's not. Did it stop sharing, Rose? Okay, here we go. So this is me. And actually, Rose went over that, so we'll just keep going. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. What we're going to expect today, we're going to learn how to receive, we're going to learn how to learn and to implement Ringing Out Your Sponge. So let's get ready for that. So I gave you a little bit about Ring Out Your Sponge, and that's what it is. I have a journal and I have a guide that goes with this program of Ring Out Your Sponge that we're going to go over today. So we're going to go over like the basic details of Ring Out Your Sponge, but you'll get definitely the concept of this beautiful program. So let me introduce myself. I am Regina. I am royal, I'm educated, I'm gorgeous, I'm innovative, and I'm nice and amazing. That is me, Regina. And it took me a long time to realize that I was these beautiful acronyms. I went through a lot, and we're gonna go talk about that a little bit. I know a lot of presenters, we all talking about different facets of business and about our techniques and our ways. I like to kind of start with the foundation, because you have to have a foundation of knowing who self is before you do any business, before you do anything else, you have to know who you are. So I'm gonna take it there today to know who you are. Oh, hail the queen or king. We are all queens and we all kings. So I present to you your crown today. We have to start carrying ourselves as we are. And we are kings and queens. We're all special. We all here for a purpose. God brought us here for a purpose. When we were born with a purpose. So we all have a reason to be here. So let's conduct ourselves as such. So I always say, I am a queen. And technically, Regina actually means queen. So I just happen to be named queen, but everybody is a king or a queen. So we are definitely happy about that. So before I realized that, on a beautiful, beautiful Saturday afternoon, September 2019, I, Regina, the one who just told you how wonderful I was, I had a mental breakdown. I knew something wasn't right. I never felt that way before in my life. I felt lost. I felt just depressed. I didn't know what was going on with me. I knew I wasn't loving myself truly. I wasn't living in my purpose. I had let someone shift me, and I don't know if this ever happened to anyone that's listening today. You'll be in a great mood all day, and then one person says one thing to you, and you automatically, your whole day is shot. Or you say, I had a bad day because somebody cut you off, or somebody said something to you didn't like, or anything like that. That's not how it's supposed to go, because internal joy is supposed to stay with you regardless. If one person could shift you to a point of you not having a good day, there's something going on with you that you need to really look at internally and get it fixed, because nobody should make your day a bad day. That you're in control of you. So I didn't realize that at that time. I let people do that. I was tired of being sick and tired, and I knew I needed help. I knew that something wasn't right with me. So on that Saturday in September 2019, when I was on the floor for hours trying to figure out my life and why I was feeling the way I did, the next morning I went and found me a life coach. Now, I always say to people, I believe that everyone should see someone at least once in their life. Because if you live with you and you talk to yourself, you're always going to sound right, because you don't have anyone to kind of bounce it off of. And it's good just to have a checkup. I call it like a checkup. That's like you do with your car. Your car runs well, but you still go get an oil change, right? Because you want to continue to have it working well. There's nothing wrong with it, but you just do maintenance. And I treat life coaches or counselors like maintenance. So I always recommend that, because after I went to one, I realized how important and significant it was to have one. And when I did my work, I was introduced to a lot of things. And this is one of the reasons why I actually know Rose and a couple other people, because we have followed the law of attraction. You know, it's very, that really stuck to me on how this universe works and how important I am in this universe. And one of the first books that I read was A 30-Day Mental Diet. And that book really opened up my mind to realize that we are like a puzzle. The universe is a puzzle, and every piece matters. Every piece has to work to make the puzzle work. And if you're plucked out of that, it does change the narrative of this world. So that's how important you are. So a lot of us don't realize that. I know I didn't realize that. And when I read this book, it really changed my life. And I always use two movies that really resonates with me and people can understand. Like The Matrix was a movie I looked at 20 some years ago. But after I did my work and actually looked at it again, it made so much more sense to me on how the world is. And we think it's one way and it's not. And when you realize what your place is in the universe, then you get a footing, you get your foundation, and then the world makes more sense. So, you know, between that and School Days, it was a popular movie by Spike Lee back in 87, and I mean 88, excuse me. And it was around a college setting. And basically everybody was just living this life and not being themselves. They was not authentic. They were trying to be like other people. They were trying to impress people that really didn't matter. And at the end of the movie, Lawrence Fishburne said, "Wake up. Wake up." And what he meant by that is we need to wake up and realize what's really important in life. And so those two movies really made a difference after I re-looked at it again and realized that we all matter. And I had that great awakening. I had that awakening that a lot of us do have when we do our work. And when I say do your work, I mean actually learning who you are, actually putting effort in doing something to benefit your life and make your life better. Doing your work is not easy. It's not easy because you're going to have to face things that are about you that you don't want to talk about. And that's why we were doing this for so long, pushing it. But when you kind of scratch the surface and start getting ripping them band-aids off, it's going to hurt, but it's so worth the hurt because on the other side of that is glory. It's amazing. It's a life that I tell you, I can't talk highly about my life now. I love the life I'm in now. So your thoughts will structure your life path. So if you look on the left side of this PowerPoint, you'll see a quote by Gandhi. And I would like to say it because it's really powerful. Your beliefs become your thoughts become your words become your actions become your habits become your values become your destiny. So think about it. Your beliefs turn into your destiny. Everything you do in life, everything you think of turns into life. So you got to be careful about your thoughts because your thoughts will structure your life's paths. Simple words that change everything for me is learning about filler words. Filler words are try, I guess, maybe, we'll see, perhaps, I reckon, whatever words you want to use that says, when you do that, when you use those words, you're giving yourself an escape out of keeping your promises. You're giving yourself an escape out for being intentional and being responsible and being consistent. When I say I tried, right there, I'm basically telling you no, but I just don't know how to tell you no. And I'll just say I'll try because it sounds good and it sounds like I'm going to try to do it, but you usually don't do it, but you use that as a filler word. I had to take those words out of my vocabulary. I actually counted one day. I said try over 50 times in one day. One day. That's how much I use that word. Because that word is something that we use a lot because it kind of gets us out of things that we don't really want to do. Instead of being truthful and standing your truth and say you don't want to do it, we use words like that to kind of slither out of it. So I would say to you, just notice, count how many times you say these filler words in a day, and I guarantee you'll be amazed. I could not believe it was for over 50 times for me. Well, after I was telling you I did my work and I learned myself, these are the things that I realized, several things. I was not standing in my truth. I did not love myself. I was lying to the world. I hid my truth by my adoption, and Rose did talk about that. I was adopted at birth. I was 3 days old, and I just revealed to the world 2 years ago that I was adopted. I never told anyone that I was adopted. I was ashamed about my adoption, not because of me, not because of my parents, because of the world. the world made me feel that being adopted was less than, because they used to joke about it. You know, kids were cruel and kids would say things about me being adopted. Not me in general. They didn't know I was adopted, but I heard them talk about other people being adopted and how they would say, oh, your parents didn't love you. They sent you to the fire station. Nobody wants you. So when I heard those stories, I made a decision at 7 years old not to tell no one else except my immediate family, because I didn't want to be teased and I didn't want to be seen as less than. But when I did that, I turned it to a couple of things. If you notice it on the bottom of my screen, I needed to acknowledge my issues. So I developed insecurities, low self-esteem, validation issues, and I ended up becoming a people pleaser, because when you're not happy with yourself and you don't love yourself, you don't want nobody to know that. So you do things to camouflage and to hide that stuff. And these are the things that I picked up, not loving myself and not being happy about me being adopted. So you got to be really careful, because you will suppress it for a long time. And I didn't realize how much it affected me until that breakdown that day, because when I did my work, it stemmed from my adoption. So then I knew where the core was. That was the core of all these things that I had going on. Those were just Band-Aids, but I actually went to the core, and it was because of my adoption. But when you hold things in, it doesn't go away until you address it. So a lot of times we have a lot of traumas in our lives. We have a lot of things that happen in our childhood that it hurts so bad that we just keep suppressing it and trying to just not think about it. It's just like a soda. When you shake a soda up, it has to come out somewhere. It's going to explode and it's going to come out somehow. You can never hide it. I don't care how long you did it, it's coming out in other ways in your life. If you really look at some of the things that you do, it stems from if you don't deal with or work on or resolve your trauma. So I do highly recommend you getting that taken care of, because 50 years old, I decided to do it at 50 years old. So it's never too late. But if you could do it beforehand, I truly recommend it. So some of the lessons that I learned in this whole journey that I've been going through, and this journey only been for a couple of years, it's not long drawn out journey. I'm still in the process of my journey, and I'm just so happy to share this with you. So the lessons that I learned is, it's not happening to you, it's happening for you. A lot of times we go through life, let's say the tire, you were driving to work and your tire blew. And what's the first thing you said? Oh, my luck. I tell you, my tire blew, I'm late for work, blah, blah, blah. We don't think of the blessing in that tire blown. It could have been a horrible accident down the road. And that tire, the universe seemed fit for you to have that tire right then go out on you to save you from that accident that you have been in up the road. It's all the mindset. The mindset changes everything. If you think of it that way, you will never think nothing's happening to you. It's happening for you. So when you're late to work or you miss a light or somebody says something, think of it as a blessing, because there's something ahead that you don't know, you can't see, that you've been saved from. So a lot of times, a lot of rejections is your protection. So don't ever think of nothing being rejection. It's a protection. It's not about you, it's about helping others. We all brought here for a purpose. We supposed to make ourselves happy, to a point, but we're here to serve. If everybody serves everybody, everybody's being served. So if you're serving somebody else, somebody is serving you. So it's about helping others. That's what this life is about. It's so fulfilling when you help other people, especially when you're not feeling good. You're not feeling good about yourself. Something sad happened in your life, something that you have not control over. The first thing I would recommend you do is find out a way to help somebody else when you are in that kind of state. Because what happens is you are feeling better by helping somebody else. And when you see somebody else smile, you're going to smile. So instead of you getting depressed and sad in that moment or that situation, say, hey, what can I do to help somebody else? And that could help me feel better, and I can help them at the same time. It's twofold win-win situation. God gave us all a purpose, like I said, and I say it again and again. We all have a purpose. A lot of us find it later in life. I did. Some of us come out of the womb knowing our purpose. I don't know. Everybody has their time. But if you don't know why you're here, and if I ask you a question of who are you, if I say, hey, who are you? And you looking at me, blinking your eyes, and you can't answer that question, You need to start doing some soul searching, because you should be able to tell me who you are. And that's not your titles. That's not a mother, a sister, a president, or whatever your title is. It's not who you are. That's just your title. Your job is not who you are. That's just a source. You need to know who you are. You should be able to tell me who you are, anyone who you are, or tell yourself who you are. So ask yourself that question. Who are you? And if you don't have an answer, you got to do some soul searching. I trust in God's divine order. I believe in processes. I believe in things happening for a reason. I learned this. This is learned now. I didn't know all of this before, but I learned everything is for a reason. Nothing is bad or good. Nothing is bad or good. It's a reason and it's a lesson. So if you think of it as being bad, how do you know it's bad? Because down the road, you don't know that's going to be something that you need to put in that tool belt. So later on, you could deal with that situation down the road. So it's just like us going through life with a tool belt. And things happen, we pick up stuff, put in the tool belt. And that builds us up like you play a video game. You know how video games, you'll play the game, and as you go through, you pick up stuff and you get points, and later on you can use those weapons down the road. That's how life is. So change the mindset. Think of it as being things that you need to learn. We are not promised perfection. There's no word called perfection. Nobody's perfect. How can you be perfect? Everyone is who we are. There's not one perfect person in the world, and we follow behind them going, we got to be like them because they're perfect. There's not no perfect people in this world. So we are all just who we are, and we do what we do. And everybody has their cup of teas of people they deal with, who they like, who they deal with. That's how life is, but nobody's perfect. Trust the process. Like I just said, trust the process. Do not question. Things happen. Just sit sometimes. Sometimes we need to sit in it and just let it happen. And then it will reveal itself what we need to know. Sometimes we get too quick. We too antsy. We are a microwave society right now. We want everything right now. Right now. Technology is making it worse because technology happens so fast and everything's speeding up. We don't know how to wait no more. We don't have the wait. The waiting seasons are great seasons, and we overlooking the waiting season. Sometimes we need to sit still and just let things play out and not try to control everything. Now, since I learned all this, and this has been going on for the last 2.5 years, me doing my work, standing in my truth, putting on my crown like a queen should, because I told you my name is Regina and it means queen. And ever since then, I became a professional organizer, a certified life coach, a talk show, podcast host, a speaker, and an author, and a motivational speaker. I became all of this in this time frame, because when I realized who I was and the purpose I was here to do, it just shot like a rocket. Everything made sense. Everything fell into place because I understood my assignment. I understood why I was here. When you know your assignment and understand your purpose and your values, I guarantee, like everybody I've been listening to on this beautiful business, with this platform, everybody's been talking in the summit, they know their purpose. Everyone here talking knows their purpose, because that's why they're doing it so well, and that's how they're explaining it to you so well, because they got it. They know their assignment, and now they're doing things they love to do. I was a quote where someone had said, or an entertainer said, if do what you know that you love to do, and you'll do it getting paid or not getting paid, but find a way to get paid to do it, and you'll never work a day in your life. That's knowing your purpose, because your purpose, you could live off your purpose. So these are all the things I have done in the last 2 years. Now, things you can do to change your mindset. So we've been talking about mindsets, and I've been dropping little nuggets here and there about changing your mindsets. So this is the things I go by. Must be ready to receive. If you're doing what you're doing, you're gonna be doing what you're doing. If you don't change, nothing's gonna change. You can't say, I wanna do this and I wanna be this, but you don't wanna put the work in, or you don't wanna change what you're doing now. It doesn't work that way. Change will be difficult for some people. Some people don't like change, but yet they don't like where they're at. You got to give it up. Something got to go. You can't have both. Either you want to try something new and have a better life, or you wanted to stay where you at. That's your choice as a human being in this world. You have that choice. So you got to understand, you got to be ready to receive. That's called wringing out your sponge. When you wring out your sponge, now your sponge is dry, and now you can absorb new. Now you can receive. Okay, this is the hard part for me. This is one of the ones I had to work on. Really, really hard. You must let go of the control. It's hard because you want to, if you're like me, I'm very organized and structured, and I need to have everything out. I need to have everything written out. I need to know everything. I need to know how it goes. When you need to know everything, you don't allow the world to work its magic. You don't allow the universe to work its magic. It's magic out there that's waiting for you. But if you're trying to control everything, you're going to skip over your blessings. Your blessings are going to fly by you because you made it so tight and structured, you're not allowing any blessings to come in. So you have to let go of control. You must be ready to move. And one of the things I always say is ask for what you want and be prepared to get it. A lot of us ask for things. We'll go, oh, I want this job across the country. I want this job in another country. And when the opportunity come up, you find out all these reasons why you can't do it. Oh, I gotta do this. I gotta get a passport. I got all these logistics stuff. But then you ask the universe, you wanted this. Did you ask this is what you want? And now it's being put in front of you. And now you're making excuses to come out of it. So when you ask for something, be ready to receive it. You know, I think a lot of times we dream about things, or we have, we write it out in our journals, or we talk about it amongst our friends and family. And then when things start moving in that direction, we get scared because being successful is scary. Change is scary. We like a lot of stuff. We want a lot of stuff, but we're scared of the change. But you got to be ready to move when it happens. You must be a student. Invest in yourself. What I mean by that is you have to read. You have to watch, YouTube it has amazing content on so many subjects that you could look at YouTube all day and learn things from like experts in that field. You could go to Google and learn stuff in fields. You could go to the library. Library still exists, people. A lot of people like, oh, the library, yeah, it's really nice and calm in the library to be able to read, but you could go to the library and get books. It's so many ways, but you have to invest in yourself. You have to continue to be a student. There's no stopping. You're a student until you leave this world. So you got to continue to learn. When you get stagnant and stale like that, you don't live. You're not living. You're supposed to learn something every day. And lastly on this screen, surround yourself by like-minded people. This is so important. A lot of us have people we grew up with, even family members. But sometimes, not saying you have to cut them off and not talk to them, but sometimes you gotta kind of, get around people that's going the direction you're going. Because if you get around people and stay with the same people you've been with and they're not doing anything, they were doing what you were doing in the past, how are you gonna elevate if you're still doing what you're doing with the people you were doing it with before? You need to get yourself around people who are ready to open a business, or network with other people that know things about things you would like to get into. You got to open up your association with different people. Join organizations. There's so many organizations out there will help you get started in whatever you want to do. So you got to be around like-minded people. Okay, so the call to action is, how do I apply this every day? So giving thanks and being grateful is first and foremost. When I wake up in the morning, I give thanks and I'm grateful for just waking up alone. I woke up, my eyes open, and I was able to see and breathe and talk. That alone is enough. But we could add so much more stuff to that grateful list, right? So be intentional in everything you do. Be intentional. Just don't do stuff just to do it. You need to know a reason why you do it. If you don't know why you're doing it, don't do it. You got to be intentional what you do, because what you do, remember what we talked about earlier, your thoughts turn into things. Your thoughts turn into life. So whatever you say you're going to be intentional doing, it's going to turn into something later. So you don't want to put stuff out in the universe and out in the world that doesn't mean nothing, right? So be intentional. And my affirmations, I repeat them 3 times a day. I say my acronyms in the morning, and I say certain things. You know, you could change them up, but it just kind of soak it into your conscience if you could continue to repeat it. This is very powerful, and it forms those new belief systems that we've been talking about. You want to get new belief systems, you got to get your mind to think new. So to do that is repetition, repetition, repetition. We all know about vision boards. I feel they're so important. I think, and they have to, and another thing is you have to be updated. We have vision boards, a lot of times we do them and we just put them away, and we just put them in the closet and we don't hang them up, and we don't update them because we could probably did half of the things on the vision board, and we need to put new things on the vision board to replace the ones the goals that we already achieved. So let's keep those active. Just don't do it one time and put it up somewhere. Keep it visual somewhere near that you see every day, and check off the ones you do and put on some new ones so we can continue to grow as a person, right? Another call to action is, now, as you saw on the other screen, I am a professional organizer, and organization in your mind is connected. There's no separation. There's no beautiful, chaotic mess. There's no, you have to declutter your space. That's called decluttering your mind. So when you declutter your space, you're able to think, you're able to breathe, you're able to just see better, clearer. So I really believe in decluttering your space, putting things in order, getting rid of stuff. The things you have, do it really bring you joy, or you just have them because you use those to oppress other people? A lot of us buy things not for us. And I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I went into my closet about 2 months ago. I have a bunch of heels. Now I'm already 5'10". I have a bunch of heels. I'm walking around, my feet hurting. I'm walking around these 2-3 inch heels. Why? It's not for me. I don't like my feet hurting. So obviously it's not for me. It's for other people. So they can say, oh, you got nice shoes. Or, hey, that looks nice with the outfit. I wore heels for other people because it was my choice. I'm not walking around hurting my feet every day. So I got rid of all my heels. I got rid of all of my heels because I didn't do it for me. So that's what I'm talking about. If the items don't bring you joy, why do you keep them? You know, are you doing it for you or for somebody else? How is your car? Are you driving around in a cluttered car? You know, are you driving with, you have your whole closet in your trunk? You know, it's just kind of correlate that your mind being clear is your space being clear. Your surroundings, it gives you positive vibes and energies, and it just gives you that woosah when you're able to go into a room that's organized and clean. So, and then the results that I received from doing all the things that we just discussed today, I started my day on a positive note now. I'm so grateful. I am accountable. It keeps me so accountable. It keeps me consistent. Now, consistency and discipline is the key in anything you do. Anything you do. There's nothing could be done without consistency and discipline. Keep me focused. It keeps me so focused. It keeps me my eyes on the prize. I always have a focus now because I'm intentionally doing things. It reminds me of my purpose and why I'm here. It reminds me that I'm here to help others, like we discussed earlier. I think before I speak. I think before I speak. I used to just pop off and say things. Now I understand, because I understand me and I understand what I went through and I understand doing my work, that you got to give people grace. You got to give people grace. A lot of times we get angry and we screw off. It's because we're mad at ourselves, not at the people we're talking to. So we got to sit back for a minute and just give it grace and let things just work itself out, right? I'm more understanding, and the universe keeps me surrounded by positive people. It just works out that way because of my vibes that I'm letting out. It's attracting those people in. So you don't have to go out there and search for people all the time. Sometimes it's when your vibe change and when you change the way you think and your mindset, you automatically attract the people like-minded that's coming to you. So it's a beautiful thing. And then I would say, be grateful, be intentional, and journal, journal, journal. Journaling is like a major key of this because you can't keep everything up here. Everything can't stay here. You got to put it out and write it. because it's good to have, and it's good for you to go back and look at and see your progress and see how you transcend from the beginning to where you at now. You'll be so amazed at your progress. But a lot of times we forget stuff because we got so much happening in our heads. We have like tens of thousands of thoughts a day. So you need to write out your stuff. So I would say to you, create your acronym. I told you mine. Take your name, write it down, straight down a piece of paper, and write your acronyms going across, your adjectives of the name, of your letters in your name. And you'll be so surprised. You'll be ready to say it every day. I just challenge you. That's my charge to the audience today. Write your name and create your acronym for your name. And then this is my favorite scripture in the Bible. Trust in the Lord with all your heart and lean not on your understanding. In all your ways submit to him and he will make your path straight. The key takeaways for today: you are a king, you are a queen, you're amazing, you're strong, you are enough. You have the power to change. Believe in yourself. God does. Believe in yourself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate you, Rose. I appreciate you letting me come on your platform. I hope this was really informative to your audience. And I'll stop sharing.
Oh, Regina, you are one amazing woman. Thank you so much for that. It's a wonderful presentation. I really, really enjoyed it. Thank you for staying up like past midnight.
It's almost 1, but for you, Rose, anytime.
Thank you, my dear. I enjoyed that so much. Regina, where can people find you if they'd like to work with you?
Sure. My website is www.letstalk1943.com. You can reach me there. That would be the best way because everything's on my website and contact page and everything else. So letstalk1943.com.
Yeah, I've shared it in the chat, so people can click on the link when they feel the need to get some motivation.
I hope you enjoyed. I enjoyed it. It was fun.
I did very much. Regina, I'll talk to you again really soon.
Okay. All right. You have a good one.
You take care. Oh my goodness. Wasn't that an amazing day? I've learned so much and I've just enjoyed each of our speakers today. We had Jussi Luukkonen, we had Ben Paul, Brian Asingia. Unfortunately, Angela couldn't make it. She was unwell today. We had the lovely Donna Ferguson, Tanya Davies. I loved her about, taking success slowly. Don't be rushing around. Celeste Lustosa about marketing. And then there was Liz Fleming on how to be super efficient. And some of her tips were so on point. The wonderful Prosper Teravinga talking about, how we can get hundreds of leads just by, having the right processes in place. And then we had Alan Stevens with his profiling. I love that. And finally, Regina Smithwick talking about wringing out your sponge and why it's important. So that comes to the end of day 1 of the Business Summit. I hope you enjoyed it. I will be back tomorrow again at 9 o'clock, and we have another round of incredible speakers. I am so looking forward to them. We're going to be hearing from Kathy Nesbitt. She is the laughter lady. She just talks about how laughter is the best medicine, and she also has a worm farm, which is quite amazing. And I might get her to touch on that a little bit tomorrow. One of my favorite people in the whole world, Charlene Lynch, she'll be on. Amanda Heal, she is a wonderful speaker. I love listening to her. Ellie Sugars is just so full of life. You'll get a real buzz out of her. There's Zarina Robertson. She's going to be talking about branding and why it's important for businesses and how we can better brand ourselves. Leela Numovsky, she's going to be talking about Chinese astrology and how that can help us in our business. Susie Manley is another live wire. She's going to be talking about building an online community, and she has 3 communities that I know of, and plus a whole string of other ones. And so she's continually building Facebook groups and other communities, and she's just an amazing human. Bruce Wade's going to be talking about effective marketing, and he's another brilliant speaker. And finally, Verna Hayward's going to be talking about personal branding. So I am looking forward to day 2 of the summit. I hope you'll join me at from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's the 5th of October at 9 o'clock Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So I look forward to your company then, and I will talk to you all again tomorrow. Thanks for joining me, and bye-bye.